distinguished guests and who are invited here. This is an announcement. We would like to request whoever has parked their vehicles just behind the VIP tent, kindly you go and move it to a different location because we are going to have an activity there. I'm requesting that all those who parked vehicles behind the VIP tent up to the police van here, may we please move them to another location because we have an activity that's going to take place there. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Once again, you are most welcome. Entertainment. Deo, it would be prudent that we can still do the sensitization as we await for our remaining guests and the program kicks off.
Abalina sente nyingi nze yonno yekagwe simye kandwale talanta yange zibowa onoletabo abalina sente nyingi nze yonno yekagwe simye kandwale talanta yange.
Thank you, Uganda Police Force, for that piece. Ladies and gentlemen, you are the reason this morning we are here. Kindly, if you want to make any inquiries, all our stalls are open. Materials are there provided. Kindly feel free to walk around and interact with whoever is manning those stalls. The reason we are here is to account to the general public and as well showcase on what we do. A number of divisions of the High Court of Uganda are on my left-hand side right now, but other institutions and entities are all over around. The reason is not to sit, watch and listen, but kindly, if you want any information, kindly move around, inspect the stalls, ask them whatever you would like to know. But take note of this. Today, our Honorable, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Uganda is here, together with all judicial officers. Today, they have not come to decide any matters here. I have overheard someone calling at home that you bring me that bag with original documents. Sincerely, The judges have not come to decide any matter this morning, but they have come to listen to our concerns and as well give us responses. Number two, if your concern is about a matter ongoing in court, this matter will not be responded to directly because it's equally an offense to do the same. My name is Dewa Kugizibwe. I work as a communications officer in the judiciary. I'm giving you tips, but the coordinator of the event this morning will be coming in soon. Twongera obaniriza nti mwebale kujja, mwebalire ddala. Nga tetunava wano, nsaba mbawe enamba y'essimu. Enamba y'essimu ey'essiga eddamuzi. Abantu abamu bajaga nti kitongole kiramuzi kyategese emikolo. Mu Uganda tetuyinaawo kitongole kiramuzi. Ebitongole bye tuyina National Water and Sewerage Corporation, tuyina umeme, naye essiga eddamuzi si kitongole. Essiga eddamuzi era siga. Naye lyateekawo enamba y'essimu nti bw'oba oyina ky'oyagala okubuuza oba oli awo olwaleero tuli wano naye enkya tetugenda vaawo.
Deo, just a minute.
Thank you.
The owner of motor vehicle UBP 630S, red in color, please come and remove it. And motor vehicle UBM 805D, black in color. Toyota Harrier, please equally come and remove it. The red one is a Honda. Kindly come and remove that vehicle and we have it parked at the next point. Thank you very much. Continue. Deo, you continue.
So much, Uganda Police Force. Sincerely, you deserve a round of applause because the melodies are good. The melodies are good as if they were only prepared for this purpose. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That is Uganda Police Force. As we break, kindly allow me to give you the toll-free line for the judiciary. You can call in anytime and a team will be ready to answer your call and respond to your concern. The toll-free line for the judiciary, I will not be as selfish as radio presenters, whenever radio presenters are giving out lines, they rush as if they are speaking computers. They say, the toll-free line for the judiciary is 0772364060. I will go slow for purposes of benefiting each of us. The toll-free line for the judiciary is 0800-111-900. For that matter, I will not repeat it. But kindly, where you have noted this number, write down the judiciary. Some people merely put numbers in their diaries. When they go back home and they are disconnected by national water, they rush to say, is this national water? Kindly put there the judiciary so that we don't mix matters. When you're giving a call, kindly, in case you find our lines busy, kindly be patient and hold the line because we always have a large volume of callers. Before you call, kindly make sure you have facts. Kindly make sure your concern is for the judiciary. The last time we were in Masaka, we gave out the same number, toll-free line, and we told them sometimes this line is on throughout the night. 2 days later, a person called from Masaka. We said, you have called the judiciary. He said, yes, nzomuchala ngenda mukuba. Nale center waka, asa fumbye bijanjalo. How can the judiciary help you in the night? So, boba wakuba simu, make sure oina chogenda okubuuza nga kikwatagana ne judiciary. The same thing, someone called from Iganga, sawa mukaaga n'ekitundu ez'ekiro. We received him and said, you have called the judiciary. Naye ng'omuntu ono yali waka kiro ng'enkuba egenda tonnya. Kibuyaga yali mungi wabweru. Omukulu ono olwakuba kateni n'alaba ebitooke nga byenyeenya. N'akuba esimu ya judiciary. You have called the judiciary. N'agamba wanaye wange walabika waliwo ababbi. Saawa mukaaga n'ekitundu ez'ekiro. Esiga eddamuzi likuyamba etya bw'oba ofunye ababbi. Funa ensonga ekkubisa essimu, okuba essimu eno bajja kwanukula era baddemu ekibuuzo kyo. Olwaleero esiga eddamuzi n'abagamba eryazze n'ebibinja ebyenjawulo. Oyinza okwebuuza nti Inspectorate of Courts, Judicial Training Institute, Criminal Division, Civil Division, byonna kooti. Yes, olw'okuba nti esiga eddamuzi lyagala kuweereza buli omu. Kyova olaba nti bagenda nga bateekawo ebibinja.
Oweekitiibwa amyuka Ssaabalamuzi atuuse. Taata tukwaniriza, weebale kujja. I announce the arrival of the Deputy Chief Justice. My Lord, you are most welcome.
Weebale nnyo.
Our guests, we also have free internet. Should you wish to log on, just open the prompt judiciary and it is free. You don't need any password. So anyone with a gadget, iPhone, and like to fall online, there's free internet for everybody, for Ugandans. Tulina interneti. Era bw'oba ng'oyagala okumufuna ku ssimu yo, genda awali ekigambo ekinaaba kizze ku ssimu yo ng'ogenze ku Wi-Fi, ojja kulaba ekigambo judiciary, koonako, awo ng'otuuse, tekijja kukwetaagisa kirala kyonna. Mwebale nnyo okumpuliriza.
Weebale nnyo Ssekamwa w'essiga eddamuzi. Abandaba ndi wakati w'ebidaala bino byombi bamaze obategeeza nti nno bw'oba tolina mukyuzi ku ssimu yo Esiga eddamuzi likuwadde omwagaanyo. Bikkula essimu yo ne bw'oba tolina mukyuzi ogenda kuba odda ku mayengo. Abatalina ssimu za seereza mbasaba nti bw'oba oyina airtime ku ssimu yo, muntunuulire wendi. Bw'oba oyina airtime ku ssimu yo ng'oyagala kukuba ssimu, obuyumba obwa MTN ne Airtel babuteeseteese. If you want to make any call, kindly on my right. Go behind the tent, you'll find Airtel and MTN rooms. You can make. Thank you so much. Abagala amayengo judiciary ebawadde ga bwereere. Abagala okukuba essimu eza bulijjo, obuyumba wano wenyimiridde ku mukono gwange ogwa ddyo mabega wa tenti, ojja kubuuka ekkubo olabe obuyumba bwa Airtel ne MTN nga buli awo.
Anytime the Honorable Chief Justice, the Chief Guest, is arriving, and as he does, he's going to be received by a guard of honor from the Uganda Police. He will proceed to the VIP tent where top management of the judiciary, escorted by the Honorable Minister, who is already with us, and the country representative, UNODC. They will receive him, and we shall be taking you through the program as it unfolds. Leo, you may interpret that. Ategeezezza nti Oweekitiibwa Ssaabalamuzi anaatera okutuuka, era bw'anaaba nga ayingiddewo, bakungu ba poliisi bajja mwaniriza mu kitiibwa, era bw'anaamala ajje mu tenti oba weema etegekeddwa olw'ekyo, era bwe tunaavaawo abakulu okuva mu kitongole ekiramuzi nga bawerekeddwako ne minisita w'ebyamateeka n'abatuvujjirira ku nsimbi UNODC bajja kugenda bamwanirize basobole okumuleeta atuule mu weema etegekeddwa. Era oluvannyuma tujja kwongera okubabuulira ekiddako. Abakulu bangi, abakungu bangi bazze, era tujja kubanjula mu kiseera kyabwe. Twagala okugamba nti ffe twebaza ate ne twebaza ne Katonda atuwadde obudde obulungi, eyakedde n'ayiwa enkuba asobole otuwa omukisa okubeerawo nga tweyagala mu budde buno. Kale tujja kutambula nga obudde bukyali, emirimu tugitambuze bukwakku, ate naawe ali eyo tukwaniriza yanguwako tusobole okutambuza emirimu.
Eddamuzi, olunaku olwaleero tuluyita court open day. Court open day nekitegeeza ki? Nti twagala okuggyawo ekintu ekyo oba oliawo abantu abamu kye balowooza nti kituufu, nti wakati w'abalamuzi n'abantu ba bulijjo waliwo oluwonko. Kyetuva olunaku nga luno tujja gye muli ne tugamba nti abalamuzi bammwe baba bano. Olwaleero tetulaba mulamuzi oba oliawo, abasinga bonna bambadde butishaati nga mmwe nga ffe. Tebalinga balamuzi be tusanga mu kooti eri ng'oba oli awo omulamuzi yavudde awaka ogenda omusanga mu kooti ng'ate akyuseemu olw'okuba nti yenkola ey'emirimu gino. Nabagambye nti olwaleero ebintu bye tukola tetwawuka kusiga eddamuzi ffe bamu, naye nga mbawa kyakulabirako nti omuntu omulungi any reasonable person waliwo ebintu byateekeddwa okukola ng'ate si mateeka nti oba biwandiikiddwa. Katuwa ekyokulabirako. Singa obeera mu banka, singa obeera mu layini ya banka n'otunula emabega ng'eriyo omukadde, n'otunula emabega ng'eriyo omukyala ali lubuto, kiba kirungi nti omukyala ono oba omukadde ono omuleka n'ayita, then g'omuntu ne bakuweereza oluvannyuma. Oteekeddwa okuwa omuntu omukulu oba omukyala ow'olubuto n'omuwa omwagaanyi n'ayitawo ne bamuweereza bwe ne bakuweereza oluvannyuma. The judiciary y'ensonga gye mulaba nti egenda n'emenyamu ebibinja. Civil division muyimiire wano, criminal division muli wano, family division wano, land wano, commercial n'ebirala n'ebirala. Tuba twetaaga nti omuntu alina omusango ogwa criminal tewali nsonga lwaki wandibadde otambulira mu layini eya commercial oba criminal. Ku commercial tetukomyawo, tugenda ne tutunuulira abantu abalina obusango obutonotono. Omuntu obanja miliyoni 2 wandisimbye layini emu n'abanja miliyoni 10 oba miliyoni 10 nedda. Commercial division of the High Court tulinawo akabinja akalala ke tuyita the small claims procedure, nti buli oba obanja sente ezisasukka miliyoni 10 akabinja akaka wansi kagenda kuba kakwaniriza ngako kasala emisango obutasukka nnaku 30. Judiciary eze eteekawo ebintu ebyenjawulo, naye ng'ekiruubirirwa kwe kusobolesa omuntu wa bulijjo okufuna obwenkanya obw'oliawo nga tayise mu kubonaabona. Ebiteekeddwawo bye biriwa. Ebiteekeddwawo tulina kye tuyita plea bargain. Plea bargain kikola ku misango egy'obumenyi bw'amateeka, nti bw'oba omanyi bulungi nti omusango waguzza, lwaki oyonoona obudde bwa kooti, lwaki oyonoona ebiseera n'otagamba mulamuzi nti omusango naguzza. Bw'oba waguzza tulina enkola gye tuyita plea bargain, era osobola kuyita mu nkola eyo n'osobola okukendeezebwa kimu ku kibonerezo kyo oba ku musango. Enkola eno tugiyita plea bargain, nti bw'oba otuse mu kooti n'omanya nti omusango waguzza, oba olina ensonga lwaki wandibadde bakuwuliriza mu ngeri ey'enjawulo, wanika omukono ogamba omulamuzi nti mulamuzi toyonoona biseera byo, omusango naguzza, esimu nze yagibba. Enkola ya plea bargain bagenda kutunulamu bakubuuze wabba yaki, oba oli awo walina ekigendererwa. naye mu nkola eno tugamba nti bw'oba osevinze ebiseera bya kooti basobola okuyingiza mu nkola ya plea bargain ne basobola okusalirako ku musango gwo. Katugeze nti singa omusango gwo gwali gusaanidde okutwala mu nkomyo emyaka nga 10, osobola okulaga omulamuzi nti mulamuzi, amaka gange nzaagalabirira ndi omu, abaana ninawo 20, ate nange ndi mulwadde naye omusango saagenderera. Omulamuzi muyinza okutuula n'omuwabi wa gavumenti ne bagamba engeri gy'oli owekka ate mazima tewagenderera, ku myaka 10 tukusaliddeko emyaka 2. Oba ku musango gw'obutemu tukitegedde nti omukyala mwali musowaganyemu katono n'akwesimatulako neekuba omutwe ku meeza, tewatta mu bugenderevu, omusango gw'obutemu tuguyingize ng'omusango ogw'okutemula nga togenderedde. Enkola ya plea bargain weeri eyambye abantu bangi okuva mu nkomyo nga bakenderezeddwako ebibonerezo byabwe. Tubasaba nti mugimanye, esiga eddamuzi ligezaako bino okuweereza abantu ba bulijjo musobole okufuna obwenkanya. Uganda Police Force, thank you so much for that piece. Once again, judiciary is providing internet. Kindly prompt and enter judiciary. You will have free internet. But in case you have airtime on your phone and you want to make a call, once again, where I'm standing, go behind the tents. On my left, there are special rooms, MTN and Airtel. Kindly go and make any call of your choice. As I'm standing here, on my right, the VIP tent will turn behind the tent and proceed. There are people to guide you on where to proceed in case you want to make any break. Small claims procedure. Small claims procedure nayo nkola eyatandikibwawo esiga eddamuzi ng'eyamba omuntu wa bulijjo. Small claims procedure yenkola ekola ku mabanja amatonotono. The small claims ekola ku mabanja amatonotono songa egwa wansi wa kooti ekola ku nkaayana z'ebyobusuubuzi. Small claims ekola etya? Tugamba nti bw'oba olina obusente obutono bw'obanja, va mu layini eri ennene, jangu bakuweereze odeeka. Emisango emitonotono gy'emisango egiri wakati w'abantu n'abantu, ng'emisango gino sente tezisukka miliyoni 10. Kikola kitya nti mu nkola eno ebirungi ebigirimu, ekisooka kya byonna, enkola eno teweetaagisa pulida yenna, omusango gwo gwagumanyi. Ekirungi ekyokubiri nti mu nkola eno osobola okwogera olulimi lw'omanyi oba lw'osinga okutegeera. Mu nkola eno tugamba nti ng'omulamuzi amaze okusala omusango tewaba kujulira, kuba tukimanyi bulungi nti oba oliawo eri abantu abamu abajulira olw'ensonga ey'okulwisaawo emisango. Mu nkola ya small claims temuli kujulira, kye tuyina tukiyita review, nti omulamuzi bw'asala omusango oba oliawo n'oteebereza nti tokkiriziganya n'ebyo, mu nkola eno temuli kujulira. Bw'oba tokkiriziganya n'ebyo ng'oba oliawo olowooza nti omulamuzi teyagoberera amateeka, tuyina kye tuyita revision. Enkola ya revision ogenda mu high court esingako omulamuzi ono revision. N'ekyokubiri tuyina kye tuyita review. Singa omulamuzi atuula mu musango gwa small claims oba ogw'amabanja amatonotono, naye oba oli awo n'asala omusango ng'obujulizi obumu tebwaliwo, naye n'omala ekiseera obujulizi n'obufuna, amateeka gakusaba nti omusango guno gukomyewo eri kooti yennyini, gukomyewo eri omulamuzi oyo mwennyini, asobola okuddamu ne yeetegereza kasita ofuna obujulizi obupya. Kino kyo tukiyita review. But mu misango gino temuli kiri kye tuyita appeal, nti ompangudde wano mu kooti ya wano ngenda kudda mu kooti esingako. Mu nkola eno temuli appeal. Obujulizi obupya bulabika butya? Obujulizi obupya bulabika ddi? In Africa batugamba nti ensoma yaffe oba eneeyisa yaffe ku kusoma nzibu nnyo ate nnafu. Enkola yaffe mu kusoma nnafu. Njagala bakakasa abaami abali wano mwenna, abaami abali wano mwenna, bw'oba olina omukyala awaka, buli lw'oddayo awaka ne weeyambula jaketi n'ogiteeka w'ogiteese, bw'oba ogenda okukola ku makya, ŋŋamba abaami ffe aba small claim, bw'oba ogenda okukola ku makya, omukyala wo asookera ku jaketi eno yeekebejje oba oleseemu ku kasente. Omukyala asookera ku jaketi yeetegereze alabe oba oleseemu ku kasente. Allahu akbar. Naye singa okwata sente zino n'oziteeka mu Bayibuli oba ekitabo kyonna n'okiteeka awo, omukyala ono oyinza okumala n'emyezi 6 nga sente tanaziraba, because we have a poor reading culture. Tugamba nti singa oba oli awo wawandiika endagaano n'ogiteeka mu kitabo n'ogyerabira n'ogenda mu kooti ne bakusaba endagaano eno togirabanga, ne bakusalira omusango, naye oba oli awo by chance ogenda okusoma Bayibuli ng'olaba endagaano ogifuna. New evidence, amateeka gagamba, bring the new evidence to the very court and the very judicial officer. Omulamuzi ono asobola okuddamu ne yeetegereza omusango. Temuli puliida olw'okuba nti omuntu abanja $200, puliida ogenda musasula ki? Tukozesa lulimi lunnansi kuba we have a belief the moment you use your own language you talk nothing but the truth. Ekyokulabirako, singa mbabuuza wano nti bameka abamanyi oluzungu, buli ali wano agenda kuwanika omukono agambe nti oluzungu ndumanyi, because you've been to school. But if I task you now to say, come forward and begin quarreling in English, I want to assure you, you will shy away, because English is not your mother language. But if I call upon you and say, quarrel in your mother language, you will begin immediately as if you're a conveyor belt. So we believe nti bw'okozesa olulimi olunnansi kiba kyangu to narrate what happened. It is very unfair that where we are here, every event that happens, a Muganda will record it in Luganda, a Muchiga will record it in Luchiga, and a Muteso will record in Luteso. It is very unfair to call upon this person after 6 months and say, narrate what you recorded in Luchiga in English. So we say, emisango egimu gisiba mu kooti ne gikandalira mu kooti olw'okuba nti eyandibadde aginnyonnyola temumuwadde budde kuginnyonnyola mu lulimi mwe yagirekodinga. Small claims procedure, kooti esobola okuwulira emisango mu lulimi lw'osinga okutegeera. Eyo small claims procedure. Bameka ku mmwe abawuliranga oba baali bawuliddeko kye tuyita bail. Nabagambye ekisooka, Uganda Police ngambye nti police bond ya bwerere. Naye ani yali awuliddeko ku court bail? Court bail ze ssente oba omusingo gw'oteekeddwa okusasula singa oba oyagala kweyimirira omuntu wo alina omusango ogukyagenda mu maaso mu kooti. Omusingo gw'oteekayo guno si kugamba nti oba ssente z'abalamuzi, si kugamba nti oba ssente za kooti, naye omusingo gw'oteekayo guno gwe gukweyimirira nti omuntu ono singa abula tugenda kutandikira kuno. Naye ssente zino ziba zizo nti omusango guno singa guggwa mu bubi oba mu bulungi, ssente zino ziba zizo. Ozifuna otya? Nti buli lw'ogenda okuteekayo ssente za gundi zino za make sure buli lw'oba osasula mu banka teekayo ebikwatako nga bituufu. Teekayo amanyago nga matuufu, enamba y'essimu nga ntuufu, oba account number nga ntuufu. Ng'ekiseera kituuse ng'omusango guwedde, amateeka gagamba nti omuntu ono eyawaayo ssente wa ddembe okuwandiikira omulamuzi ku kooti omusango we gwali, so ng'omulamuzi n'awandiikira omuwandiisi omukulu ow'essiga eddamuzi, n'asobola okukwata ssente zino ne bazikuddiza. Ebiseera bino basobola okusindika ssente zino ku simu oba ne bakusindikira ssente ku account number entuufu gye yawandiisa. Ssente zino tubasaba nti mumanye nti ssente zammwe. Naye members tubasaba nti woli gezaako okwetooloola olambule ku midaala gye tutaddewo olunaku olwaleero. Buli gw'olaba ng'atudde ku mudaala guno, omudaala guno agumanyiiko ebisinga. Bw'oba otuuse ku mudaala guno, mubuuze ekibuuzo ky'owulira nti oba oli awo kye kibadde kikusumbuwa. Abantu baffe beeteefuteefu okutuddamu olunaku olwaleero. Uganda Prison Service entegeezeza nti balina ebintu bingi olwaleero, balina ebikwate eby'omu maka, naye baŋŋambye nti olwaleero baabisaze half price. So temulema kuyita ku mudaala gwa bubbo ne mwegulira ku mikeeka ne mwegulira ku buli kimu, so nga n'ensigo za kasooli nazo weeziri. Tuddayo mu kusoma kwaffe. Mwebale nnyo, mwebale ddala. Omulama gwaffe ogw'olwaleero gugambye nti a people-centered approach to justice y'ensonga etuleese wano lunaku lwaleero tusobole okukwanaganya enkola zaffe nammwe abantu ba bulijjo oba nammwe abakozesa ba kkooti oba n'abakozesa ebitongole byonna bye mulaba olunaku olwaleero. Okubeerawo kwabyo si kirala naye baagala omuntu wa bulijjo asobole okuweerezebwa nga talina kwemulugunya oba okubonaabona. Twagala mufune obwenkanya ng'oba oli awo twesigamye ku bantu ba bulijjo. Omulamwa gwaffe gutunuulira muntu mu kufuna n'okuweereza obwenkanya. Olunaku olwaleero kye kituleese ne kisitula ne Ssaabalamuzi w'eggwanga, omumyuka we n'abalala okulaba nti olwaleero ky'oyagala kye bakuwa. Ate olwaleero totya kubira munno mugambe nti olwaleero oba alina omusango tebagenda mukwatira wano. Tebagenda mukwatira wano. Olwaleero twagala kuwulira kiki ggwe ky'olowooza eri empeereza y'essiga eddamuzi. Wa w'osanze obuzibu, wa w'olowooza twandibadde tutereeza oba oli awo ne tutambuza emikolo gy'essiga eddamuzi obulungi. Olwaleero essiga eddamuzi ligamba nti waakiri mu Uganda awali constituency wandibadde watuulawo omulamuzi owa grade 1. Omulamuzi wa grade 1 ye mulamuzi akugguse ne diguri so nga n'agenda n'atendekebwa mu bbanguliro ly'abannamateeka n'avaayo ng'ayise. Nsaba buli alina Bayibuli nabagambye nti wifi ya bwerere. Buli alina Bayibuli nsaba bikula Matthew chapter 5 verse 25 and 26. 2 verses only. Matthew chapter 5 verse 25 and 26. Bikula Matayo omutwe gwa 5 akanyiriri 25 n' kagamba katya, tegeeragana n'oyo akutwala mu kkooti nga mukyali mu kkubo, naye omuntu ono bw'onoolwawo agenda kutuusa eri omulamuzi, ate omulamuzi agenda kuwaayo eri omusirikale, n'omusirikale ngamba bamakomera, n'omusirikale agenda kuwaayo akuteeke mu nkomyo. 26 n'agamba nti amazima nkukakasa tojja kuva mu nkomyo okuggyako ng'osasudde ssente ezisembayo. Ebyo bigambo bya Mukama. Tegeeragana n'oyo gw'osoowaganye naye nga mukyali mu kkubo, bw'anaakutuusa ku kkooti agenda kuwaayo eri omulamuzi, ate omulamuzi agenda kuwaayo eri omusirikale. Omusirikale akuteeke mu nkomyo, naye mu nkomyo tojja kuvaayo okuggyako ng'osasudde your last penny. Tegeeragana n'oyo. The judiciary we are saying, tetwagala nnyo ojje gye tuli. Olw'okuba tulina abalamuzi, tetwagala nnyo ojje gye tuli to flex financial muscles. Bw'oba oyina engeri yonna gy'osobola okutegeeragana ne munno, mu bikomye eyo kye ngamba nti judiciary eyina kye tuyita mediation kwe kutabaganya okuva ku kkooti eya wansi, kkooti eya waggulu ne appellate, oba okutabaganya mu kkooti eza waggulu. Nti tukola tutya? Nti togenze mu kkooti musobola okuwaya emisango gyammwe ne mutuula ng'abantu ababiri ne mufuna omutabaganya n'atuula wakati wammwe. Oluvannyuma temumala biseera, oluvannyuma temuteekamu ssente, oluvannyuma temutambula ngendo, naye mu nkola eno musobola okutabaganya n'osanga ng'omusango gwammwe gugweredde mu budde ate nga temutaddemu ssente. Tukiyita mediation mu nkola. Tegeragana n'oyo bw'oba ofunye omutabaganya, omukulembeze wa gavumenti, omukulembeze w'eddiini, bw'oba oli kukyala ewammwe, genda ewa sheeka, genda ewa reverandi, genda ewa faaza, mugambe ebirime byange byaliiddwa embuzi eza gundi, naye mukasooli wange mbadde nsuubiramu ssente bwe ziti. Mutuule mukkaanye nti omuntu ono bw'oba osobola omusasula mukite mukimale. Mediation mu judiciary tugyaniriza ate tugikozesa nga namba emu, era nayo etuula wali ku Commercial Court Division. Tulina enkola eno okusinga yebaweereza oba yetuleetedde okufuna internet ey'obwereere. Olwaleero tugiyita ICMIS oba Electronic Court Case Management Information System. Emyaka emitonoko emabega abantu abaawulirako nti osobola okutambuliza ssente ku ssimu baali bagamba nti tekisoboka. Essente ozitambuliza otya ku ssimu? Balowoozanga ekintu kino olw'okuba nti obwongo bwabwe bwali sitaaka, nga buli lw'oyogera ssente balaba mpapula na binusu. Abantu abamu bagambanga it's impossible okutambuliza ssente ku ssimu. Naye olwaleero n'omwana omuto bw'okyala abantu n'agamba mpayo ka ssente, n'omugaa siina, nange akale kindikira mami mobile money. Kuba n'omwana omuto mobile money olwaleero agitegeera bulungi. Judiciary egamba nti olwaleero why not go digital? Yes, ICMIS is here for us. Nti bw'oba olina essimu eyaseereza ng'olinako omukyuzi, genda mu application, go to the prompts, ojja kusangamu akantu ka judiciary. Bw'okabikkula kagenda kubuuza olina omusango gw'owaaba? Gamba nti yes. Owaabira ani? Nti Mukasa. Omuwaabira musango ki? Yanzibe emitwalo 2. Yakubba ddi? Byonna ogenda ojjuzaamu olumala ng'onyiga yes send, ogwo omusango gugenda kuyita mu mayengo guyingire ku kompyuta zaffe eri ku kooti. Kisoboka olwaleero nti nno kisoboka okuwandiisa omusango nga toli ku kooti. Lwaki olinya pikipiki otuuke ku kooti bakugambe nti oba oli awo omulamuzi agenze mu workshop ate kati kiraaka agenze ku lanchi? Nedda. Olwaleero tugambe eyo gy'oli mu faamu awaka wonywera akacaayi. Bw'oba owulira nti oyagala kuwaabira munno, sit back, kwata essimu yo gibikkule, eriko omukyuzi, tandikiraawo owaaba omusango ne kugenda ku kooti. Ekirungi ekiri mu kintu kino nti bw'owaaba omusango ng'oyita mu ICMIS, judiciary buvunaanyizibwa bwayo okulaba ng'ekutegeeza buli kimu ekigenda mu maaso. Bw'osindika omusango guno ne gujja ku mayengo ne baguwandiisa, judiciary egenda kukusindikira obubaka ekugambe nti omusango gwo tugufunye bulungi era tuguwadde enamba 315 omwaka 2024 stage esooka. Omusango guno singa registrar oba omulamuzi yenna aguwa omulamuzi, bagenda kusindikira obubaka bakugambe nti omusango gwo bagutadde ku mulamuzi ono n'ono. Oluvannyuma bagenda kusindikira obubaka ng'omulamuzi asazeewo nti omusango gwo agenda guwulira lunaku lwakusatu. Bagenda kusindikira obubaka bakugambe nti omulamuzi agenda kuwulira omusango gwo olunaku lwakusatu kutandika ssaawa 3 ez'okumakya mu court room namba bula bula bula. Tugamba tutya? Nti olwaleero twagala kutegeeza nti ku kooti yaffe wandize olunaku lumu ng'omulamuzi yeeteeseteese okuwulira omusango gwo. ICMIS, Electronic Court Case Management Information System. the way to go today. Judiciary is committed nti egenda kusigala ng'ekutegeeza ebifa ku kooti newankubadde nti toliiyo. Abalamuzi baffe olwaleero ekibaleese wano si kugamba nti tebalina bya kukola, naye bakuwa obudde ng'omuntu wa bulijjo obabuuze wa we tutakoze obulungi, mwagala tulongoose ludda wa, where and how can we do better. Ikimis olumala byonna byonna omulamuzi ng'afikisinze omusango gwo bagenda kugamba nti mwami Mukasa jangu ku kooti olunaku olwokusatu ssaawa 2. Mbuuza bubuuza bwe tuba tutuuse ku level eyo, are we doing bad? Are we doing bad? Are we going forward? Yes, I believe we are going forward. Kye tubagamba nti buli initiative yonna esiga eddamuzi lyeteekawo tubasaba nti mulimanye, mugimanye, olwaleero lwange, olw'enkya lulwo. Nyinza okuba nti olwaleero sirina musango, naye oba oli awo nyinza okuba ku kyalo ne nsobola okuwa ku magezi omuntu oyo eyeetaaga services eziri mu kooti. Just get the knowledge, probably you'll help your neighbor, you'll help your relative tomorrow to tell them what happens at court. Ikimis enkola eno yateekebwawo okusobozesa esiga eddamuzi okutambulira ku mutindo oguliwo olwaleero, kubanga ne bw'oddawa tewali kyalo omutali masimu ge tuyita agaseereza. So nga naffe awo we tuli olunaku olwaleero, kye tubasaba nti mwanirize, just embrace these initiatives. It is always easy to learn. It is always difficult to start. But once you're committed to start, you'll always learn and take off. Today, the judiciary is showcasing in Kampala. This is not the first time the judiciary is holding such court open days. But the only thing we didn't have is having such a court open day in the commercial district centered in Kampala and the surrounding. This had never happened. It is the reason we are saying it is the first of its kind. Now that we have all other entities, kindly approach them. If you want to know anything, approach them, ask them questions, they will be ready to respond to you. Once again, the toll-free line for the judiciary. Now that we are here today, tomorrow we may not be here. Tomorrow we may not be here, but we shall always be at your service. It is the reason we always encourage you to give us a ring, and we shall respond to your concern. Once again, if you have a phone, open it. If you have a pen, kindly get it closer to the paper. I want to give you again, once again, the toll-free line for the judiciary. Ladies and gentlemen, Uganda Police Force neyongera obebaza temwebale. Olwaleero esiga eddamuzi lyazze wano lwa nsonga. Among other things, we are going to showcase by giving you a skit. We are going to give you probably a number of skits like you have seen the Uganda Police kindly doing their music very well. Equally, the judiciary is committed to go through any channel of communication to make sure that the general public picks what we do.
Hello. Our distinguished guests tonight, this morning, we are honored to have a sign language interpreter, and she will be doing this for our people, our brothers and sisters who may need that communication. So feel free, tell your neighbor, we are all covered. And she will be doing this from the beginning until when we are done. So don't fear to say, I cannot communicate well. We have somebody. Bakadde bange mwenna abalungi nga bwe muzze, olwaleero tulina mukadde waffe azze okutuyamba ate tutegeeragane mu ngeri y'olulimi. Era olulimi lwe lulwo nga bwe mululaba, ajja kugenda nga akola bw'atyo okulaba nti bannaffe ffenna tusobola okutegeera ekigenda mu maaso. Kale nno mwebale nnyo, mwebale kujja. Ssaawa yonna tutandika era emirimu gino. Njagala okwongera obategeeza nti abakulu bangi okuva ebule n'ebweya bazze okuleeta emyoleso. Gwe oba ng'olina ensonga yo, oba olina by'oyagala okumanya mu kkooti ensukkulumu eyitibwa Supreme Court, be batudde awasooka ne kkooti ey'amawanga gano aga East Africa ye baddiridde. Kkooti ejulirwamu yeddako era mu Wema ey'okutaano ey'okuna tulina Commercial Court ye kkooti ey'abasuubuzi. Ensonga zammwe mutuuke ku Wema ey'okuna. Ey'okutaano kkooti y'engassi tugiyita Civil Division. Naawe ng'olina ensonga yo gye wali agadde batunulemu olwaleero Civil Division oba kkooti y'engassi weeri mu Wema ey'okutaano. Eby'ettaka ng'ensonga yo ya byattaka, Ewema ey'omukaaga we batudde era ekipande kwekiri Land Division. Oba olina ensonga yo gye wali agadde olwaleero bakwateko batukkirire. Bw'oba ng'olina ensonga y'amaka, Family Division eri mu Wema ey'omusanvu. Bambi naawe tuukawo ng'era abalala we bakola, ensonga yo bagiwuliriza era basobole okuba ekyokuddamu. Ate bannaffe ab'omu kkooti ekola ku misango gye tuyita war crimes, Kalintalo eri mu Wema ey'omunaana. Era bw'oba ng'olina ensonga gye wali wagadde okutegeera oba n'okuwabula, naawe tambula mpolampola otuukewo. Tulina kkooti ey'abakenuzi tugiyita Anti-Corruption Division era eri mu Wema ey'omwenda. Jangu mpolampola ayagala okumanya eby'obukenuzi ekitongole kibikutte kitya era naawe osobole okubitegeera. Tulina Wema ey'ekkumi. Wema ey'ekkumi erimu Criminal Division. Eyo ye kkooti ekola ku misango egy'obumenyi bw'amateeka. Bw'oba olina ensonga yo oba waliwo okuwabula kw'oleeta, tukwaniriza tuka mu Wema eyo era obeeko ky'otutegeeza. Tulina kkooti ey'ebyemirimu, Industrial Court. Industrial Court etweyunzeeko nayo era tuli nayo mu Wema ey'ekkumi n'emu. Tambula mpolampola bw'oba olina ensonga ez'emirimu, manja tebansasula, ensonga nnyingi eziri awo n'ebirala by'oyinza okuwabulamu entambuza y'emirimu eyo. Tambula mpolampola otuuke awo. Ate tulina bakama baffe aba Judicial Service Commission. Judicial Service Commission etudde mu Wema namba 12. I beg your pardon, munsaasiremu wano. Judicial Training Institute. Judicial Training Institute bano be babangula abalamuzi nga bamaze okufuna emirimu egyo okwongera okubawa obumanyirivu n'obukugu mu mirimu gye bakola. kale bw'obanga olina ettofaali ly'oyagala okugattako mu ntambuza y'emirimu awo genda mu weema ey'e12. Ate tulina ekitongole ekirondoola omutindo n'empisa mu kitongole kye tuyita Inspectorate of Courts. Alina ensonga ate alina n'okuwabula okulungi n'amagezi amalungi ge tusobola okweyambisa jangu mu weema ey'e13 tusobole okubeera wamu ate twogere ku bigambo ebitutwala mu maaso obulungi. Ebitongole ebirala bingi nnyo weebiri. Njagala obategeeza nti tulina era ekitongole amakooti ag'omu Kampala wano gonna aga Chief Magistrates Courts, Nakawa, Mengo, Buganda Road, Nabweru, Kira, Tasangati, Standards, Utilities, Wildlife. Ezo kooti ze kooti ento eziri mu Kampala okumpi ate egikola ku misango egigenda mu kooti zino eza waggulu. Era bw'obanga olinayo ensongayo oba waliagadde okuwulirwa, abakulu abo batudde mu tenti esembayo ebaliranye eyo tenti gye mutudde wansi okumpi ne basi ya URA. Bannange mutuukewo, nabo babalinze okubaako bye basobola okunyumyamu nammwe era tusobole okugenda mu maaso nga tubaweereza. Tulina bannaffe bangi nnyo abazze era ebitongole bingi nnyo ebiza okwolesa wano. Tulina Uganda Police Force nayo erina emyoleso mingi nnyo. Bannange mujje mulabe, mwe mulengera emmotoka eriko omulongooti muyinza obutamanya gukola biki, naye weeguli nagwo bazze bayolese era batulageko emirimu emirungi gye bakoze era okwongera okulaba nti bagatta ettofaali ku mirimu gy'ekiramuzi nga banoonyereza eby'emisango. Tulina Law Development Center, bano be basomesa bannaffe era naffe gye tuva nga bapuliida nabo bazze. Mu weema ey'e19 tulina Justice Centers Uganda, bano bannakyewa, kitongole kiri wansi wa gavumenti era baweereza abo abatasobola kusasula nsimbi mu bapuliida ab'ebweru, nabo bazze weebali. Tulina Yellow Sector, aba Justice Law and Order, nabo weebali bazze okuwa emyoleso. Tulina Uganda Law Society, tulina Legal Aid Service Providers Network, LAPSNet, tulina Refugee Law Project, tulina office etambuza emisango eyitibwa eya Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions weebali. Tulina ne bakama baffe aba Judicial Service Commission, nabo weebali. Bannange muyiteeyo we muba ensonga mweziri ate musobola okwongera okuzimba ettofaali ku misingi egyo egitambuza emirimu. Tulina bannaffe aba Uganda Registration Services Bureau, nabo weebali. Tulina Redeem International weebali. Tulina Uganda Printing and Publishing Corporation weebali. Tulina bannaffe ba Uganda Prison Service nabo weebali. Bagenda tukubira ennyimba nnyingi nnyo n'abapoliisi nga weebali nga tunyumirwa. Emiziki egyo gyonna tubeebaza bannange mwebale nnyo. Tulina aba Insurance Appeals Tribunal bazze, mwe abalina ensonga zammwe nga za insurance mubatuukirire basobole okubabuulira ekitambula. African Center for Treatment and Rehabilitation of Torture Victims nabo bazze era tulina ne Foundation for Human Rights Initiative weebali. Tulina Hague Institute for Innovation of Law, bano baheelu batukozeemu omulimu mulungi nnyo era tubeebaza. Abamu ku mmwe babatuukirirako ne bababuuza emirimu gy'ekitongole ekiramuzi gitambula gitya. Mwebale byonna okuddamu kwe mwaddamu. Tulina Center for Public Interest Law, bano be bagonjoola ensonga ezikwata ku muntu wa bulijjo n'entambuza y'amateeka. Babale bannaffe okujja. Era tulina n'ekitongole ekya Uganda Revenue Authority. Aba URA bazze okubeera wamu naffe era okutambuza emirimu. Bannaye batuukirire buli gwenjogeddeko wano mu weema era n'abazze mu mwoleso batuleetedde ebyokuyiga bingi nnyo mu ngeri ng'ey'empapula, ebutabo. Bannange tugendeyo batuwe ebintu bino tusobola okudda ewaka ne tusobola okwongera okulaba nti tweyongera okuyiga ate beeteefuteefu okutubuulira kiki ekiba kitukwatako era n'okwongera okutuwa amagezi mu kutambuza emirimu. Kale gwe musuubuzi naawe alina ensonga ekwatagana ne URA naawe tuka otambule. Tulina bannaffe ba the Uganda Association of Women Lawyers, abo bafidda bwe bali nabo bazze. Bannange tubatuukirire mwanguwe. Ate olwaleero tugenda kubeera n'akazannyo. Tugenda kubeera n'akazannyo balagako egimu ku nkola ekitongole kye kitaddewo. Enkola eraga nti bw'oba olina ensonga yo efaanana bw'eti nga yeetaaga ogenda mu kooti, okola otya, otandiikira wa, n'odda wa, ate n'ofuluma ng'okomekereza wa. So essaawa eyo ey'akazannyo jabbasaba muteekeyo obudde mutunuulire. Tugezaako kwagala okukyusa obutategeeragana oba obutakwatagana oba n'obutamanya bintu we bitambula. So tugenda kubalaga process nga bw'etambula. Tukkiriza nti ndi mugezi nga mubuulire, kubanga bwe muzze tetwagala muddeyo kye kimu. Twagala muddeyo nga muli basajja b'amaanyi n'abakyala ab'amaanyi abategedde emirimu gy'ekitongole ekiramuzi gitambula gitya. So nja beebaza nnyo, mwebale nnyo kujja mu bungi. Ate gwe ali wano tegeeza akyali eyo mugambe nti owange osubwa fe wano kyatandise dda, fe twatandise okuyiga, abasomesa bo basomesa n'ebitabo bagenda bibawa. Bannange mwebale nnyo ate okumpuliza. Ngenda kudda ate njogera ebisingako awo. Leo
Thank you so much, the PRO. Essaawa egenda okuddako tugenda funa akazannyo, nga mu kazannyo kano twagala kulaga abantu ba bulijjo nti bwe tuba tukola twewaayo an extra mile to make sure that abantu ba bulijjo mutegedde biki bye tukola. Tugenda balaga akazannyo omuntu awaaba omusango gwa small claim oba ogw'amabanja amatonotono awaaba atya, atandikirawa, birungi ki ebiri awo. Era nsaba a team led by her worship Mulondo Mastula to step forward so that we take positions. Abantu ba bulijjo olwaleero twakyusizza ebifo bye twajje mu Kampala go downtown ne tubireeta wano. Wano we mulaba wendi, wano we mulaba wendi wagenda tuulawo omusuubuzi. Wano wendi ku ntebe wagenda tuulawo omusuubuzi. Entebe ey'okubiri kugenda kubaako omuntu ng'ono buli lwaba talina ssente oba oli awo atera kuyambibwa omusuubuzi mukwano gwe. Entebe egenda okuddako kugenda kutuulako omwami omulonde nga wa LC esookerwako. Entebe eddako egenda kuba etuulibwako kalaani wa kooti oba kiraaka. Ate oluvannyuma kooti yaffe eya small claim procedure egenda tuula wano. Simanya abali eno munaagiraba oba tutunuze eno oba tutunuze eno. Naye nga kooti yaffe ya small claim twandibadde oba oli awo oba tutunula eno so that side eno n'eno musobole otulaba. Kooti yaffe ya small claim egenda tuula wano.
That position is okay.
Bangambye nti wano nawo wakola.
Can we have the teams? Your worship Mulondo Mastula and the teams. Let us be quick. Small claims is any claim 10 million and below. 10 million and below. of a simple commercial nature or transaction. You can avoid taking the ordinary protracted procedure, which involves or may require advocates, and may choose the small claims procedure, which is simplified, less costly in terms of expenses, avoids technicalities, but addresses the real issues between the parties. It's a quick justice. Within 14 days, we should be able to celebrate a decision, unless for good reason there is a delay, but which delay must not exceed the requisite time. Can we have the teams? Deo, I don't see you. I don't know where you have disappeared to. Where is the team? My brother Mlarira Faizo, where are you? Your worship Faizo? Your worship Faizo, I don't see you. Can you come approach? Our teams, please. We are taking a lot of time. So I will continue welcoming all of you once again. The Lord has given us very good weather. We still thank the Lord for this. And we shall still rejoice in Him. Today is your day as our guest, particularly you, the public. We have been telling you that this is the day for the engagements, public engagements, to develop accountability. We appreciate the critical role that you people play in the building, the strengthening and enhancing access to justice. And we really are grateful. We can't take your presence for granted. Thank you very much for heeding our call and coming. Give us all your very good ideas and suggestions so that we can together build the better judiciary. You are our pillar. You are our bosses. We are your servants. And so we have come here today to account. Deo. Deo.
Thank you so much, the PRO. May I request all the characters in the skit to come next to take your positions? May I request all the characters to take your positions? Ladies and gentlemen, in the skit, I will be one of the characters.
Agenda kubeera omu ku bagenda okuzannya akazannyaako.
I'm called Deo Akugizibwe, a communications officer in the judiciary.
Ago ge mannya ge.
Whatever goes wrong in the skit, Deo Akugizibwe will not be responsible.
Nti buli ekinaaba kitatambudde bulungi mu kazannyaako ye nga ye.
All the people you're seeing, the characters you're seeing here, are judicial officers.
Abo bonna bagenda okuzannyiramu akazannyaako be bali bennyini abagisala emisango be balamuzi.
The reason they are doing this, they want you to understand and know that they are down to earth while serving you.
Ensonga lwaki bakikoze kubanga baagala obbalaga ate bakakasa nti kye bagezaako okuzannya era y'ennono y'ensonga y'okutambuza emisango egyo nga bwe girina okutambula.
So kindly give us your short time, give us your ears, and kindly bear with us because we are not trained drama actors.
Ne basaba nti kale mubawe akadde no kubatunuulira mulabe kye bakola kubanga si bazannyi bakazannyirizi bano bamalula.
And in case we perfected, don't come to court looking for us tomorrow.
Nti naye singa bakakola nnyo ne musanyuka nnyo temukeera ate kubanoonya mu kooti nti bajje babazannyiremu ate emizannyo egy'ewalala.
I hope we are together.
Nti awo ndowooza tukwataganye.
The story is about a businessman in town
Nti
who one time had no money to take back children back to school.
ensonga ya muntu omu munnabisuubuzi mu kibuga ataalina nsimbi kutwala mwana we ku ssomero.
But he went to a friend and
N'agenda
borrowed
ewa
some money.
mukwano gwe okwewola ensimbi.
But before settling, then they had a dispute
Naye nga tannazisasula ne babafunamu obutakwatagana.
that resulted them going into courts of
Era
law.
ekyabaviirako kugenda mu kooti.
But because they chose small claims procedure,
Naye oluvannyuma olw'okuba nti basalawo ne bagenda mu nkola ey'ensimbi ezo entono
the procedure was shorter and better.
era emitendera gyali myangu ate mimpimpi.
So kindly, in few seconds, we shall be commencing the skit.
Mu
Now,
butiikitiiki butono bagenda kutandika.
we are just in the transition of 3 seconds.
Weebwa obutiikitiiki.
Hello, Deo.
Yes, sir.
How are you, my friend?
I'm fine, thank you.
Long time.
Long time.
Ngo buzi.
Amwendi.
Mwoli.
Kulika idi.
Kale.
Salamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Abadde amubuuzaako mpola
Mpola,
mpola.
mpola. How is the going?
The going is okay.
Ondeteddeyo ku kantu.
Waliwo byenjagala ontaaseemuko.
Okutaasa?
Mwamwe w'ekkooti yagenze
Okutaasa.
ewaddeewo okumwewalako akasimbi.
Ate kiki?
Abaana bange baddayo ku ssomero.
era abaana
waliwo akasente ke mbadde nsuubira
abaana buli wamu abaana
mukama wange tanatusasula
aha
mbadde njagala onnyambeko akasente mu wiiki 2 nja kuba nkazizza
naye nammwe mulimba abaana tewabazaala ng'olaba
nali ndaba naye bimanyi ebyakasente kuyiriba mu Kampala
kati teesaamu tulabe abaana bo tukoze tutya
mbadde njagala onnyambiseeyo obukadde 4 mukama wange bw'anaaba mpadde akasente mu wiiki 2 nja kukazzaawo abaana badde ku ssomero basome
obukadde 4 naye naffe twalaba sente zetukwatawo simanyi kati ngenda olunda sente zetukwatawo simanyi mpaayo ez'amabaati kati ate naawe wootuukidde mu nkwezi abaana
nyamba nsasule fiizi w'abaana njazizza mu wiiki 2
nze naye waayo obusuubuzi bwange mbukoledde kuno ebbanga ddene naye kyenjagala okukola abantu mwe ababulijjo saagala bululu bwammwe temugenda kundonda sirimira byabufuzi naye njagala mbaweereze ku mutima ogwanje ng'omuntu oyagala sente meka
bukadde 4 taata
ngenda zikuwa naye muganda wange
neyanza nnyo ssebo
sente zino bw'oba omaliriza ozireetanga
njazireeta
omanyi abantu nga mmwe mujja nga kapa naye essaawa ng'etuuse ne mufuuka ate empologoma naye njagala tufunewo akawandiiko kuba mmwe abantu ba bulijjo mumanyi okwekyusa
sina buzibu ssebo
gundi aliwa Damascus mpa ku kitabo kyange awo Damascus kati mutabani ono omulaba this gentleman is my friend. He has come here purposely. He wants to save his children. They've been at home for so long. I'm going to give him some money. And you are here as a witness, okay?
It's okay.
In case I'm not here tomorrow, inshallah, hey, get to know that he has my money.
Okay.
Kati mukuru, ogambe sente meka?
bukadde 4 ssebo
Milioni 4. Kali. Endagaano ngiwandiise nkuwadde obukadde 4 olw'abaana naye sente zino ogenda zizza ddi
mu
weeks
wiiki 2
2 sayininga wano k'osayininze leka kamubaliremu sente zino kankubaliremu sente ozitwale nga ziwera si kyo
ssebo
ezo milioni 4 mutabani endagaano gikuume take that agreement and keep it safely, okay? Kati mukulu
neyanza
nkuwadde akasente eby'abaana genda obamalirize mukama abakuume
amina
beera bulungi amin kale mutabani abantu bano omanyi bw'otayamba bantu ku kyalo ate bakuddako ne bakwogerera ate sente abadde nazo ate tampadde naye abaana wabazaala wekka naye weewaawo byansi abaayi mbadde njagala kugula ettaka wano bangambye waliwo akataka wano omusajja ono sente zange ebbanga siri eryo ebbanga lyeryo I need to do what to collect my money. Mukubwa, how are you? Now nsanyuse nange naye sente zange zinetaaga
kozi nali nkugambye weeks
ziweddeko
tewabiwulira ebyabasuubuzi
ebyaki
gala mu kibuga tubadde tetukola
mwagalawo mwekka
tubadde tetukola akasente sinakafuna
kati ezange nzifuna nti
ngumiikirizaamu omwezi
muganda wange
ngumiikirizaamu
nedda nawulirako wano kooti ey'Emmengo baagaa nti baatandikawo kooti ey'abantu ababanja amabanja amatonotono so nga bagiyita linnya ki small claims procedure. Njagala genda mu small claim nkuwaabire nkubanja milioni 4 ate kooti eno bagamba nti ekola ku milioni 10 ngenda kuwaabire abeeno gye muli Hajati gyebali
ese bo tusanyusa okulaba ku kooti.
Salaamu alaikum.
Waalaikum salaam.
Ekindeese wano Hajati kintu kimu.
Ese
omwami ono weewaffe eno Mukasa namuwa sente zange milioni 4 naye omwami ono andaga sente zina ampoleza abasuubuzi bagalawo amaduuka nkusaba eno bweba kooti y'Emmengo nawulirayo kana kagunde kemeta mu simolo nsaba mpaabira omusajja ono sente zange azimpe.
Essebo tusanyusa okulaba amannya go nga tetundagenda
Amanya bampitaddeewo akugizibwe.
Mukulu Deo eno kooti y'Emmengo erina enkola eya small claim.
Kati nno mpaabira omusango gwange.
Kansooke ngikunnyonnyola enkola eya small claim. Yeno enkola mwe tubanja amabanja agatasukka miliyoni 10.
Ezange miliyoni 4.
Enkola eno temubeera looya.
Ate nze muyina nange simuyina.
Era enkola eno tutera kukola ku mabanja ag'abapangisa nti omupangisa aganya okusasula mpozi obanja munna akasente ke yakuwola
yono.
Kati ensonga yo ndaba ng'egwa mu small claim. Wabula mu small claim tusooka kuwa kiwandiiko kye tuyita demand notice.
Oluddewo kukimpa ebyenjagala.
Ekiwandiiko kino kiva mu kkooti eno eyaffe naye nga gw'oteekako omukono.
Nze mpa ekyo ntandikira okwo.
Era kiwoolya ennaku 14 asasule ssente. Waba tasasudde n'okomawo ku kkooti n'oggulawo omusango gwennyini ogwa small claim. Ekiwandiiko kino ekya demand notice kya bwereere ekisasulira. Mpozi era eno engeri gy'eri enkola eya small claim okkirizibwa okwetwalirayo ekiwandiiko kino eri oli gw'obanja bw'aba nga si mukambwe nga takutuuseeko bulabe. Kiri kitya onookitwalayo?
Nja kitwala n'olwaleero.
Ekiwandiiko kino tokisasulira naye we tunaatuuka ku nkola eya small claim woosasulayo akasente.
Kyekino kyekino.
Kale kaakati gimutwalire naye kyandibadde kirungi oba maybe noyitako n'ewa chairman n'akuwerekera n'omutwalira ekiwandiiko.
Neeyanzizza naye lwaki sigenda nzekka?
Kale
kuba omusajja amumanyi.
kakasa nti akifunye.
Kangendeyo kati. Alo?
Yes, Deo. Nsanyusa okukulaba.
Naye kati ebyange naawe. Ngenze mu kkooti nkuwaabidde omusango gwa simolo.
Ate onanga kimukama wange.
Eno bagiyita demand notice. Sente zange miliyoni 4 ze njagala.
Nagambye erinda mu mwezi.
Ate nze kati nange sente nzeetaaga.
Wandikwatiridde mmoloza topa.
Mbadde nkusaba muganda wange. Toli mukwano gwange. Mbadde nsaba onsayiningireko wano nze ekipapula kino nkize eri kkooti okubalaga nakikuwadde.
Mukwano gwange topa PM.
Sayininga usitofaayo sayininga. Weebale. Kale beera bulungi. Kanzire mu kkooti mbagambe nti omusajja namusaavinze.
Era kaakati akazannyo tugenda kukwongerayo mu maaso kutandikirako awo Oweekitiibwa Ssaabalamuzi ayingidde wo wennyini nga tumaze okwaniriza Oweekitiibwa n'okukola ebinaddako awo tugenda kutandikira awo nga omuwaabi azzeeyo mu kkooti. So bannange muddeyo tutuule ffenna mu bifo byaffe. Ssaabalamuzi ayingidde era tugenda kumwaniriza. Era aba prisons mutegeke tugenda kukwaniriza Oweekitiibwa Ssaabalamuzi era wuyo atuuse. I request top management of the judiciary, the Honorable Minister, Country Representative UNODC, to be part of the team to welcome the Honorable Chief Justice into this function. Njabasaba mwenna bannange tuddeyo tutuule. Buli omu wabadde atudde oba mu weema ye tusobole okwaniriza Oweekitiibwa Ssaabalamuzi. Poliisi etandise okumwaniriza. Kale naffe tutuule bulungi nnyo tumwanirize. Saabalamuzi, you get your microphone. The Honorable Chief Justice is already in the house being received by the Honorable Deputy Chief Justice, the Principal Judge, the Honorable Minister, the Chief Registrar, and all the other dignitaries. Let us welcome the Honorable Chief Justice into this occasion. My Lord, you are most welcome. We are so humbled to have you this morning. Thank you for gracing this occasion. And the cultural troupe is giving you a welcome melody to have you sit down. Bakadde bange bategeeza nti Oweekitiibwa Ssaabalamuzi w'eggwanga lyaffe Uganda, Oweekitiibwa Ssaabalamuzi Kyakamoy Owiny Dollo atuuse, era abakulu okuva mu kitongole ekiramuzi nga kwotadde ne minisita ow'ebyamateeka bava kumwaniriza kumutuuza mu weema. Tugende tutuule. Members in the stalls, please request your members who have come to the stalls to get their seats so that we are able to start this occasion. May I request all exhibitors to take their seats. May I request that we ask our visitors at the stalls to go and take their seats so that we can commence with this occasion. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. That is police cultural troupe. Thank you, police cultural troupe. Thank you, police cultural troupe. My Lord, the Honorable the Chief Justice and the Chief Guest, and all invited guests, may I request that we stand up for the national anthems. Thank you very much. And as we remain standing, may I request Reverend David Serwada from St. John's Parish, Kamocha, to come and give us an opening prayer. Thank you.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, God our Creator, we thank you for this country, Uganda, our inheritance. Thank you for this institution, the judiciary which is serving your people. Continue to guard and guide it, always to do the right thing for the glory of your name. Bless the Chief Justice and his team, always to be focused, be confident while executing their duties. We pray all this in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, our Savior.
Thank you very much for that prayer. My Lord, the Chief Justice, may I request that we take our seats. Our distinguished guests, allow me at this moment to invite the Honorable the Chief Registrar, Honorable Sarah Langa Siu, the Program Manager, to step forward and take us into the next segment and also lay the protocol. I remain, my name is James Eremia Jumire Mawanda, the Public Relations Officer. My worship, you're most welcome.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, the Public Relations Officer of the Judiciary, my Lord, the Honorable the Chief Justice, and our chief guest this morning. You're very, very most welcome. Sarah Langasiu is my name. I'm honored to be the Program Director and the Chief Registrar at this historic event when we have our first National Court Open Day. My Lord Chief Justice, I will lay the protocol. I will make very few recognitions because some recognition, ladies and gentlemen. I greet you and warmly, very, very warmly welcome you to this event. The first one that the judiciary is hosting and holding. This is the first National Court Open Day. Our theme, as you have all seen, is a people-centered approach to justice. And this is the theme that the judiciary is running on throughout this year in all our events and our activities. My Lord, the psalmist says, this is the day the Lord has made, and we are going to rejoice and be glad in it. We thank God that so far he has held the heavens. He released some water in the morning, and I believe that was a blessing for this day. Today, our members of the public and our users, the courts have come out of the courthouses, and they have come here to interface and to interact with you. And so today, what do we expect? The members of the public expect to put faces to the names of your judicial officers. In other words, you're going to know who is who from which court. And they will be introduced and you'll understand your judicial officers. You will also be sensitized, as you saw the drama already started and so many sensitizations that have been happening since morning. The same is going to continue. Thirdly, we are going to receive feedback, and already we are receiving feedback on what we are doing as judiciary. We are receiving both the positive, we are receiving also the negative, but we need to agree that whatever feedback we give, let us give it with respect. So let us be respectful. It's not a day to pick stones and throw. It's a day to bring your concerns and we see how best we handle them. This morning I was reminded that Jesus said, let he who has no sin cast the first stone. So as we cast whatever we have to say, let us do it with respect. My Lord Chief Justice, today we are here to interact, and particularly the public, to get to know the other justice actors. Who are the DPP, who is police, who is prisons, and who are all the others? My Lord, we have 36 exhibitors. 15 of them are from the judiciary. The rest are from our partners. One of the key ones being the Judicial Service Commission. My Lord, I now proceed to show you a few people who are here, and we straight away begin to run our program. My Lord, and the public particularly, we have the Honorable Chief Justice who will come here later and you'll see him, but I'm introducing to him those who are here. My Lord, we have the Honorable, the Deputy Chief Justice, the Honorable Justice Richard Butera, and I hope the screens can show the people we are introducing. Those managing the screens, please show who we are introducing so that people see them. We had the Honorable Minister. When he comes back, oh, he's there. Sorry, I was not. Tom Sawyer, I thought you were not there, but we have the Honorable Minister of Justice, the Honorable Norbert Mao. Chairman Mao, you're very most welcome. We have the Honorable, the Principal Judge, the Honorable Dr. Justice Flavian Zeja, the Principal Judge of Uganda. You're most welcome. My Lord, we also have the Chairperson of the Judicial Service Commission, the Honorable Justice Benjamin Kabito. My Lord, you're welcome. My Lord, we have the DPP, the Honorable Lady Justice Jane Francis Abodo. You're most welcome, my Lord. With us also, representing the Honorable Attorney General, is the Solicitor General, Mr. Francis Atoke. You're very most welcome. My Lord Chief Justice, we have the Permanent Secretary and Secretary to the Judiciary, Dr. Pius Bijirimana, with us. Doctor, you're welcome. My Lord, we have from UNODC, our key partner in this activity, the Head of Office, Ms. Sharon Nyambe. We thank you so much, UNODC, for partnering with us and making this possible. The Law Society President is here, my Lord, Mr. Bernard Owundo is here. Thank you so much for coming. My Lord, I will continue with introductions for their lordships, the justices and judges. They are going to be introduced as particular courts come here. So I do not want to do a double job, my Lord. At this juncture, I now welcome the chairperson of the organizing committee for this event, who has been none other than the Honorable, the Principal Judge, to come and welcome us so that we are comfortable and we can continue with the event. My Lord, PJ, you're welcome.
Abagenyi baffe mwenna twongera okubaaniriza wano. Omukyalo oyo abadde ayogera bamuyita mukyala Sarah Langaswi, akola ng'omuwandiisi omukulu wa kkooti enkulu. Aguddewo omukolo guno n'okutegeeza Ssaabalamuzi atuuse atwegaseeko titwegattiddwako abantu bangi okuva mu biti eby'enjawulo n'abamenya, n'ategeeza nti omukolo guno mulungi nnyo kubanga gutuwadde omukisa kkooti okusinkana n'omuntu wa bulijjo okulaba nti twogera mu lusiisiro olutugatta awamu ku bitusoomooza ne bye tukoze obulungi. Abategeeza nti mujja kufunayo omukisa okwogerako nammwe eri abalamuzi ssekinnoomu n'awamu, naye tukikole mu ngeri essaamu ekitiibwa sayidi ne sayidi okulaba nti tuluubirira kulongoosa obuweereza bwaffe eri abantu. Anokoddeyo abantu ab'enjawulo abatwegasseeko mu biti eby'enjawulo nga bano bakulembeddwa Ssaabalamuzi wa Uganda, omumyuka we n'ab'ebitongole ebirala. Kati ayise ssentebe w'olukiiko oluteesiteesi olukulu nga ye mulamuzi akulira kkooti enkulu ow'ekitiibwa Zeija Flavian. Ssebo tusanyuse nnyo okulaba.
My Lord, the Honorable the Chief Justice, allow me to follow the protocol that was earlier laid out by the Chief Registrar in the interest of time. Good morning to you all. I welcome you all to the first ever National Court Open Day organized by the judiciary. I'm very grateful to you for taking time off your busy schedules to attend this historical event, particularly members of the public. Thank you all for honoring our invitation. In a special way, I welcome our bosses, the people of Uganda, in whose name we hold the office. It is great to see you in such large numbers. I extend my heartfelt appreciation to the Honorable the Chief Justice for sparing time of his very demanding schedule to preside over this event and to talk to the people of Uganda about what the judiciary is doing or planning for them. As you may be aware, the judiciary has at individual courts. However, this is the first ever National Court Open Day. On behalf of the organizing committee, which I'm privileged to chair, I want to assure the general public and the court users that we have immensely prepared for you from this event. Those of you watching or listening to me, staff of the judiciary must keep it in mind that we are servants of the people. We are also accountable to the people of Uganda, and this is part of the accountability. Many of you here may be aware, Article 128, Clause 3 of the Constitution requires all organs and agencies of the state to accord the courts such assistance as may be required to ensure the effectiveness of courts. Therefore, in the delivery of justice, the judiciary does not. Justice delivery is a chain involving various stakeholders, and I welcome all those stakeholders here to serve the public. The theme for this National Court Open Day is a people-centered approach to justice. In accordance with the theme, the activities of this event are: 1, demonstration and sensitization of different court processes, and I think that has been ongoing since morning. 2, getting feedback on court services in our respective areas. 3, giving you an opportunity to interact with different justice actors. 4, exhibitors by the judiciary and different justice actors like the Judicial Service Commission, Uganda Police, Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, and other prosecuting agencies, Uganda Prison Services, among others. As the organizing committee, we ensured that all key stakeholders in the administration of justice were invited, and they have stores which they are exhibiting, and therefore you can go on those stores and get all the information you need. I therefore call upon the general public to use this chance to visit the exhibition tents. Many actors in the justice delivery chain are here to tell you what services they offer, answer your queries, and respond to your complaints. On the part of the judiciary, the hierarchy of all courts is represented here, right from the Supreme Court to the magistrate courts. We have justices of the Supreme Court and Court of Appeal, judges of the High Court, registrars and magistrates, ready to interact with you and respond to your queries and concerns. The different courts will also make presentations at an appropriate time. There will also be a question and answer session. The Inspectorate of Court is also here to take and respond to your complaints. Each court has a suggestion box to ensure that you give us your feedback all complaints, even in confidence. Therefore, today is your day to interact with the court, for you to be acquainted with our services, and for the judiciary and other justice actors to get feedback from you on how we can improve our services to serve you better. We hope that at the end of the day, you will have known what the judiciary and other justice institutions offer, and we would have known your challenges and aspirations better. Please report your challenges to the concerned institutions and give us candid feedback. Your feedback is paramount because we shall use it to plan for you going forward. As I conclude, I thank all members of the organizing committee for their efforts in ensuring that this day is a success. I was only providing chairmanship. The rest of the work was done by my colleagues who I was team leading, and let me take this opportunity to make special mention and thank them. Number one is Honorable Lady Justice Professor Lilian Tebatemba Echirikubinza, who was the chairperson, Complaints and Handling Subcommittee. Honorable Justice Geoffrey Chiriabwire, the chairperson, ICT, Publicity and Entertainment Subcommittee. So, whatever entertainment you see here, attribute it to Justice Chiriabwire. Honorable Justice Lawrence Jidudu, chairperson, Stores and Exhibitions Committee, and I think you have done a good job. You can see what is happening around here. Honorable Lady Justice Alexandra Nkonge Rugadia, chairperson, Venue, Meals and Hospitality Committee. We are here to see what you have in store for us. 5, Honorable Justice Yudis Ketirima, chairperson of Protocol Subcommittee, and I think you have done a good job. Honorable Justice Mike Erubu, chairperson, Security and Transport Subcommittee, and I think the security is in order, guru as they say. Honorable Justice Musa Sekana, who was chairperson, Medical Subcommittee. We have medical providers around here. If you feel like you are almost collapsing, please, we have assistance for you here. We have Her Worship Sarah Rangasiu, who was chairperson, Speeches Subcommittee. We have Her Worship Mary Chisache Kaitesi, who was chairperson, Secretariat Subcommittee, and I thank you, the Secretariat, for the immense work you have done. Lastly, Mrs. Maureen Kasande, who was the chairperson, Finance Subcommittee, and who was instrumental in financing some of these activities that are taking place here. Thank you for providing able leadership to your respective subcommittees for the successful holding of this event. Before thanks to our development partner, UNODC, for conferring this activity without which we could have struggled. And wish you, I once again welcome all, you all, and I wish all of us fruitful and candid interactions. Thank you for listening to me, for God and my country.
Thank you very much, my Lord, the Principal Judge and Chairperson of the Organizing Committee. Your Worship Faisal, in 2 minutes, wrap up for our people.
Abagenyi baffe, omwami omulamuzi omukulu akulira kkooti enkulu abaaniriza nnyo n'abazzaamu obwesiga nti mwe bakama baffe era tusanyuse nnyo okubalaba kubanga obuyinza bwe tukola tubujjamu mmwe. Agambye nti olusiisira luno lusinzira ku luwenda, a people-centered approach, okusoosowaza ensonga ezikwata ku muntu wa bulijjo ng'ekitongole ekiramuzi kikola emirimu gyakyo. N'olwekyo wano mujja kusoma ku bimu kkooti byekola, biki bye tuyitamu, ate mujja kuweebwa n'omukisa okubuuza ebibuuzo oba okwogeraganya n'abantu abakola emitendera egy'enjawulo nga bakola wamu n'essiga eddamuzi, okugeza ofiisi ya Ssaabawaabi wa gavumenti ne zino tenti ze mulaba zirimu ebintu ebiwandiika ebitegekeddwa nga byammwe, ate tujja baawo n'ekiseera ky'okubuuza ebibuuzo. Abategeezeza nti bwe mubaamu obukosefukosefu waliwo wali tenti ey'abasawo, mugendeyo babawe kapanado bababudeebude, naye nga twesunga okubeera nammwe olunaku lwonna. Mwebale nnyo, mwebalire ddala.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you very much, Your Worship Faisal. My name is Siu, not Sui. I heard you say that. My Lord, the Chief Justice, we proceed with our program. Next, we shall be hearing from UNODC and Spade of Office, Ms. Sharon Nyambe. My sister Sharon, I invite you to come. And as she comes, my Lord Chief Justice, we were joined by also retired judges. The Honorable Justice David Wangutusi is here and is the new member of the Audit Committee of the Judiciary. And we also have the Honorable Lady Justice Flavia Anglin, who has also joined us. My Lord, you're very, very most welcome. We have the Administrator General, Mr. Kasibayo Charles. You're welcome. And also representing Commissioner General of Prisons is Assistant Commissioner General of Police, Mr. Milton Tio, the Head of Correctional Services. Ms. Sharon, you're very welcome.
My Lord, the Chief Justice, allow me to ride on the protocol that has already been established. I would like to thank you on behalf of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime for allowing us to partner with you as you launch your inaugural National Court Open Day on the theme, A People-Centered Approach to Justice. I also extend my warmest appreciation to the judiciary for organizing this National Court Open Day. And from our end, as UNODC, we are also grateful to the Netherlands, the government of the Netherlands, for the financial support that they are rendering to UNODC to do this important work. On a light note, my Lord, allow me to just reflect on a conversation I recently had with my sister, Lady Justice Jane Francis Abodo. As we had an interaction, she said, "But Sharon, you seem to be MTN." And I asked her what she meant. She said, UNODC is everywhere. And so today, because we have the public with us and other institutions, allow me, my Lord, to explain why we seem to be everywhere. UNODC is a UN agency, but my Lord, we've been tasked, responsible for several UN conventions and international human rights standards. The public might be interested to note that UNODC is the custodian of the UN Convention on Transnational and Organized Crime. This convention has 3 protocols: the Protocol on Trafficking in Persons, the Protocol on Smuggling of Migrants, and the Anti-Firearm Protocol. And my Lord, allow me to extend congratulations to the government of Uganda for recently ratifying the additional protocols on trafficking in persons and smuggling of migrants. My Lord, the Chief Justice, we are also the custodians of the UN Convention Against Corruption. And that explains some of the work that we do related to implementing the UNCAC, which is the UN Convention Against Corruption, but also in the partnerships that we hold in countering economic crime. By virtue of our name, we are also custodians of the 3 drug control conventions. We have the Single Convention of 1961 on narcotic drugs, which was later amended by the 1972 protocol. We are also custodian of the 1972 protocol on psychotropic substances. The 1961 convention was focused on narcotic drugs. And in 1988, we adopted, together with other member states, the UN Convention looking at illicit trafficking of narcotic substances and psychotropic substances. And within this frame, this gives us some of the work that we do. But my Lord, most importantly, and related to our work with the judiciary, we are also the custodian of the United Nations standards and norms in crime prevention and criminal justice, which promote human rights. UNODC is assisting member states, including Uganda, in reforming their criminal justice systems to be effective, fair, humane, and accountable to the entire population. And today's event, my Lord, is a true testament to the good work that is being undertaken in the system. I would also like to congratulate the Ugandan government for having been elected in December as one of the 40 members of the UN, the United Nations Commission on Crime Prevention and Criminal Justice. This is a commission of the Economic and Social Council of the United Nations, and UNODC is the secretariat of this functional commission. Therefore, today's theme, which reflects a fundamental principle that is key for criminal justice systems across, very important to us. A justice system centered on people acknowledges the inherent dignity of each person and aims to empower and safeguard their rights within the legal framework. On behalf of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime in Uganda, we are proud to partner with the criminal justice institutions in Uganda, including the judiciary, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, the Uganda Police Force, and the Uganda Prison Service in promoting criminal justice reform. We are also working with other institutions that interface with the criminal justice system, and I am honored to see that some of our partners are here. I take note and acknowledge the chairperson of the Judicial Service Commission. I also note our partners, the Legal Aid Service Providers Network, who are also here partnering with the criminal justice system. As part of the UNODC country program, which aims to strengthen crime prevention and criminal justice in Uganda, we are providing technical assistance and training to these institutions through capacity building, mentorship, and advisory services. The aim, my Lord, is to ensure that the criminal justice system is strengthened and enabled to counter organized crime. Specifically, our partnership with the judiciary is contributing to open court processes for inclusive citizen engagement and participation, including activities such as open court days and the judiciary's public awareness campaign. Together, my Lord, we aim to enhance your capacity or the capacity of the different institutions within the judiciary to be better placed to counter organized crime and other emerging crimes. We are working together to enhance legal aid services. Together, we are hoping to enhance the capacity of the judiciary to build a strong judiciary that is anchored on judicial integrity. And my Lord, we are also working together to ensure that your collaboration with other justice actors is further strengthened. Our commitment to promoting and supporting initiatives that prioritize people's needs and rights within the justice sector remains unwavering. A people-centered approach is essential for building trust in institutions. It's also essential for promoting social cohesion and fostering a culture of respect for the rule of law. As I conclude, today's National Court Open Day provides us with a valuable opportunity for sharing best practices, identifying challenges, and exploring innovative solutions that prioritize the needs and voices of the people that interact with the criminal justice system. Let us all work together to contribute to a society that is fair, inclusive, and built on the principles of equality and human rights. I wish you all a fruitful day. Thank you for the opportunity to address you during this important event. Thank you.
Omugenyi waffe oyo omugenyi oyo avudde mu kitongole kya ekibiina ekitaba amawanga gonna ekirwanyisa ebiragalalagala n'emisango egya naggomola. Agambye nti asanyuse nnyo okwegatta ku essiga eddamuzi olwaleero nga livuddeyo okusoosowaza ensonga z'omuntu wa bulijjo, ne yeebaza nnyo ne gavumenti y'Abadaaki okubakwatirako okukola emirimu gye bakola wano. Agambye nti amateeka mangi gatandise okukyusibwakyusibwa okulaba nti gava mu nkola ey'okulowooza nti galina kuweereza abo abagateekawo, naye okulaba nga gatuukira ku biruubirirwa byammwe n'ebyetaago byaffe ng'omuntu wa bulijjo. Ayozaayoza nnyo gavumenti ya Uganda okulondebwa mu ezo 40 countries ensaana ezituula ku lukiiko olutunuulira eby'eddembe ly'obuntu. Yeeyamye nti wamu n'ekitongole kyaweerezaamu n'ebitongole ebirala ebitakabanira eddembe ly'omuntu wa bulijjo, baakwongera okubangula abalamuzi n'abantu ba bulijjo okulaba nti mukwatira wamu okulaba nti ebintu by'amateeka n'eddembe lyammwe nammwe mubimanyi, temunyigirwa mu ttooke, era muyimirira ne musobola okuba nti mugamba nti kino kye kirina okutukolebwako era ne kibakolebwako. Agambye nti naye waali okubeera ng'ayogerako nammwe akaseera nga katuuse nga tutandise okugenda mu weema. Asanyuse nnyo okubalaba.
Thank you so much. Let us give a round of applause to Ms. Sharon for her remarks. Thank you, and thank you also for making this possible. And thank you for being everywhere like MTN and making a difference. My Lord Chief Justice will now proceed to hear briefly from 3 select institutions. And the next 3 speakers are going to use 5 minutes each. And to start us off for that segment, we are hearing from legal aid service providers who speak to the public all over on a daily basis. And we shall have Dr. Sylvia Namviru, the Executive Director of LASPNet, going to take us through that. Ms. Sylvia, you're very, very most welcome, Doctor, to make your remarks. And I know you balance both languages very well. You could actually choose to do that if you wish. The Honorable the Chief Justice, I wish to also adopt the protocol, Mistress of Ceremony. On behalf of the Legal Aid Service Providers Network and my own behalf, we take this opportunity to congratulate and appreciate the leadership of the judiciary for finding it deserving to hold a National Court Open Day under a people-centered approach to justice. The public needs such opportunities and reassurance in order for them to rebuild the confidence they have in the administration of justice in Uganda. In a special way, we appreciate the judiciary for providing LASPNet and the legal aid service providers with an opportunity to be part of this memorable event and to showcase and provide the relevant information to the public on how to seek legal aid services wherever they need them. Today we have a number of LASPs exhibiting, and quickly I will mention some of them. Foundation for Human Rights Initiative, Legal Aid Clinic of Law Development Center, Justice Centers Uganda, Uganet, Refugee Law Project, among others. My Lord, on behalf of the public and the Legal Aid Service Providers Network, would like to upload
and wish the general public to take cognizance of the innovations that have been spearheaded by the judiciary that have greatly improved the administration of justice in Uganda and making access to justice possible for all. These, among others, plea bargaining is a very key in ensuring that the prisoners access justice in a timely manner. Small claims, we've already seen the skit, court-annexed mediation, the ADR strategy, ECMIS, and now the open days. These and many more have provided avenues for quick disposal of cases and also reduce on caseload and backlog. However, my lords, I would like you, the judiciary, take note of the people's justice needs that are still hindering access to justice. The high cost of accessing justice. The Uganda population remains generally poor and cannot afford costs involved in pursuing legal remedies, especially from the formal justice system, like courts of law. The notion that justice is for the rich is still evident in our society. The Hill report of 2024 indicated that 93% of Ugandans have legal problems, but only 10% are able to go to formal courts. That is a cause for worry. One is left to ask why is this so. Of course, the answer partly lies in the cost incurred in filing fees, hiring legal services, transport, compounded by numerous adjournments and delays sometimes. My lord, justice delayed is justice denied. The criminal justice system, especially courts, are overwhelmed by case backlog, sometimes fueled by limited human resource and unnecessary adjournments. Additionally, sometimes the delayed disposal of cases is due to absenteeism of judicial officers from duty without notice, limited requisite skills, as well as elements of laziness, where some individuals delay to fast-track cases. The majority who are affected, my lord, are the youth, who are the biggest percentages in prisons. The prison population stands at 77,592. This has made many to resort to settling for available remedies like plea bargaining, even when they don't qualify, making justice look more of a quantity than quality. My lord, I will not shy away speaking from corruption. The morass of corruption, whether real or perceived, continues to dent the administration of justice in Uganda. It has further lowered public trust in justice institutions, especially in judiciary, police, and office of the Directorate of Public Prosecution. There is also a general public perception that one should owe the system to access justice, meaning the public also think that even where judicial officers are willing to give justice, they still need to bribe them. Furthermore, my lord, lawyers and court support staffs have become conduits of corruption. The lawyers normally negotiate with clients to say they need to take resources, and that has continuously affected people to access justice. In order to prune out these tendencies, there is need to strengthen the complaints handling mechanisms and whistleblowing initiatives such that the public can gain redress. Ignorance of the law and technicalities. The formal justice system is marred with various technicalities manifested with procedures and language used. It is this sophistication coupled with ignorance that justifies the public preference and confidence in the informal justice and leave out the formal justice system. Limited access to legal aid service providers. Apparently, currently, we are about 56 spread in 80 districts, but my lord, I want the general public to take note that following the exit of the biggest funder, DGF, many legal aid service providers have closed, and that has affected access to justice. Absence of the state legal funded scheme. The above state of affairs is compounded by the lack of political will from the government to enact the legal aid law. Despite the continued advocacy for the national legal aid law championed by LastNet and Greater North Parliamentary Forum, the government is still not moved to pass this critical law. We have done a cost-benefit analysis, and the law requires Ugandan shilling 30 billion, as it is right now, to implement the law, or 66 billion if government takes it on. It should therefore be asserted that the Bill 2022 is already at Parliament after receiving first reading, and we are only requesting the government, especially through the Ministry of Justice, to respect this process and also proceed to have this law passed rather than keeping it at abeyance. My lord, the people of Uganda will be so happy and this is about 80%, they will all be happy to get access to justice with lawyers. It's not enough to go before courts of law and you have the prosecutor, you have the judicial officer, but you don't have legal representation. So we request that the people of Uganda are given this as a give it. Criminalization of poverty, my lord. Majority of the crimes that end in the criminal justice system are the result of poverty. The police crimes report revealed 6,158 cases that were theft cases. More disturbingly, like I've mentioned, it's the youth. So my lord, we need to really pay attention to these petty offenses and reduce them into coming into the system. I wish to conclude by making the following recommendations. We request that there is fast tracking of the amendment of the Magistrates Court Act so that the jurisdiction of the magistrates is increased from 50 million and above because the economy of Uganda has increased and therefore many cases are taken to the High Court, causing a caseload when they could easily be resolved at the lower court. Would request to improve criminal justice delivery mechanisms. Like I've already said, the majority are the youth and they are suffering to have their matters resolved. Would like to request that if they have clocked mandatory period on remand and there is no proceeding by the prosecution, their cases should be dismissed. Where need be, and there are many years that have passed, the cases moved from the system through the weeding system. We request for alternative sentencing, especially plea bargaining that are effectively represented by lawyers so that the people get justice. On capital offenses, we appreciate the effort already going on of hearing cases by the criminal division on a daily basis. Would like this to be replicated in all courts, especially now that we have high court circuits. On land justice, my lord, the Hill report indicated, the one of 2004, that the most legal problems faced by Ugandans is land, among others. We request the land division to be supported and also the magistrates supported. Would like to see visiting of locus financed so that we can have these cases of land fast-tracked because they produce more cases, including murder, arson, among others. Would like to see the family justice delivery mechanism improved. We want to see investment in the family division of the court, recruiting as many mediators as possible, removing barriers related to technicalities, especially where widows are asked to first go to the Administrator General to get letters of no objection. Would like you to strengthen domestic violence cases, just like any other cases. On ECMIS, my lord, as I conclude, we take note that ECMIS is good. However, still the system is being manned by human beings, and therefore there is always delay to get feedback, but also at the lowest grassroots. ECMIS, there should be some kind of automation alert messages, but also would like to have like stalls where people who don't have access to internet can be able to go and utilize ECMIS. Conclusively, we would like the judiciary to invest time and resources where there is more demand for justice. We thank you so much, and we continue to thank the partnership and look forward to coming back to the next National Open Day when many of these concerns have been addressed. For God and my country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Legal Aid Service Providers Network. And let us have that translation briefly in 2 minutes.
Dr. Namubiru yebaziza Chief Justice omukisa guno gwawaddeyo okubeera wano mu lusiisira naffe n'ebimukwatako eri ebya justice. Agambye nti ekiseera kituuse gavumenti ya Uganda etwale obudde okulaba nti eteekawo etteeka ne ssente wateekawo ekitavu omuva ssente esasulwa bapulida okulaba nti representing omuntu atasobola kusasula pulida. Agambye nti bapulida beebuzaabuza nnyo ne kivaako olumu emisango okwetuuma oba kanda abantu ssente okujja mu kooti. Ti ssente ezisabibwa okuteeka emisango mu kooti zikendeezebweko. Tutunule nnyo ku bavubuka, tutunule nnyo ku bakyala n'ebibalemesa okujja mu kooti n'obulipo obusukkiridde buleesewo emisango okwetuuma mu kooti. agambye nti ekyokusibira abantu mu makomera kirungi, naye tusobola okukozesa ebibonerezo ebirala nga okukola bulungi bwansi, okwera amakubo, okugogola enzizi n'ebintu ebigwa mu kkowa eryo. Yeekokkodde kkooti okusalanga emisango nga tuli mu ofiisi ne tutajja ku sayiti okulaba ebiriwo. So n'asaba nti gavumenti erabe nti ssente ziteekebwawo, kkooti zikole locus visits, abalamuzi basalewo nga bazze ku ttaka ne balaba ebiriwo byennyini. Agamba ebyobusika nabyo bisaana otunulwamu bannamwandu n'abassemwandu okubakandaaliriza nnyo ne bwe tuba tutuuse okugabana ebintu nga twawukana obwenkanya. Asabye nti emisango egikandaaliridde egy'obumenyi bw'amateeka ng'abantu batuusizza ennaku 120 ku misango eminene bateebwe oba wabeewo olukungo lw'okuwuliza emisango egyo girabike nti giva mu system gireme okwetuuma awo. Agambye nti ajja kuba musanyufu okudda omwaka ogujja ng'ebintu bino bitunuddwamu.
Thank you very much. My Lord, the Honorable Chief Justice, allow me to recognize a few other members, and we shall continue recognizing them as they come. Allow me to recognize Dr. Pamela Tibikira Kariejira, the chairperson, Uganda Law Reform Commission. You are welcome. Also, allow me to recognize the presence of Dr. Livingstone Sewanyana, chairperson, Uganda Human Rights Commission. And also allow me to recognize Madam Rachel Odoi Musoke, the Senior Technical Advisor, Governance, Peace and Security Program. Allow me to recognize our development partners. We have Messrs. Annette Mpabulungi Wakabi from the UNDP Team Leader Governance and Peace, attending on behalf of the President of the resident representative. We also have Mr. Johannes Froscher, the Deputy Head, Austrian Development Corporation. You are most welcome. And also allow me to recognize the presence of Mr. Thomas Mayera, Deputy Representative from the UNICEF. You are also most welcome. My Lord Chief Justice, allow me invite the President, Uganda Law Society, to come and make his remarks. You are most welcome.
Omwami oyo
Hello. My Lord, the Chief Justice, allow me also stand on the protocol because of time that has been established by the Chief Registrar. My Lord, today, Monday, 15th April 2023, marks a turning point in the history of the Ugandan judiciary, and by extension, the history of the government as a whole. A turning point indeed, because never before has the judiciary of this country assumed the responsibility to account for the execution of its constitutional mandate without a middleman in the true sense of the word. I take this opportunity, my Lord, to congratulate you and the top leadership of the judiciary, and indeed the entire judiciary, for coming back to the people of this great country, Uganda. Our constitution indeed provides that judicial power is derived from the people, and any decision arrived at is arrived in the name of the people. This morning, we will listen to the people on whose behalf you exercise judicial power. This morning, my Lord, you will account to the people of Uganda on how you have exercised the judicial power given to you by the people. My Lord, and the judiciary, there are significant achievements that have been made, and we must appreciate the judiciary and the government of Uganda. For instance, there has been an increase in the number of judges and magistrates. There has been completion of the appellate courts. There is an increase in funding of the judiciary. There is an increase in engagements with stakeholders. These are all worthy achievements, my Lord. Allow me to congratulate you again and the entire judiciary. My Lord, while these achievements have been significant, we also must answer the tough questions of the day. It is only in doing this that we create and think about lasting solutions that enable the judiciary to function better and meet the needs of our people. The challenges that you face today have my sister who has spoken before me, which include backlog, delayed judgments, corruption, and many others. I know that you will share some of the challenges that you face in your speech. For the common man, omuntu wa bulijjo, and for those that practice before you, we appreciate these challenges. But we believe that in order to enhance judicial accountability that you have continuously spoken about, it's also time for us to have a performance appraisal system to enhance accountability. To deal with case backlog, it is important for us to look at the alternative dispute resolution methods that you have also continued to speak to. But also more importantly, to also have a comprehensive case audit of the number of cases that we have. My Lord, it's also important for us to answer some of these tough questions. Why does the criminal annual crime report say that mob justice cases have increased? Why does the justice needs report say that only 10% of Ugandans only go to the courts? What is happening to the 90%? Why do they not want to come to the court? We must reflect on these questions today, my Lord, as we discuss and listen to the people. My Lord, allow me also again to congratulate you on the significant efforts towards establishing an alternative dispute resolution system. Complement the efforts. As the bar will continue to support you and stand with you. My Lord, because I've been given 5 minutes, I want to say that today is not our day. Today is a day for omuntu wa bulijjo. And allow me speak in 2 minutes in the little vernacular that I know for the omuntu wa bulijjo to understand. Amanya gange bampita Bernard Owundo, zankulira ekibiina kya Bapulida. Olwaleero nsanyuse nnyo okubanga esiga eddamuzi ezze kuwuliriza abantu ba bulijjo. Ffe nga Bapulida, ffe tusinga okuba representinga mu courts, era naffe challenges ze mufeesinga naffe tuzifeesinga. Naye ekisooka njagala kukongratulatinga judiciary nti no, waliwo bingi ebikyusizibwa. Era tubakubireko mu ngalo. Naye wandibaawo waliwo still ebizibu bye tusanga era byenjogeddeko mu Luzungu. Nga ngambe ebizibu bye twongeddeko mu Luzungu ekisinga oluusi obulya bw'enguzi, emisango okulwawo nga judgment zirwawo okutuuka. Kati gw'omuntu wa bulijjo n'osanga obuzibu oba ffe nga Bapulida naffe ne tusanga obuzibu okuba explainingira lwaki judgment ekoze eki eluddewo. Bino bye bintu ebiruma abantu kanjogere bwe ntyo. Neera mu byonna nze ndowooza kino kino esiga eddamuzi lyekoze kintu kikulu nnyo olw'okuba gye bayina bagijja mu bantu. Era njagala twebaze nnyo Chief Justice n'entire top judiciary okuba nga baleese judiciary ku bantu aba bulijjo, era nsaba mukikubule mu ngalo. ffe ng'abapulida era tuwulidde ebizibu ebirala bye mufeesinga ne bapulida ffe ng'ekibiina kya Uganda Law Society tujja kukola ogwaffe okumakinga sure nti no bapulida baakitinga bulungi ate nga bweba nga balina emisango tulina ne tenti yaffe wano Uganda Law Society eri awo bweba nga mulina ekizibu najyo twagala kiwuliriza tubeere nga tuwaayamu tulabe engeri gye tutereeza mwebale nnyo mwebalire ddala for God and my country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Uganda Law Society, for those remarks. My Lord, Honorable Chief Justice, the rules of procedure allow me to amend my statement about Dr. Livingstone Sewanyana. My Lord, allow me to recognize the right Dr. Livingstone Sewanyana, the Executive Director of the Foundation for Human Rights Initiative. You are most welcome, Doctor. At the same juncture, my Lord, allow me invite the Director of Public Prosecutions to address the gathering. My Lord, you are welcome.
My Lord, the Honorable the Chief Justice, allow me to adopt the protocol as laid down by the Chief Registrar. Our worship. Sui. I would like to firstly thank the judiciary for organizing this first ever National Court Open Day to allow all court users and the general public to interact with the different justice actors. I also want to thank all members of the public who are here today. You are the people that we aim to empower through this event to transform our country, Uganda. I hope that by the end of it, you are empowered and are more knowledgeable about the roles and contributions of Uganda's justice institutions. I also hope that you will be able to realize your role and how vital your contribution is in the justice system. Allow me to briefly talk about the Office of the DPP, which is one of the key players in the justice system in Uganda. The ODPP is constitutionally mandated under Article 120 of our Constitution to prosecute all criminal cases in all courts of law except the court-martial, and we direct police to investigate information of a criminal nature. Our mission aims at contributing significantly to the reduction of crime. That's our vision. We are therefore committed to justice delivery that is not only legally sound, but also considerate of the broader ethical and constitutional imperatives. The ODPP is an autonomous institution not subject to the direction or control of any person or authority. And the Constitution stipulates that the exercise of our authority must have regard to public interest, the interest of the administration of justice, and the need to prevent abuse of legal process. We are also mandated under the administration of justice to strengthening access to justice for all citizens. The program's predominant goal, which is administration of justice, guides the ODP a just and equitable legal system. As an integral component of Uganda's PP, thus stands at the intersection of justice, governance, and security. Its alignment with NDP 3, an administration of justice program, underscores a commitment to national development objectives. making the ODPP not just a law enforcement agency, but a catalyst for a fair, secure, and rights-centric legal system. My Lord, the Chief Justice, that being said, I would like to remind you that the criminal justice system consists of three major factors that work together to take criminal cases from investigation to final punishment and rehabilitation efforts. Cases begin with police, who investigate, then they come to our office, who prepare them, and then we take them to the courts. If the prosecutor succeeds in proving the guilt beyond reasonable doubt, the accused will be convicted and thereby enter the prison system that is tasked with delivering appropriate punishment and ideally, really correctional behavior. Throughout this entire process, there's an element of collaboration between the Office of the DPP and other key players who are present here today. Police officers and prosecutors mainly operate through sharing information. This includes evidence gathering during investigations, witness statements, and other relevant details. As prosecutors, we also endeavor to work closely with the defense in all cases we handle by ensuring that all reasonable inquiries are made and results are disclosed in accordance with the law, whether that points towards the guilt or the innocence of an accused person. However, we do not undermine the role of the public in aiding us to execute our mandate. One of the main ways citizens have helped us is through testifying in cases in courts. Citizens who are approached by investigators provide evidence or serve as witnesses are in most cases willing to come and testify. And that's why we want to say thank you to you, and that you play a very big role in determining the cases that we bring to the court system. I would like to emphasize that although there are some misconceptions about prosecutors requiring some sort of payment before they can help you, I want to tell you today with confidence that it is not true, and we urge you to report such incidents. As we are public servants, we are paid by government to serve you. The ODPP as an organization has a zero tolerance to corruption. That's why when one of our own is charged with corruption or a related offense, we carry out investigations, and when evidence is presented against them, we let the law take its course and have them prosecuted in courts of law. With those remarks, I want to call upon Ugandans to embrace their role in fighting and preventing crime, because we cannot do it alone. Do not be indifferent towards crime. There is no compromise when it comes to crime. We have to fight it. There is no way out. As stakeholders in the administration of justice, we are here to serve you. We all strive to maintain the highest standards of fairness at all times while promoting the rule of law, while at the same time ensuring that the powers of the state do not crush the citizens' rights and liberties. The right of all people to be held equal before the law must be upheld in all our decisions, and we try to do that in every case that we handle. Above all, we do our utmost to serve you with utmost humility, transparency, integrity, and patriotism in the implementation of those questions. And I say all this for God and my country. God bless all of you. Thanks.
Omukyalo oyo omukyalo oyo Ssaabawaabi wa gavumenti yeebazizza nnyo omukisa ogumuweereddwa Ssaabalamuzi n'ekitongole ekyo kyakulembera okwegatta ku lunaku luno. Yeewuunyizza nnyo amagezi Ssaabalamuzi ge yakozesezza n'agatendereza okulaba nti kooti kati ezze mu maaso bagitutte mu bantu, okulaba nti leero n'omuntu wa bulijjo azze okwogerako ebimuluma, n'okulaba nti twegattira wamu okugatta ku kuzimba eggwanga lyaffe. Agambye nti ofiisi ya Ssaabalamuzi eteekebwawo akawaayiro namba 12 aka ssemateeka, ng'omulimu gwayo omukulu kutwala emisango mu makooti n'okuyambako poliisi mu kunoonyereza. Agambye nti beesigama empeereza yaabwe ku mateeka mu bulambulukufu obwenkanya n'okukuuma omuntu wa bulijjo, ebyo bye yettanira okulaba nti mubaamu eddembe n'okumukuuma n'ebintu bye. Agambye nti poliisi bw'eba enoonyereza, abantu ba bulijjo mugiyambako nnyo ebiseera bingi, nga temuloopa misango gyokka, naye n'okubawa obujulizi n'okubayambako okunoonya abo ababa beekwese mu mmwe ababa bazizza emisango. Ekyo ne kisobozesa ofiisi okutwala emisango gino mu kooti, era bwe gibakka mu vvi basibwa oba okuweebwa ebibonerezo ebyo biba bibasaanidde. Ate mubayambako ne bamaze okukola ebibonerezo ebyo ne bakomawo mu community ne mubaaniriza. Agambye nti enkolagana y'omuntu wa bulijjo n'ekitongole kyakulembera eyambye nnyo okulwanyisa obumenyi bw'amateeka, naddala nga mwenyigira mu kujja mu kooti nga muwa obujulizi n'okulaba nti muloopa abo bonna abeerimbika mu mulimu gwabwe nga babasaba ssente oba okubabbako ssente. Agambye nti bo bakozi ba gavumenti, tebasasulwa mmwe bantu ba bulijjo ssente eziva mu nsawo yammwe, naye basasulwa nga gavumenti bw'ebeegerese. N'olwekyo y'ensonga lwaki nti ne bw'aba omu ku bo ng'abasabye ssente mumuwaabire mu ofiisi ye, bajja kukangavvulwa. Agambye bannayuganda okwegattira wamu okulwanyisa ekirwadde eky'obuli bw'enguzi ekisensedde empeereza y'emirimu, ate nga ffenna twenkana maaso g'amateeka. Agambye nti tenti yaabwe gye boolesezaamu eri mabega w'emizindaalo gino, era bino bwe binaaba biwedde ajja kuba yeegatta ku banne n'abayita mwenna okugendayo abalina ensonga zonna ezikwatagana ne ofiisi ya Ssaabawaabi wa gavumenti, mubeere nga mutwalayo ensonga zammwe zitunulwemu, era mujja kuddayo waka nga mumanyi ekiriwo ku ebyo ebinaaba bisobokeddwa. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Your Worship. Faizo, my Lord Chief Justice, doing us well in translating is His Worship Faizo Mularira, Deputy Registrar at JTI. And just behind me is a young lady on sign language, is Miss Tuyisabe Rachel. She's our sign language court clerk attached to the Buganda Road Court. Others assisting us include Deo Akuguzibwe, who was earlier here doing the different skits for our members to understand better our procedures and processes. I take this opportunity to thank the Honorable DPP, the judicial officers of those courts, and their staff. They will be giving us what their mandate is. They will tell us the location of their courts. They will also tell us their tent number so that the members of the public can continue going there even after we are done. So just because before I call the first person who will be a Justice of the Supreme Court, let me make a few recognitions and then we proceed. My Lord Chief Justice, we are joined by members of the Judicial Service Commission who accompanied the Honorable Chairperson. We have the Honorable Lady Justice Elizabeth Musoke, who is also a Justice of the Supreme Court. My Lord, you're most welcome. We have Senior Counsel Ruth Sebatindira, a member of the Commission. You're most welcome. We have Mr. Johnson Bitarabeho, a member. You're most welcome. We also have Ms. Nora Matovu Muanga, a member of the Commission. You're most welcome. We also have Commissioner Jimmy Okello. You're very most welcome, plus the entire team. My man will allow me to brag a bit. There's one classmate there of mine. We also have Canon Sam Wairagala from Governance and Security, the Deputy Technical Advisor. You're welcome. We have an online audience. We thank you for being with us, and we follow through together. I want to thank those who have so far put down their questions, and I encourage others to continue so that as we head towards the question and answer, many have already come through and we are processing the responses. My Lord, we now proceed to hear presentations, the brief ones from the different courts. And starting us off is a presentation from the Supreme Court. that is going to be done by the Honorable Justice Christopher Madrama. As he comes, their lordships of the Supreme Court, please join his lordship. Today the people are here to put faces to names. They want to know who is Justice X and Justice Y. So the different teams prepare to come with your respective heads of divisions and representatives. Coming here now is the Honorable Justice Christopher Madrama. My Lord, you're welcome.
Thank you, my Lord, the Honorable Chief Justice, Honorable Deputy Chief Justice, the Principal Judge, the Chairperson of the Judicial Service Commission, observed. May I have the members of the Supreme Court join me, the Justices of the Supreme Court. Thank you very much. I have with me here Justice, on the left, Justice Elizabeth Musopke, the Justice of the Supreme Court. On my right is Justice Stephen Musota, Justice of the Supreme Court. And next to me is Justice Catherine Kakasa Bamugemerere, Justice of the Supreme Court. Our other colleagues are not with us, but they are following online. Ladies and gentlemen, the Supreme Court is the highest appellate court of Uganda, established under Article 129, Clause 1A of the Constitution. It consists of the Chief Justice and 10 justices as prescribed under the Judicature Act. That makes 11 justices, but currently one of the justices has retired, so there are only 10 justices of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court, while sitting in any hearing, is duly constituted in civil and criminal appeals by a minimum of 5 justices. The Chief Justice is supposed to preside at every sitting of the Supreme Court, except if he is not present, the most senior judge presides. In constitutional appeals, which are appeals from the Constitutional Court, the Supreme Court is composed of not less than 7 members. The first mandate of the Supreme Court is established under Article 132, which is the main one, is to hear civil and criminal appeals, which are second appeals mainly, and those appeals normally arise from a judgment of the High Court, appeal to the Court of Appeal, and a second appeal to the Supreme Court. Rarely does the Supreme Court hear third appeals. Third appeals start from the Chief Magistrate's Court or a magistrate grade 1, and they are supposed to be filed with the leave of the Court of Appeal or with the leave of the Supreme Court if it considers in its overall duty, justice would be done if the appeal is heard. And it is only on matters of law of general or public importance. The second mandate of the Supreme Court is to hear presidential election petitions, and when such petitions are brought, which may or may not happen every 5 years, the Supreme Court may dismiss the petition. It may declare the candidate which candidate is duly elected, or it may nullify the election. Where it nullifies the elections, then fresh elections have to be held within 20 days from the date of nullification. The third special mandate of the Supreme Court is to determine whether a sentence of death which has been confirmed or any other appeal court should be confirmed. And where it is confirmed, now the Supreme Court generates decisions which are binding on all courts in Uganda. And it is also binding on the Supreme Court itself. So previous decisions of the Supreme Court are binding on the Supreme Court, but in rare circumstances, the Supreme Court may, if in the interest of justice to do so, depart from its earlier judgment. Now, the location of the Supreme Court is going to be at Plot 2, the square, and it's the building which will be opened this week, I suppose. Now, the tent where our people are exhibiting some of the materials of the Supreme Court is the first tent on that side, and you are all welcome to visit the tent and see what the Supreme Court has. All I can say is that the Supreme Court, as the highest appellate court, there is an increasing trend now for cases to reach the Supreme Court, but they are in the lobbies we are hearing that the Supreme Court ought to be a court that should only hear matters of law of general or public importance, so that it will spend a lot of time to clarify on the law rather than be swamped with very many appeals. As of now, between 2021 and 2023, there has been an alarming trend. The number of filings, matters registered, are going up. In 2021, the Supreme Court brought forward 580 appeals, and then it registered 225 that year and only completed 104, left pending 701. As of 2023, the Supreme Court had only completed 120 that year, which was a significant increase. Now, there were personnel problems and so on, but we are committed to improving on the performance of the Supreme Court with the improvement in staffing and so on, with all the other interventions like ECMIS, record keeping. It's our commitment that the Supreme Court will keep on improving its performance and get rid of all the pending matters every year they are filed. Thank you.
Oweekitiibwa omulamuzi Christopher Madrama akulembeddemu balamuzi banne okuva mu kkooti ensukkulumu, nga ku bano kuliko oweekitiibwa omulamuzi Musota ali mu ssuuti enzirugavu, kuliko omukyala bamuyita Justice Elizabeth Musoke n'omukyala bamuyita Justice Catherine Bamugemereire. Basanyuse nnyo okubalaba ne babategeeza nti bava mu kkooti ensukkulumu eya Uganda ekulemberwa Ssaabalamuzi wa Uganda. Bagambye nti bo bawuliriza emisango egyekuusa ku mateeka n'egyo egyetaaga okulambulula enkola y'amateeka, nga bo bawuliriza misango ngeri gya kujulira. Bwe baba batudde batuula abalamuzi 5 mu kujulira okwa bulijjo, naye bwe kuba okujulira okulimu okutaputa ssemateeka batuula abalamuzi 7. bawuliriza nnyo appeals weewaawo n'eyokusatu mu kkooti ento. Bye basalawo bya nkizo era bya buwaze eri kkooti ento, n'olwekyo muwulira nnyo ekkooti ento nga zisalawo emisango gyammwe naye nga gyesigama ku nsalawo ezaasooka kkooti eyo zebeekoze. Abategeezezza nti bafunye amaka basangibwa wali ku kkooti enkulu. Ku kizimbe kya kkooti enkulu waliwo ekizimbe ekipya gali kwoleka gavumenti kye yatuyambyeko ne tuzimba, we bagemuddamu kubanoonyeza walala. Batakabanira okulongoosa empeereza n'okuyita ku mutimbagano eri oyo asobola okugenda ku mutimbagano ng'oweereza okuwaabako oba okujulirwako okulaba nti balokola ku budde emisango gye gitwala okumalibwawo n'okulaba nti bakendeeza ku misango egibaddewo. Basanyufu nnyo okubeera wano. Tenti yaabwe yeri ey'okubiri okuva wali era bagambye nti bwe bava wano bagenda mu tenti eyo. Bandyagadde nnyo okubaako n'akadde nammwe munyumyemu nabo mumanye biki bye baliko nabo bamanye biki bye muliko. Basanyuse nnyo okubalaba.
Your Worship Faiza, when I grow up, I want to speak Luganda like you. My Lord Chief Justice, Supreme Court, we have heard from them. We are now going to hear from the Inspectorate of Courts, and it is the Chief Inspector of Courts, the Honorable Justice Stephen Musota, who is going to talk about the Inspectorate. Inspectors, I request that you come and support the Chief Inspector. Thank you.
Kati wano we tutuuse wakulu nnyo. Bagambye nti mwetegeke tuwulire okuva eri kaliisoliiso wa kkooti.
Thank you. My Lord Chief Justice, I'll observe the protocol as outlined by the Chief Registrar. I intend to start with a preamble about the Inspectorate. The Inspectorate has been here for a long time. And we who have also been here for some time have had interaction with different inspectors. The difference today is that for the first time, the Inspectorate is backed up by a legal basis. Previously, there was no law under which the Inspectorate could operate, but today, under the administration of the Judiciary Act, the Inspectorate has a part which introduces it to the judiciary. Apart from the Act, recently we also got regulations. So I invite our distinguished members of the public to try and find out these legislations so that you read and internalize them and you know the mandate of the Inspectorate. As for this exhibition, our stall is located in the corner of that setup there. I hope many of you have visited it. We receive diverse complaints. But when we analyze these complaints, we realize that the majority of them are because many of our court users don't understand the legal processes. They spend a lot of time trying to write complaints instead of challenging decisions where they are dissatisfied through the provided legal channels. Another thing is that the people are not aware that there are complaints which do not require the attention of the Inspectorate. Because most of the courts have leaders. For example, in the High Court, we have division heads. Upcountry, we have chief magistrates.
What we have observed is that in most cases, there is very little use being made for these officers in the field. Because they are simple complaints you would be solving without trekking a long journey to Kampala. Soon we shall be solving the problem of distance when we get registrars in the regions so that we try to decentralize. This proposal has been provided to top management for consideration and approval. So in due course, different regions will have inspectorate branches which will be connected to the center. We've received the report that actually, as of today, we are failed everywhere, and we have received commendations from many of our justice actors, thanking us for being failed and ensuring that the courts are executing their mandate according to the required standard. Now I'm going to look through and inform you about the mandate of the inspectorate, which has the foundation in the law. The Inspectorate of Courts is created under Part 3 of the Administration of the Judiciary Act, and Section 8 thereof establishes the Inspectorate of Court within the judiciary, which is headed by myself as the Chief Inspector, who is designated by His Lordship the Chief Justice amongst justices of the Supreme Court. The Chief Inspector is mandated to prepare and submit to the Chief Justice quarterly reports in addition to other reports of our inspection work. In the discharge of the duties, the inspector reports to the Chief Justice. Section 12 creates the Secretariat of the Inspectorate, which is headed by a registrar. And the registrar is here with us. She is the Registrar Inspectorate. Many of you who have visited the High Court must have come across her. And currently, we have about 5 deputy registrars and administration staff. The objective for establishing the inspectorate are as follows. 1, to promote governance, good governance in the judiciary, to promote the highest standards of integrity among the staff of the judiciary, ensure compliance with constitutional and statutory standards and the charter of the judiciary, to promote quality assurance in the administration of justice, and to work with sister institutions to strengthen integrity in the administration of justice. The functions of the inspectorate are provided for in Section 9 of the Administration of the Judiciary Act. And these briefly are that we receive and process internal and external complaints against any staff of the judiciary. We investigate cases of maladministration of justice or any matter within our mandate. We examine and take custody of any judicial and administration records necessary for our investigations. We recommend remedial action as appropriate during inspection and to correct cases of maladministration of justice. We interface with and sensitize all stakeholders and the general public on the administration of justice, to enforce the Judicial Code of Conduct and the Public Service Code of Conduct in the judiciary. As you have noted, we are not a criminal investigation arm of the judiciary. We are advisory, we are correctional, so that the administration and services delivered to the satisfaction of everybody in the country. Lastly, we'll also ensure checks and balances in the delivery of justice. The inspectors pay keen attention in this process to the following. We try to assist the courts or advise them to correct registration of various categories of cases and fair allocation of registered cases. We also use the appropriate procedure of recording cases. We identify issues in civil cases and ingredients of an offense in criminal cases, where our judicial officers have failed to execute this mandate. We also ensure that the analysis of evidence is correct, taking into account evidence of both parties in relation to a particular issue or ingredients. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is the brief outline of our role. The list I've given you is just a guideline, but like every judicial officer is expected to do, we can interpret it and imply other situations which can be solved if we can. Otherwise, we usually have to consult the powers that be. I would like to thank you, but before I leave the microphone, let each of my deputy registrars introduce him or herself to you so that you know them from today onwards. Thank you very much. I'll start with the registrar.
Thank you. My name is Lamono Pamela Ochaya. I'm Acting Registrar, Inspectorate of Courts.
Very much. My name is Ajio Helena Sifiwe, Inspector of Courts.
My name is Moses Gabriel Angwalia, Deputy Registrar, Inspectorate.
Agnes Salum, Acting Deputy Registrar, Inspectorate.
Thank you, my Lord. I'm Samuel Tuachire, Deputy Registrar.
Very much, my Lord. I'm Sempala Dorothy Rwanga, Deputy Registrar, Inspectorate of Courts.
I wish you a fruitful day. Thank you very much.
Owekitiibwa omulamuzi oyo ne ttiimu eyo gye mulabika ku madaala n'essiga eddamuzi lyateekawo ekitongole oba ettabi lye tuyita kaliisoliiso. Omulimu gwabwe kulondoola empeereza y'emirimu nga basoosoowaza okulaba nti abalamuzi bakozesa bulungi obuyinza obubaweereddwa. agambye nti bo tebanoonyereza ku misango gya Naggomola naye bo batunuulira empeereza y'emirimu kati bafuna okusoomoozebwa abantu bwe batwalayo emisango nga minene okuva ku bo gye basobola. N'ekirala abantu okwemulugunya mubuuka amadaala nga mukutwala ewaabwe, so nga eyo gye mubeera waliyo abalamuzi abakulu tugeze ba chief magistrate n'abalamuzi ba kkooti enkulu. Naye agambye nti ekyo kigenda kugonjoolwa mangu ddala kubanga bagenda teekayo amatabi ag'enjawulo eyo gye tubeera nga gava mu kitongole kino kyakulembera. Asabye nti obusonga obutonotono mufube mu butwale ewa chief magistrate oba ewa jjaaji, bwe biba biganye mulyoke mubireete e Kampala. Agambye okujja e Kampala kirungi naye kibaleeta okutindiga eŋŋendo ennene n'okusaasaanya ennyo naddala mu by'entambula. Naye balina n'amasimu ku tenti yaabwe wano omudaala namba 13 balinawo amasimu ge bataddewo ne suggestion box awo we mutudde mwenna nsonga oba ensonga zammwe ezibasoomooza muziwandiike muziteeke omwo. Bawandiika alipoota buli myezi 3 ewa Ssaabalamuzi nga bamutegeeza ku bantu biki bye beemulugunya ku balamuzi. Babinoonyerezaako naddala abalamuzi abakola gadi b'engalye okulwisaawo bakandaliriza emisango n'okulaba nti abantu mu kifo ky'okujulira mumala ebbanga ddene nga mwemulugunya ku balamuzi olw'obutategeera engeri kkooti gye ziba zitambulamu. N'asaba nti mugendeko mu tenti yaabwe eno balambulule bulungi ebintu ebirina okugenda ewaabwe n'ebirala bye mulina okukwata nga mukozesa okujulira oba apparent process. Abeebazizza nnyo okujja era yeesunga okwogerako nammwe.
Thank you so much of courts and all the inspectors for your presentation. In case you want to know more about them, open page 26 of the magazine that has been distributed. You can't talk about the Inspectorate of Courts and you do not talk about the Judicial Service Commission. So, Judicial Service Commission at tent 25, they are open and they are ready to also receive those complaints against judicial and the non-judicial staff of the judiciary. And also just to remind us that we also have the Whistleblowers Protection Act that protects our people who blow the whistle against irregular, corrupt practices, illegal practices are protected under that act. So don't fear to say what you may wish to say. Tent number 13, Inspectorate. Tent 26, Judicial Service Commission. My Lord Chief Justice, we have food, so I want to encourage everybody that after this long day, we shall celebrate by eating and drinking. Let's continue to be patient. Don't say the courts are over-talking. They are here to explain what they do, because we know that many people sometimes have not fully understood and appreciated what the courts are saying. So this is part of the reason we are here, to unpack our mandate and also hear from you. We are now proceeding to hear briefly in 5 minutes from the East African Court of Justice, and this will be followed by the Court of Appeal. My Lord Justice Cheborion, I request you to come. Barishaki, who will be talking briefly about the mandate of the East African Court of Justice, they are here, and also tell us their location. As he comes, my Lord Chief Justice, we were also joined by the Director of LDC, Mr. Othembi Frank. Director, you're most welcome, and thank you so much for bringing the students. We've met quite a number of them. Thank you so much, my Lord. You're welcome.
Thank you. May I request Justice Richard Wejuli to join me, and Simon. Simon, if you are near, please come. There are 2 judges from the East African Court of Justice who are here. I'll begin by requesting my brother Richard to introduce himself, then I'll come in.
I am Richard Wejuli Wawire. I'm a judge of the First Instance Division of the East African Court of Justice.
Thank you. Maybe you wish to note that we also sit in the Ugandan courts. Richard sits here in the court, and I sit in the Court of Appeal, in the High Court. My Lord Chief Justice, allow me first to thank the Ugandan judiciary for giving the East African Court of Justice an opportunity to showcase its work on this day. Secondly, my Lord Chief Justice, I want to again thank the Ugandan judiciary for having hosted the East African Court of Justice last year but one, when it had its rotational session in Uganda. The East African Court of Justice was established in 1999 by the treaty, and it is one of the organs of the East African community. Its mission is to contribute to the enjoyment of the benefits of integration by ensuring adherence to justice, rule of law, and fundamental rights, including freedoms. And it does this through the interpretation, application, and the compliance of the East African law. The court was inaugurated in 2001, but it had its first case in 2005. That was after 5 years. People were very skeptical about it, and it stayed without a case for 5 years. But by now, as of today, a lot of interest has been piqued by the region of people, and the court has now over 500 cases and over 50 cases in the appellant division. The court initially started as a single court, but subsequently it was found necessary that it should have an appellant division. So it currently has two divisions, the first instance division and the appellant division. The first instance division has original jurisdiction on the interpretation and application of the treaty. And the appellant division hears appeals from the first instance division on points of law, jurisdiction, and procedural irregularities. The appellant division also has the mandate to hear or handle arbitration matters, and it can give advisory opinions. It also has the jurisdiction to issue preliminary rulings. What do I mean by that? If a national court is hearing a case and it finds that there is a matter touching on the treaty, the court can request the East African Court of Justice for a preliminary ruling to interpret whatever is for that court. Jurisprudence, there is no requirement for exhaustion of local remedies. You don't need to have gone through the courts in Uganda in order to take your case to the East African Court of Justice. However, you must do it within 2 months from the date when the act or incidents which you are complaining about occurred, or the directive. And all residents in the East African region are free to access the court, whether they are legal persons or they are free to access the court. You don't have to be a citizen. All that you need to show is that you are a resident of any of the countries. And these countries are now 8. They include Uganda, they include Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, the Democratic Republic of Congo, South Sudan, and recently Somalia has joined. On jurisprudence again, the treaty does not expressly give the court mandate to handle human rights matters. However, the court, on its own, has interpreted the treaty to enable it hear matters that relate to human rights. It says it cannot abdicate from that big role. So, if you have other matters that touch on the treaty and have a human rights perspective, the court cannot throw you away. The court sits in Arusha, in Tanzania. the middle of town, in the East African Community Building. And it has regional registries in currently Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi. It is establishing a registry soon in Southern Sudan, and it will soon establish a registry also in the Democratic Republic of Congo. You file your matter in the court in English, and it is then interpreted into or translated into French and Swahili. So you don't have to worry. And the court looks also, although it applies mainly the common law, it also looks at civil law to ensure that all its residents are catered for. That's what we would wish to say about the court. We encourage people to use the court, to come to the court and have their matters filed. You don't have to travel to Arusha to file your case. The registry here is in the Supreme Court building, and there's a gentleman called Simon who is always present. You can do e-filing, you can do physical filing. We thank you. Our stall, I'm told, is the number 2, stall number 2. Please visit it. I think it has a big screen on it. You can watch it and see what the court does. I thank you, my Lord Chief Justice, and all of you for listening to us.
Ab'ebitiibwa abalamuzi abo be mulaba bava ku madaala bava mu kkooti y'ekitongole ekitaba amawanga agava ebuvanjuba bwa Africa oba East African Community. Kuliko oweekitiibwa Chebrolion nga mulamuzi wa kkooti ejulirwamu wano naye ng'atuula ne mu kkooti ettabi erijulirwamu mu kkooti ya East Africa, nga mulamuzi wa kkooti etandikirwako mu East Africa, ate nga wano mu Uganda atula mu kkooti y'abakalintalo oba giyite war crimes Kololo. Atutegeeza nti kkooti eno yatandikibwawo mu 1999 kyokka yafuna omusango ogwasooka mu mwaka gwa 2005. We butuukidde eno nga balina emisango egisoba mu 5 nga bavunaanyizibwa ku kutaputa etteeka eriteekawo ekitongole ekitaba amawanga ga East Africa. Atutegeeza nti gakuze okuva ku mawanga 3 kati gali amawanga 8. Ogenda mu kkooti eyo kyokaayanako oba kyovunaana tekinnayitwako myezi 2. Abantu bonna abasangibwa mu East Africa tebetaaga kuba batuuze ogenda mu kkooti eyo. Newankubadde kkooti etuula Arusha mu Tanzania egguddewo amatabi ag'enjawulo we musobola okuteeka emisango gyammwe, nga wano mu Uganda osobola internet oba ogenda ku kkooti ensukkulumu ojasangayo omwami bamuyita Rogers Simon, mu nsonyi bwe mubamuyita Simon. Omusango oguwabayo nga guli mu Luzungu naye bo ku ssente zaabwe bagutaputa ne baguteeka mu Luswayiri ne mu lulimi Olufalansa.
Thank you, East African Court of Justice. Let us appreciate them by clapping for them and remaining happy because this is a good day. You can see the clouds have cleared, and so we are having such a good time. We now go to the Court of Appeal, the best stall of the event. DJ, welcome them in style. You can't be the best and you just walk slowly. DJ, give Court of Appeal music that ushers Justice Geoffrey Chiriabwire, the court administrator, with the team from that court. They are waiting for music, by the way. DJ, where have you gone? You've gone to eat lunch. My Lord, you may have to compose a song for yourself as you come. I've done it. My Lord Chief Justice, I'm also trying. I'm picking from you. I remember you composed You launched an album. Was it last year? So I'm also trying. Thank you for coming together with the registrars.
Thank you very much, CR. My Lord, the Honorable the Chief Justice, my Lord, the Deputy Chief Justice, my Lord, the Principal Judge, allow me to stand on the protocol that has already been well established. Thank you for having us, and a very good afternoon to you all. We are the Court of Appeal and Constitutional Court of Uganda, and before you are the leaders of the court. We also set up under Article 134 of the Constitution of Uganda, and it also provides that the Honorable, the Deputy Chief Justice of Uganda is the head of that court. But today he is sitting as Deputy Chief Justice in administration, so he's in the big tent, and he has humbly asked me to lead this team as court administrator. Not only are we the Court of Appeal of Uganda, we are also the Constitutional Court of Uganda. So you can say that we are two in one. We are the Court of Appeal of Uganda, so we take on appeals from the High Court and other areas where we are mandated to do so, but we also interpret the Constitution. So what we want to tell the people here present is that the Court of Appeal is open for business in case you feel that you have not got the decision that is just in the lower courts, or let us say the High Court, for example. You are able to come to the Court of Appeal, and we will try and see what went wrong, either as a point of law or in terms of what went wrong as a fact. So we're also open if you have a problem with interpreting the Constitution, if you feel that your constitutional rights have been violated in one way or another and it has not been well understood, that is our business. We help you to do that. We are currently 11 justices present here. I would like to introduce to you the Honorable, the Deputy Chief Justice of Uganda, who is seated in the main tent. Please welcome him also here. We have the Honorable Justice Frederick Egonda Ntende in absentia. We have the Honorable Justice Cheborion Barishaki. He is also here. You have already heard from him. We have the Honorable Lady Justice Helen Obura. She is here. We call her the pastor of Justice Oscar John Hika. And we have our Mugole judge, Justice Tibulia. Lady Justice Tibulia, she is also with us. We have our registrars present, Alan Rukundo, Lilian Buchana, Dr. Alex Mushabe, Susan Okeny in absentia, and we therefore also have other magistrates who you will meet. The Court of Appeal has a total of 117 staff altogether. We have 4 registries. We have the civil registry, we have the criminal registry, we have the constitutional registry, and of special importance this afternoon, because today we are trying to see how can the Court of Appeal be people-centered in the way that it administers justice. We want to introduce to you the Registry of Appellate Mediation. Appellate mediation is our flagship for being a people-centered court. Not only do we render judgments, but we also help to bring peace through mediation. So we're asking all of you who have cases at the Court of Appeal that if you feel for one reason or another that you are ready to mediate your case, we will help you. We have quite a big, about 10,000 matters which are pending in the Court of Appeal. Very good avenue to quicken resolution of your cases. We are located at Trade Towers, but we are moving. And this is another aspect of being people-centered. We are moving to plot number 2, the square, just next to the main High Court. So right now you can just come in a very central place. If you're in a taxi or if you are in an Uber, you just say City Square. Huh? Drop me at what? I can't hear you. Drop me at what? City Square. Then you know that you have reached. If we're an FM station, we would also say that we are opening FM stations around Uganda. So FM Court of Appeal is soon opening in Gulu. I think people in Gulu, you must be very happy to hear that. FM station Court of Appeal is soon opening in Imbarara. I'm sure people in Imbarara, you're going to be happy to hear that. And we'll continue to open as the case may be in different parts of Uganda. In our new building, we have made it a point to ensure that our court users are comfortable. When you come to the Court of Appeal in the new building, you'll have access which is available for people who are physically challenged. We have access for mothers. We'll have a daycare center. We also have a restaurant. So you just feel comfortable at the Court of Appeal. We are tent number 3. Tent number 3 over there. Please come and visit us. Greater detail is available about the Court of Appeal in our Court Users Guide. It is written in very simple English. Please come and pick one of those copies. It is available to you. And if you do, we can promise you at least a glass of water. Finally, let us also do some small advertising. We have a book, Alternative Dispute Resolution in Uganda. Those of you who believe in alternative dispute resolution, it is available for purchase there. Secondly, as chairman of St. John's Ambulance, allow me to say a few things. One, St. John's Ambulance is in attendance. If you have any medical care, please look for those people in green, and the medical tent is in the corner on the left. Thank you very much for listening to me. I can't. This is ambushing me. Office Superintendent, please come forward. We want to thank you for giving us the best tent at this open day. Thank you very much.
Court of Appeal is going in style. Let's allow them to go. You, let's be happy, yeah? DJ, continue.
Abo be mulaba abagenda abo mu ngeri ey'akatawaana ennyo be balamuzi ba kkooti ejulirwamu. Bakulembeddwamu omulamuzi Geoffrey Kiryabwire atutegeeza nti bajja obuyinza bwabwe mu kawaayiro 144 akassemateeka nga bakulemberwa omumyuka wa Ssaabalamuzi. Omulimu gwabwe kuwuliriza emisango egiva mu kkooti enkulu oba okutaputa kwa ssemateeka. Bawuliriza emisango egyo era gwe mulimu gwabwe. Bagambye nti bali abalamuzi 11 baduumirwa omumyuka wa Ssaabalamuzi ne banne bamenye ababadde naye. Balina n'abawandiisi ba kkooti eyo. Bagambye nti balinawo akapya ke musaana okwettanira nti omuntu bw'omala omumegga mu kkooti eya wansi, Abaganda bagamba nti tomegga n'oluma. Bw'otuuka mu kkooti ejulirwamu balinawo apparent mediation nga musobola okutuula ne muteesa n'oga nti after all nakuwangudde wansi kati obadde ogamba otya. Nti enkola eyo bagyettanira nnyo era ebayambye okumalawo emisango mingi. Bagambye balina amaka gaabwe amaggya ku City Square. Bw'ova ewaka olinnya emmotoka emu teweetaaga mmotoka yakubiri oba boda boda. Bw'otuuka ku City Square ng'otunula waggulu ekizimbe ekirungi ekipya kiriko ekigambo Court of Appeal. Bw'onootuukawo gwe munnaffe alinako obulemu tolemwa kujja. Bataddewo enkola esobozesa abaliko obulemu okugenda ku kizimbe ekyo paka waggulu. Maama alina omwana omuto tomuleka waka kusanga nga bamukubye oba bamutimpudde. Omwana muleete. Bataddewo obufo bw'abalabirira abaana n'abaagala okuyonsa babatereddewo ebifo bwe muyinza okuyonseza ku baana. Bagambye bawandiise ebintu bingi nnyo mu tenti yaabwe wali. Bawandiise n'ekitabo ekiyambako abantu okumanya bwe muyinza okutabagana. Agambye yakulira St. John Ambulance era bw'oba ng'olinamu challenge oba ng'oli mulwadde oba nga wandyetaaze okuyambibwako mu ngeri y'obujjanjabi oba okubudaabudibwa, tuukirira aba St. John's Ambulance.
Thank you, and thank you so much, Your Worship, for that translation. Court of Appeal, asante sana. You've done very well. We now come to the divisions, and my lords, we agreed that it is 3 minutes, so we are going to finish quickly. Starting us off in the divisions, Anti-Corruption Division. The Honorable Justice Lawrence Gidudu, as he prepares and he comes, Land Division, prepare to follow. Anti-corruption, then we go to land, and we continue. That is the team. I was looking for you, my lord, from the wrong direction. Neda, you were coming direct from your tent. Anti-corruption tent number 9 with his team.
My Lord my Lord the Chief Justice, I think I'm so used to the principal judge. My Lord the Chief Justice, my Lord the Deputy Chief Justice, Honorable Minister, my Lord the PJ, all the protocol that CR has ably established is observed. We thank you for giving us opportunity to come here, because when we organize an open day at our division, our clients don't come. I'm sure if we did a roll call, our clients are not there. We don't know why, but we are happy to be here to be able to make a presentation, a brief one, for the Anti-Corruption Division. The Anti-Corruption Division, I have had the privilege of heading it. My name is Gidudu Lawrence. My colleague, Justice Jane Okuo Kajuga is here. Kajuga is here. She's a judge in that court. Our registrar, Beatrice Atingu, is there. We also have a research assistant attached to my colleague, us generally, that is Nekesa Diana, our worship Nekesa Diana. Our court is privileged to have magistrates specially assigned to the division by the Chief Justice, magistrates from Uganda Road, Chief Magisterial area. We are supposed to have 2 under the instrument that set up the court, but we have 1, Joan Achiro. She's here. We have got Mr. Albert Asimwe, Worship Senior Principal Magistrate, Grade 1. We have got His Worship Opit is not here with us, he's on leave. And Her Worship Asimwe Esther is there. We have got about 34 support staff, clerks, secretaries, transcribers, ICT, accounts, process servers, officer assistants, and security there in our tent, which is tent number 9. Our mandate is to established in 2008 administratively, and then by legal instrument in 2009. So since 2009, the division has been adjudicating corruption and corruption-related cases in an orderly, expeditious, efficient, and cost-effective manner. The nature of cases we handle include embezzlement, causing financial loss, solicitation, acceptance of gratification, illicit enrichment, false accounting, diversion of public resources, neglect of duty, conflict of interest, abuse of office, tax evasion, smuggling, conveying uncustomed goods, and money laundering. That is the business of the court. These crimes, as I have mentioned, are cyber crimes. They are white-collar crimes which are sophisticated, which are syndicated, they are premeditated, and they are digitalized across digital platforms, meaning that evidence that we handle is data which is mined from computer operated gadgets. Trials can be protracted and intricate because they involve uncovering several layers of fraud, intricate layers of fraud. So in that, as a result of that, legal notice number 11 of 2021, and for which we are very grateful, my Lord Chief Justice, enables us to adjudicate these cases in an orderly and expeditious, efficient, and cost-effective manner. For lawyers who come to our court, we advise get the case management rules. Unlike other, they are not guides. They are rules for which there are penalties for non-performance. The rules have helped us to be transparent in managing the trials. Both the defense and the prosecution operate, and the court operate on the same page in terms of the rules that govern the trial management. Plea bargain is not a popular take in the court, if I may put it that way. I think we need to do some research because in our court we don't have eyewitnesses. There is no eyewitness in the anti-corruption division. All cases are managed by digital footprints and are essentially based on circumstantial evidence or forensic digital evidence. The court has a vibrant court users committee comprising stakeholders who meet every quarter, and we are grateful for the feedback that we get from these well-attended meetings. The division is currently located at Plot 5, Ludel Road in Nakasero, and our tent is number 9. We invite everybody to come over with either an oral or written, not just complaint, but also compliment. And we have got a suggestion box. If you don't want to interact with us, you can drop in there. For God and my country, thank you very much.
Owekitiibwa oyo ava mu kooti ewozesa abakenuzi abalyake n'abali b'enguzi bamuyita Justice Lawrence Gidudu awerekeddwako Justice Jane Okuwo ne Registrar. Ategeeza nti kooti eno yatandika mwaka gwa 2008 ng'eddimu eddene lyagiweebwa kulwanyisa buli bwanguzi, ababba ssente za gavumenti, abateekawo okubalirira okufu n'okukusa ebyamaguzi mu Uganda nga tebasasudde misolo. Okusoomoozebwa kwe basinze okusanga kwe kuba nti abantu abakola emisango gino bantu bibiina by'amaanyi, bakozesa tekinologi wa kika kya waggulu nnyo n'emitimbagano, n'olwekyo okuŋŋaanya obujulizi olumu kiba kizibu. Bagambye nti gwe abeetaaze oba omuntu gwe babbako ssente oba gwe baalyako enguzi, ogenda ewa kalisoliso wa gavumenti, naye nabo basangibwa ku Plot 5 e Nakasero wali maaso ga Ministry y'ebyobulamu oba ku public service. Baleese akabokisi kaabwe bali nako awo ku tenti yaabwe namba 9, ogendayo n'owandiika ebikusoomooza, emisango gyo bajja kuba bagigoberera.
Thank you so much. Anti-corruption, we upload them. Land division, you are next. Land division, come. You heard that most of the justice needs relate to land. Please, my lord, the head Lady Justice Alexandra Konge and your team, as they come, family division, get prepared so that we unpack those family matters. DJ.
Bannange Administrator General atunuulira ebintu by'abafu ali ku tent namba 5 wali tent namba 7. Kalondoozi w'ebyobusika n'ebintu ebigwa mu kkowe eryo ali ku tent namba 7.
Allow me, my lord, to adopt the protocol. On my side, I have the deputy head, Asimwe Tadeo. He's also the president of UJOA. He's my president and also your president, Mr. Chief Justice, Honorable. And we have Jane Elizabeth Alvidzia, who's absent, but she's the president of the women judges. Then we have Justice Basaza Patricia. She's a member of the Rules Committee. Justice Olive Kazare, Law Reform Rules Committee, Law Reform Committee. Then we have Justice Olive Kazare Mukwaya. right near me. Justice Immaculate Businje, the chairperson of the subcommittee, ECMIS. Justice Nasuna Flavia Matovu. Justice Kanyange Susan. Justice Namanya Bernard. Lady Justice Navakoza Flavia Kalunji, one of our latest judges. Judge Mugole. Then we have Justice Naluze Aisha Batala. We have 11 judges in the land division. And then we have 5 registrars. Her Worship Natkunda Geneva, Deputy Registrar, is in charge, but she's not here. Kayondo Kabasinguzi Josephine, Acting Deputy Registrar. His Worship Kagoda Samuel Ontende, Assistant Registrar. Worship Butanula Rashida, Assistant Registrar. Her Worship Okumu Jude Muone, Acting Assistant Registrar. The division has 103 support staff, making a total of 119 staff members. The language of court is English, but we have interpreters in all languages. Our land division is located at Tweed Tower. We occupy the 2nd and the 6th floor, and it handles all cases within Kampala and Wakiso. We have been receiving some complaints from other districts as well. We do what we can. For now, we have about 10,000 cases. 4,000 of them are backlog cases. Our mandate is to ensure land justice is administered to all manner of people without fear and favor. The division handles cases which have a value of 50 million Uganda shillings and above, and it's for both registered and unregistered land. If you have a case which is below 50 million, then you have to go to the lower court. We also deal with the appeals and revisions from the lower courts. We interact with Land Office, Mapping and Survey Department, Administrator General's Office, Attorney General, Land Protection Unit, Uganda Land Commission, Custodian Board, and Uganda Land Board. Now, where a party files a suit and in the process of hearing of the case discovers that there is a likelihood of the land in dispute, of the altering of the land, of the status of the land in dispute, he or she may apply to court for an interim order to prevent further activities or dealings on the land until the dispute is finally resolved by court. Some of you may have lawyers or you may not have lawyers. But we serve even those who do not have lawyers, and we encourage you to come to court where we can help. There are bodies which can help, and they are outside there. Some of you have met them, who offer pro bono services. We encourage mediation, land being what it is. We encourage mediation, which is a much cheaper option. Caveats, envumbo. These are issued by the Office of the Commissioner, Land Registration, and is granted upon application to that office. Protect your interest in the land. And for the office to place a caveat on the land, it must be satisfied that the person lodging it has an interest in the land, so that once it is lodged, there is no selling or dealing with it in any way until that caveat is removed. Quite often it is this court, these people here, who remove the caveats. And it is these people here who cancel titles which are fraudulently obtained. Now, when you come to court seeking justice, we expect you to present original documents or certified copies to prove your case. A Chibanja owner, if you are a Chibanja owner, as most of you are, we have already started our business. We've been dealing with many Chibanja owners. Chibanja owner is required to present a sale agreement. And if there is none, he must show court that he has been on that land for at least 12 years and has been recognized by the registered owner. And if you fail to do so, you may be declared a squatter or a licensee, and you may be evicted from the land. The judicial officers here, the judges, have powers to issue orders of eviction. It is also important, as I wind up, to note that lawful court orders must be obeyed. And a person who disobeys a court order may face imprisonment or a fine. We have received numerous complaints against RDCs and the police because we pass the orders and the execution becomes impossible. I have received many complaints today about impossible executions. We need the cooperation of the RDCs and the police and other government entities so that justice is not done, but not only done, but also seen to be done. Corruption. We have done our best to fight corruption. It's not all that easy. We do not tolerate corruption. And our staff have been warned against the practice of receiving money from the public or litigants, even from the lawyers. We may not be perfect, but we strive to do perfection. And where we have fallen short of expectation, we undertake to improve. Thank you very much for your cooperation and for listening to us. The Office of Head of Division is open anytime, and if you feel dissatisfied with our services, please, and many people have been coming to my office chambers, please continue coming to visit so that we can continue resolving the problem. I want to thank you.
Ab'ekitiibwa abalamuzi abo be mulaba bava ku madaala bava mu kkooti yaffe ey'emisango gy'ettaka wali ku Twedi oba ku Fairway Hotel wali waggulu. Bawuliriza emisango okuva mu Kampala ne Wakiso. Ettaka liteekwa ebbanga liweza $5,000,000. Ettaka eryo liyinza obbanga lya kyapa oba nga si lya kyapa. Bagambye bakolagana n'ebitongole bingi eri ggwe atasobola bapulida nga Uganet, Lapsnet ne LDC Legal Aid Clinic nga nabo bwe bali wano boolesa bw'oba olina ensonga z'ettaka tuukayo. Bakwasaganya ensi omuntu w'ekibanja n'owa mayiro. Tebaagalira ddala kulaba kugobaganya bantu ku ttaka. Naye bagambye ekimu ku bibasoomooza kwe kuziimula ebiragiro bya kkooti. Wano Oweekitiibwa n'okoddeyo ofiisi z'aba RDC ne poliisi n'abalabula okukikomya mangu ddala okubanga bafaayo okugenda mu kkooti okubuuza oba ebiragiro ebyo byavudde mu kkooti babituukirize. Omulimu gwabwe kutuukiriza biragiro bya kkooti so si kubirondobamu. Agambye nti ofiisi ye banzigula eri ggwe yenna yeetaaga obuyambi era yitayo ojja kuyambibwa.
Thank you so much, Land Division, my Lord, Lady Justice Konge, and your team. Thank you so much. We now proceed to the family division. The head, the Honorable Justice John Yudes Keitirima, is coming with his team as Commercial Court prepares. Commercial Court prepare to come after. Where are the members of family division?
My Lord, the Honorable Chief Justice, I'll also adopt the protocol as laid out. And unlike Justice Kidudu, who has no clients in this fora, I think you are all potential clients of the family division. Because if there's one thing you cannot cheat, you cannot cheat death. So whether you are dead or alive, you are potential clients of the family division. My names are John Yudes Keitirima. I head the family division. My deputy head is Ketra Katunguka, who's bereaved, so she's not with us here. My other judge is Elizabeth Chubula Kabanda, who is also not with us here. Lady Justice Jean Rakakoko, who's also bereaved and is not here. Lady Justice Celia Nagawa, please come forward for recognition. Lady Justice, so I think we shall skip them because they've not shown appearance. Now, one of the mandate of the court is to handle administration causes. The family division deals with transfer of wealth from a dead person to a beneficiary. And that's the majority of the work we do. My Lord Chief Justice, on average, we hand about 20 of these cases. And in essence, we are transferring wealth from the wealth creators to the people who acquire wealth by incident of death. And what we'd want to recommend is that we know that government has programs like wealth creation. I was talking to the Administrator General that we need, I think, another program of how to sustain this wealth when it is passed over. From the creators of it to those who are handed over the wealth as a result of a misfortune event of death. We also deal with family causes, adoptions, guardianship, divorce. We deal with civil appeals. We deal with civil suits arising out of estates. And here I want to emphasize that your death in a family is a potential cause of conflict within your family. And it depends on how you pass on. We want to advise from our experience that it's very important for you to plan your succession because death is inevitable. And I know most of you have created some wealth. I want to believe the majority of you have children. So it's important for you to plan when you're still alive on how to pass on this estate to your beneficiaries. And there are two ways you can pass on. One is if you pass on testate, in other words, you've left behind a will, and you've elaborated in detail on how you want your estate to be managed after you pass on. And secondly, passing on without leaving a will. And I see most people saying they do not have the courage to write wills. But the problem you have is that when you don't plan for your estate, then the state will plan for you. And that causes a lot of conflict. We deal with civil revisions. We have adopted mediation. In our division, mediation is almost mandatory, because we believe some of these bad family disputes can be resolved through mediation. We are located at Makindye, 4C Mutuba 3 Road, Kampala, Uganda. And we are on tent number 7. We have co-hosted with the Administrator General to explain the processes. Professor Sylvia was saying that we need to lighten the processes, especially with regard to widows, going to the Administrator General for a certificate of no objection. Professor Sylvia, in Uganda, there are so many ways people can marry, including through customary law that allows you to marry more than 1,000 wives. And therefore, it is very important, if you die in that situation, for the Administrator General to vet and take out the appropriate person to apply for letters of administration. So that's why at times we require the Administrator General to do that, and the law actually provides for it. We are also educating people on how to write wills. So approach tent number 7, because at times people don't know how to write wills, and it becomes a problem. For example, we see people saying, if I die, my property should never be sold. And that's is in a will. But 2 or a month later, the spouse you've left behind develops a cancer. So do we respect your will that would enable this person to raise money and go and get treatment? Or do we disrespect your will and sell off part of this estate to treat the person you've left behind? Those are some of the challenges, and we are happy to say that today we are educating the public on how to write proper wills. We pledge that we will give our very best to enable a smoothful transition of wealth to people who have passed on to those whom they would wish to benefit from. We also pledge that we'll try our level best to quicken the administration of justice by delivering our rulings and judgments on time. And we want to thank you for listening to us. Anything else?
Yeah, thank you very much, my Lord. From the family division, let us have a brief interpretation, and we call the next group.
Abakulu abo bavudde mu kooti etawulula enkaayana wakati w'abafumbo ekola ku by'obusika n'ensonga z'abafu. Naye nga bo tebakola ku bafu, naye bakola ku nsonga z'ebyabafu. Bagambye nti bakolagana n'ekitongole kya Administrator General okulaba nti ebintu by'abafu bikwatibwa bulungi. Omukulu agikulira yeekokkodde nnyo abantu okusikira ebintu by'abafu, naye byonna ne mubikwata mu ngeri ebisaanyaawo obusaanya mu kifo ky'okubikuuma. bagambye mu tenti namba 7 wali bayigiriza n'abantu okuwandiika eddaame okulaba nti ebintu byo birambulwa bulungi nga tonnafa. Basangibwa Makindye okulinaana ekitawuluzi kya Ssaabasajja, naye nga bw'oba obeetaaze na leero bali wano ku tenti namba 7 beeyamye okulaba nti batuukiriza obwenkanya mu budde, bataddewo n'ebifo ku kkooti we muyinza okufuna okuyambibwa eri gwe atasobola puliida, nga balinayo bapuliida ab'obwereere.
Yeah, DJ, you are now doing quite well. As I call the next group, DJ, you give them that very wonderful tune. And this is the commercial court. My Lord, Lady Justice Anna Mgenyi, please proceed with your team to the podium from the commercial division. And that will be followed by the land division, the civil division, shall be followed by civil division, led by Honorable Justice Musa Sekana. Commercial court. DJ, that sound was good. Yes. My Lord, that is a very good sound for you.
Very. My Lord, the Chief Justice, my Lord, the Deputy Chief Justice, my Lord, the Principal Judge, please allow me to adopt the protocol that was earlier laid down by the Master of Ceremonies, the Chief Registrar. My name, I'm Anna Mgenyi, the Deputy Head of the Commercial Division. I am making this presentation on behalf of the court and the head of division who is away on official duty. The judges at the division, the commercial court has 9 permanent judges and 1 visiting judge. We have the Honorable Mr. Justice Stephen Mubiru, head of the division. Myself, the deputy head of division. We have Honorable Lady Justice Cornelia Sabiti, judge of the court. We have Honorable Lady Justice Susan Abinyo. We have Honorable Lady Justice Harriet Magala. We have Honorable Justice Thomas Ochaya. Honorable Lady Justice Patricia Mutesi. We have Honorable Lady Justice Patricia Kahiji Asimwe. We have Honorable Justice Patience Rubagumya. The registrars, we have His Worship John Paul Edoku, Acting Registrar. Her Worship Mastula Mlondo, Assistant Registrar. And Her Worship Dorothy Kiampaire, Acting Assistant Registrar. The division also has registries of alternative dispute resolution and small claims. The registry of ADR is headed by a registrar, His Worship Elias Omar Kisauzi. Other registrars in the registry of ADR are Her Worship Dr. Nkonge Agnes, Her Worship Kainza Helen, Deputy Registrar, and His Worship Godfrey Kawesa, Deputy Registrar. The registry of small claims is headed by Her Worship Mastula Mlondo, Assistant Registrar. The division has also got 2 court-annexed mediators who I think are here with us, and I would like them to stand up for recognition. Honorable Veronica Isala Eragu Bichetero, and Mr. Kenneth Buranji. Please stand up wherever you are for recognition. We also have 8 grade 1 magistrates, research attached to the chambers of the judges. Her Worship Brenda Nakai Mwesige, Her Worship Eva Amongin, His Worship Kalondo John Paul, His Worship Prince Anan, Her Worship Aria Sharon, His Worship Michael Twinokwesiga, His Worship Her Worship Itogot Amy, and Her Worship Nagadia Joanita. My Lord, the Chief Justice, this is the strong team that I have at the Commercial Court, and we are committed to unlock that 8.3 billion that you always talk about, and in a few years, all that will be released into the economy. We also have 70, at the Commercial Division, we have 70 non-judicial officers who support us. These are ICT administrators, communications, court clerks, office attendants, and others. The mandate of the court, the Commercial Court was established in 1996 as a division of the High Court of Uganda under Legal Notice number 4 of 1996 and Instruction Circular number 1 of 1996. Its mandate is to hear disputes arising out of transactions of a commercial nature whose value or subject matter is 50 million Uganda shillings and above. The cases at the division are clustered in 10 categories. We have banking, loans and credits. We listen to intellectual property, appeals and insurance. We also listen to cases concerning trade, construction. These are disputes that arise out of agreements and corporations. The other category of matters we handle at the division is the universal category, which includes interlocutory applications, post-judgment applications, including executions, and miscellaneous applications of all kinds. The cases are clustered and handled in a session manner, where each judicial officer handles particular categories of cases in a cluster during different quarters of the financial year. This helps all categories of cases handled by the division to be disposed of quickly and effectively. Our court is located at Plot 14, Lumumba Avenue, in Nakasero. Our court exhibition tent is tent number 4. In the court, in that tent, you'll find copies of our Commercial Court Users Guide and copies of the learning opportunities and experiences for law students and court users at the Commercial Court. These materials are available to give more information about the court, its services, operations, and opportunities. We also have the ICT team stationed at the tent to demonstrate how ECMIS operates at the Commercial Court in far as filing cases, assessment, and paying of court fees online is concerned. The Commercial Court Division is fully automated, and we encourage you to visit our tent number 4, which is right close to the Court of Appeal tent. We were the first here in the morning to put up the tent, and we actually thought our tent was the best. But next time, it will be the best. Okay, commercial justice touches the economy in terms of cash flow, and so the Commercial Court Division provides a pivotal role while resolving commercial disputes. It steers enforcement of contracts in business, stroke commercial relations, and also protects and upholds property rights, ensuring that business can operate without fear of unlawful interference and encourages investment. The Commercial Division is open to engagements with stakeholders to enhance our service delivery to the public. Stakeholder engagements are done through individual meetings with associations of different categories of court users, include the Uganda Insurers Association, Kampala Capital City Traders Association, the Uganda Bankers Association, and many others. So far, the division has held a bar bench meeting with the members of the Law Society and also a court users meeting with representatives from the Uganda Bankers Association, which we held on 28th of March this year. All these engagements are aimed at ensuring that we provide efficient, effective, and timely services at the courts. All in all, and in conclusion, the Commercial Court Division is committed to being the leading provider of commercial dispute resolution services and products in the region, consistent with the best practices globally. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Commercial Division. Please give them an escort. Please. That was Commercial Division. And as the Civil Division is coming, let us have a brief interpretation.
Oweekitiibwa omulamuzi oyo ava mu ttabi lya kkooti enkulu eritabaganya eby'obusuubuzi n'ensuubulagana. Agambye nti balinamu ebiyiiye bye baleese bingi, omuli okumalira ensonga wabweru wa kkooti, okulaba nti emisango egitasukka miliyoni 10 giwulirizibwa, n'okulaba nti bateekawo bakiyambi eri abo abalina emisango, okulaba nti babayambako tabagana. Ekiruubirirwa kulaba nti wabaawo obwenkanya n'okumala emisango gino mu budde, okulaba nti ssente enkumu tezeetuuma mu misango gino. Bawuliriza emisango wakati wa banka n'abeewozi, ebiyiiye oba giyite intellectual property, ebya insurance, bw'oba wajjawo insuwa naye nga insuwa tekusasula, kusuubulagana n'ebyobuzimbi, n'ebyo ebigwa mu kkowe emisango nga mugifunye emitala w'amayanja. Basangibwa ku Kyaggwe Road oba Lumumba Avenue, balina ebiwandiike eri abaana abaagala okusoma amateeka mu tenti yaabwe. Bagambye nti baluubirira okulaba nti ssente ya Uganda tenaabuuka, nga n'emisango tegikandaalira naddala egy'ebyensuubulagana, abantu basobole okufuna ssente mu budde. Bakolagana n'abaakasiita, n'ababbanka, ne bapulida, nga mu byonna batakabanira kuweereza gwe omuntu wa bulijjo.
Civil Division, Etuse. Civil Division is here. Let us listen to the head Civil Division. Thank you, my lord.
My Lord, the Chief Justice, my Lord, allow me adopt the protocol as presented by the CR. Let me present Civil Division team. We call ourselves the winning team. I'm Sekana Musa, the head. Justice Baguma Emmanuel, the deputy head. Justice Esther Nambayo, the judge of the division. Justice Wamala Boniface, the judge of the division, and Justice Dr. Douglas Singiza Karekona is also a judge of the division. The registrars, we have Simon Chintu Zirintusa, the registrar, acting registrar, then Esther Nakadama, assistant registrar, and Faizo Mularira, the interpreter, is also part of the civil division. He does some part-time work within the division. We also have Part of the civil division team, magistrates Maria Nalubowa, attached to Justice Waguma, then Kamba Eunice, attached to Justice Nambayo, then Mogera Ann, Nanteza Ann, attached to Justice Singiza, and Peneito Waiswa, attached to Justice Wamala. Civil Division handles all other matters which are not handled in commercial, land, and family. So any of those matters that don't fall within that category definitely can be filed in the Civil Division. We don't have a constitution of what matters those are, but briefly we can refer to cases of tort, defamation, insolvency, company causes, partnership matters, judicial reviews, enforcement of human rights, election petitions, and appeals from different bodies like Uganda Registration Services Bureau, Human Rights Tribunal, Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Assets. We also handle appeals from Judicial Service Commission, where we sit in a quorum of 3 judges, and appeals from the Disciplinary Committee of the Law Council. The court is located along Kafu Road, where we are on 20th floor. We occupy the first floor and the 5th floor. Our court is open to any litigant who has any issues. You should not wait only for the National Open Day to come to our court to address your problems. Whenever you have any problem, we have an open door policy. You can always come to any of our chambers and we address your problem. Thank you so much.
That was Civil Division, and thank you, the head Civil Division. And I request Criminal Division to prepare to come to the podium as international crimes will follow suit.
Abalamuzi abava ku waggulu awo bava mu kooti ey'engassi bakulira omulamuzi Musa Sekaana ayanjudde abalamuzi ab'enjawulo ku madala ag'enjawulo baayise nabo. Bagambye nti bo bawozesa emisango egy'engassi omuli okumenya endagaano, kalebule, obutasasula mabanja n'emisango egyekuusa ku by'okulonda. Bakola nga ekkooti ejulirwamu ku misango egiva mu kakiiko akalonda n'okukangavvula abalamuzi aka Judicial Service Commission, tenti yaabwe eri mabega wano. Bawuliriza n'emisango egiva mu akakiiko akakangavvula abapuliida aka Law Council. Basangibwa Kafu, ku luguudo Kafu oba okulinaana Fairway Hotel ku mwaliro ogusooka n'ogwokutaano.
Criminal Division is coming.
Baba open, buli muntu ayagala atuukayo n'abaako n'ensonga z'ababuulira.
My Lord Chief Justice, allow me to recognize 2 more dignitaries amidst us. We have Sheikh Hamidu Serwada Busungu, the Regional Assistant Mufti Kampala Region. You are most welcome. My Lord, we also have the District Kadhi for Nakawa, Sheikh Serunjoji Zakiu, who is also with us here. I would like to remind our dear guests that the feedback forms that we have given to you, please don't forget to put your telephone number and name, because we shall be getting back to you and address the concerns that you have raised with us. So please don't forget to put your telephone number and name on the feedback forms. Criminal division is right here, and my lord, you're welcome.
My Lord, the Honorable the Chief Justice, allow me adopt the protocol that has already been laid out. This is the criminal division of the High Court. I'm making this report on behalf of the head of the division, Honorable Justice Mike Elobu, who is not around with us and is on special duty in Gulu. What is criminal division? What do you have to know about criminal division? Criminal division is situated at the judiciary headquarters, located on plot 2, City Square, Kampala. It handles all criminal matters of a capital nature, such as murder, aggravated defilement, rape, aggravated robbery, and any other offense that has death as the maximum sentence. The division also handles criminal appeals, criminal revisions and reviews. The division handles confirmation of sentences from the lower court, and it covers the following chief magisterial areas of Nakawa, Uganda Road, Mengo, Ntebe, Kajansi, Wakiso, Makindye, Kira, and Kasangati. You also need to know that in the cases of juveniles, we handle cases involving juveniles who are charged with capital offenses, but in this case, the maximum is 3 years, not death, as some people are mistaken. They don't appreciate that fact, that when a juvenile offender is, the case has been proved against them, the complainants imagine that we are going to sentence them to death, but their maximum sentence is 3 years. The mandate of the criminal division is to hear all criminal cases that are triable by the High Court. We handle committals. Of course, these cases are committed to the High Court through the court, where we also handle criminal cases. Production of daily hearings, we try to conduct these cases on daily basis, and we are getting tremendous results. Let me introduce the officers, the judicial officers at the division. As I said earlier on, it is headed by Justice Michael Elubu, and we have 5 other judges. We have Justice Isaac Muata, who is not here with us. We have Justice Alex Ajiji, who is not here with us, who is the deputy head. We have Justice Paul Gadenya. We have Janet Kanya, Lady Kanya is here with us. And I am Margaret Mutonyi. My Lord, the criminal division works with other stakeholders and are here with us. We have state brief lawyers, the council, they're here with us. You can step forward. We have state brief councils. These are advocates on state brief. We have state attorneys who are strictly assigned to criminal division. Yes, they're here with us. And we have our court assessors. We work hand in hand with the prisons liaison officers. So we have prisons officers who are here. And this has helped us to eliminate the challenge of having no prisoners when the court is ready. We no longer have that, my Lord, because we work together with the prisons. Whenever we have a session on this daily hearing, all the inmates are in court and on time. Otherwise, we will not be making it. We also work with the Naguru Remand Home, where they keep our juvenile offenders. My Lord, Chief Justice, I would like to take this opportunity to inform the public that where a child offender is involved, We expect the parents to play a vital role. Make sure that you bring the relevant documents to court, right from the magistrate's court, so that we avoid instances of taking children to the remand homes where necessary. So you make sure you come with your child card report. You can come with the immunization card. You can come with a birth certificate, and especially where the children are on the borderline case, juvenile young offenders who are about 17 and 16, we've had instances where such children find themselves in the adult prison. Why? Because the parents, the guardians, do not play their part. So once you know that your child is below 18, make sure that you follow up this case, inform the magistrate early enough to avoid instances of remanding these young offenders in the adult prisons. We have plea bargaining, my lord. We have the plea bargain, which we may, at times we may have camps, but we also do it as part of our business at the criminal division in the course of our business. So if you pass at our tent, that is the tent number 10, you are going to get a brochure which is talking about plea bargaining. We don't have much time. We have this. Make sure you take it because very many accused persons are benefiting from plea bargaining. So get this brochure, educate yourself about it, but in short, it allows the accused persons to negotiate, bargain with a state, of course with a court presiding over the whole process, to agree on the punishment, and usually it is a lesser punishment, or you can use plea bargain procedure to have charges that are aggravated to be reduced to the lesser cognate charges. Thank you very much. I can briefly also tell you about the procedure of having your bail refund, because we do preside over bail applications and we grant, if it is a cash bail, I want you to take note of this quickly, that the first thing is you must apply in writing to the court. If your case has been concluded and the bail refund has to be given back to you, you have to make it in writing, putting your full details, and then after that, you attach that application, the bond. You also attach the receipt, the general receipt that was issued to you from the URA, and then you will certainly submit that to the court, and then they will extract that ordered for the bail refund, forward it to the administration, and then your money will be refunded. Usually we use the account, the bank account. So don't think that after your case is ended and your bail is supposed to be refunded, you think that you have no way out. Even if you have been convicted, but the sentence does not include taking your bail money. And secondly, you need to know where the court says it's a cash, it's a non-cash. It means non-cash. If it's a bond, it is a bond. So many of you are misled. You think that when the judge or judicial officer pronounces that it's a non-cash, it means cash. Don't allow any money to pass behind. Don't allow any money. Once it is non-cash, it is non-cash. Even in the High Court, we do issue non-cash in deserving cases. And then finally, I would also like to inform those who are sentenced to 2 years by the grade 1 magistrate. The procedure is known, but people hardly follow that. If your relative has been sentenced to 2 years and above by a grade 1 magistrate, they are supposed to send that file to the High Court for confirmation of that sentence. And during that process, it's like a revision. We may confirm the sentence or we may revise it, depending on how we have looked at the file and satisfied ourselves that everything was properly done. Now, we have 2 registrars, worship, Festus Nsenga, and then we have His worship leaders, who unfortunately lost his brother this morning, so he's not here with us. We also have a research assistant, her worship, Lucia Lima, and then the rest of the staff, you can wave to the people. We are committed to do better. May God bless you.
That was the criminal division, and we want to thank Honorable Justice Margaret Mutonyi for the remarks you have just made. There are so many feedback forms we are receiving, and we want to assure you that we shall get back to the individuals with those issues. Please remember to include your contact and your name and concisely presenting your problem. We shall be responding. Allow me to invite as we have the brief interpretation, I call upon the International Crimes Division to ascend to the podium and make their remarks as the industrial court prepares.
Okay. Tweyanziza nnyo abantu baffe omulamuzi gwe mbadde muwulira ye mulamuzi ow'ekitiibwa Mutonyi ng'oyo yakulira kooti ekola ku misango egya naggomola oba egy'obumenyi bw'amateeka. Annyonnyodde ensonga mu bufunzefunze agamba eyo kooti erina obuvunaanyizibwa obw'okuwa okweyimirirwa naye mu byo kikyagamba nti bwe bakuwa okweyimirirwa fuba okulaba ng'omusango guwedde oba mu bulungi oba mu bubi ofuna ssente zo z'otaddeyo ng'akakalu ka kooti. N'agamba nti olina okujja ne risiiti yo gye baakuwa mu original form yaayo, ate ekirala akwegayirira nti bw'aba akuwadde non-cash leka ebeere nga non-cash. Bwe bakulimba nti waliwo ssente eziweereddwayo tokkiriza. Kyakusaba toyisa ssente ku lusebenju lwanju. N'ayongera n'agamba nti mu kooti eyo bafaayo nnyo ku nsonga z'abaana naye ate ggwe ng'omuzadde w'omwana tukwegayiridde fuba nnyo okulaba ng'ogoberera ensonga z'omwana oba ate bwe kiba kyetaagisa jjangu n'ebbaluwa y'obuzaale oba ekimwogerako kisobole okuba nga kiggwa mu butuufu bwakyo. Bamanyi okusindika abantu mu makomera naye akukakasa nti senga omulamuzi wa kooti eya wansi oba ento akuwa ekibonerezo kya myaka 2 n'okudda waggulu, kitukakatako nga abalamuzi okuweereza omusango ogwo ku kooti enkulu ey'ekitundu ekyo okukakasa nti ekibonerezo kyekyo. N'ayongera n'atugamba nti mu kooti eyo bayina abawandiisi 2, omu ku bo yeweekitiibwa Festo Nsenga, naye ate era bayinamu n'abalamuzi abato abakola ogw'okunoonyereza nga bayambako abalamuzi ba kooti enkulu.
My Lord, the Honorable, the Chief Justice, allow me to follow the protocol is already established. My name is Susan Okalang. I'm a judge and deputy head of the International Crimes Division. I'm standing in the shoes of the Honorable Justice Dr. Andrew Bashija, who is the head of the International Crimes Division and who is away on official duty in Gulu High Court. With me are the other judicial officers of the ICD. I have with me the Honorable Justice Richard Wejuli Wabwire, who was introduced earlier. The Honorable Lady Justice Alice Komhanji is also a judge of this division of the International Crimes Division, and unfortunately she had to leave, but she was here. The division has a deputy registrar, one of them, and her name is Juliet Katanga. To assist the judges, their research magistrates, I have with me Millicent, Her Worship Millicent Kemigisha, Her Worship Yvonne Grace Nasuna, Her Worship Maureen Kalai. The other research magistrate is Julian Nabasa, who is not here. We do have 25 non-judicial staff serving the court as court clerks, interpreters, ICT staff, among other responsibilities. We are also assisted with several assessors in determining the cases that are brought before us. The International Crimes Division was established in 2008 as a way of fulfilling the government of Uganda's commitment to the actualization of the Juba Agreement on Accountability and Reconciliation. That agreement was not concluded, as we all know, that one of the parties disappeared in thin air, but the government of Uganda decided to create the International Crimes Division as a war crimes division with a mandate to try war crimes and crimes against humanity. It did so under what is called the High Court International Crimes Division Practice Directions, Legal Notice number 10 of 2011. In that notice, the division is mandated to try war crimes, crimes against humanity, genocide, terrorism, human trafficking, and piracy, among other crimes. In 2010, the government of Uganda enacted the Rome Statute Act. This was to domesticate Uganda's international obligations under the Rome Statute. This act stipulates war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide as crimes that are triable by the International Crimes Division. I'll run through these crimes briefly, as most Ugandans do not probably currently feel affected by these crimes, and yet they live with us, and we live with the reality of those crimes. A war crime is a violation of the laws of war, and this gives rise to individual criminal responsibility for acts committed during combat. In other words, even wars have rules that govern how they are to be conducted. So the offenses which fall under the rubric of war crimes are very many. They include killing civilians, torturing people, taking hostages, destroying civilian properties, etc. Crimes against humanity are serious crimes committed as part of a large-scale attack against civilians. So unlike war crimes, crimes against humanity can also be committed during both war and peacetime. The difference between those two crimes is the modus operandi, or how they are committed. But most importantly, crimes against humanity are large-scale attacks against civilians. Genocide is the intentional destruction in whole or in part of a national, ethnical, or racial or religious groups. In Uganda, we are familiar with the genocide that happened in Rwanda. Terrorism is a method of coercion that utilizes or threatens to utilize violence in order to spread fear, thereby attaining political or ideological goals. In other words, terrorists spread fear as a means of discrediting the opposite party, in most cases the government, in order to attain political or ideological goals. Basically, terrorists also want power. Human trafficking is the trade of human beings for the purpose of forced labor and sexual slavery or commercial slavery. We handle both national and international human trafficking. Many people think that they are not human traffickers until they come before us. Domestically, the most common type of human trafficking is persons picking young people or women or even men from the villages, bringing them to employ in Kampala or in the cities as maids or house helps, promising to pay them money, and then during the employment, they end up not paying these people or underpaying them. That is human trafficking. Piracy is the practice of robbery or illegal violence at sea. We haven't handled any case of piracy. Basically, the International Crimes Division has handled and concluded cases of terrorism and cases of human trafficking. We encourage plea bargain and have registered successes in cases of terrorism and human trafficking under plea bargain. Some terrorist suspects, however, have been reluctant to take the innovation of plea bargain because they tell us in court that the Amnesty Commission gives them blankets and food, etc. So why should they choose the plea bargain when they can get out scot-free? We do grant bail also in deserving cases. We apply both civil law and common law principles in the adjudication of the cases before us. Our court is located at plot number 5, Laudel Road, Nakasero, which is opposite the Ministry of Health. Today we are at tent number 8, and we have leaflets, brochures, and a short video showing what war crimes look like. At the moment, the division is handling one of the major war crimes that we have had to try in this country. We sit in panels to hear complex cases. That is panels of 4 judges, one judge being a judge in waiting. But we also sit as single judges. As a division, we are committed to continued service, improvement in the areas that we have not been able to serve according to standard. Thank you so much for listening to us.
Thank you very much, War Crimes Division or International Crimes Division, for that brief. And as I wait for Lady Chief Magistrate Namvuma from Mpigi to make a brief translation, my Lord Chief Justice, allow me to introduce 1 or 2 extra members. My Lord, we have Honorable Justice Kania Augustine, retired. He has joined us to be part of this congregation. And my Lord, we also have the Mayor, Kampala Central Division, with us, Mr. Uhuru. He was sighted in the tent somewhere there. Lady Chief Magistrate Namvuma, please, a little interpretation as Industrial Court proceeds to the podium. And that will be the last court, and we proceed to the next segment. Thank you.
Mu bufunze omulamuzi abadde ayogerako gye tuli bamuyita ow'ekitiibwa Susan Okalanyi nga yakulira ekitongole kya International Crimes Division. Mu bufunze abadde ayanjula abantu bakola nabo, era mu balamuzi mulimu n'abakozi ba bulijjo okusobola okutwala emirimu gya kooti maaso. Ayanjudde omuwandiisi waayo Hawaship Atanga n'ayongerako abalamuzi ba kooti ento abakola n'abalamuzi ba kooti enkulu abakola mu kooti eyo. Agambye nti division eno bagiteekawo mu mwaka gwa 2008 naye ng'ekigendererwa kyali ki okola ku misango omuli egy'okukukusa abantu n'egy'okukola ku bumenyi bw'amateeka obuyitira ku mazzi. Agenze maaso n'agamba nti weewaawo emisango giyinza okubeerawo ng'entalo zigenda maaso naye ate gisobola n'okubaawo ng'entalo teziriiwo. N'ayogera ku abo abakukusa abantu gy'omuntu gy'omugye ng'omutwala kola bwa maid naye ate n'omutuusa eyo ng'omugambye birala era n'omukola birala. N'agamba egyo emisango bagiwuliriza. N'ayogera n'agamba nti bakkiririza mu kuteesa ku bibonerezo by'emisango. Gwali eyo ng'ogamba nti omusango waguzza naye olinayo omukisa ogw'okuteesa ku kibonerezo. Omulamuzi atukakasizza n'agamba omukisa ogwo weeguli. N'ayongera n'atubuulira wa we basangibwa. Agamba basangibwa ku poloti namba 5 awo nga be bali mu maaso ga minisitule y'ebyobulamu ku kizimbe ekyo wojja obbasanga. Agambye bwe babalamula emisango gino batuula mu pano y'abantu 4 naye ate olw'olumu n'omu asotuula.
The Honorable, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Uganda, allow me to adopt the protocol as was well laid out by the Honorable Chief Registrar. My name is Linda Lilian Tumsime Mujisha, Acting Head Judge of the Industrial Court, which is the last court today, but not the least. In fact, the most unique court. Before I introduce members of the court, allow me to speak about our court first. The Industrial Court is one of the courts of judicature established under Article 129 of the Constitution. It exercises concurrent jurisdiction with the High Court, though it remains subordinate court because it's established under Section 8 of the Labor Disputes Arbitration and Settlement Act. Unlike other courts of judicature, the operations of the court fall under 2 dockets. The judicial officers who are supervised by the Honorable, the Chief Justice through the Honorable, the PJ, Principal Judge, and the other operations under the docket of the Ministry of Gender. The court promotes positive workplace relations and manages workplace conflict by providing a platform for equitable resolution of labor grievances. When labor disputes are allowed to accumulate, workers' discontent remains latent and may explode into violent strikes and lockouts. This kind of situation is not conducive to the economic growth and development of a country. Strikes and lockouts cause a decline in production and national income, and this lowers the standard of living and leads to unemployment for the affected workers. The contribution of the Industrial Court to national development is therefore is one of the core mandates of the Industrial Court, is to ensure that industrial or labor conflicts are resolved quickly and effectively. The court's mission is to administer labor justice for all in a timely and effective manner. And our court's vision is labor justice for all. Our court is a unique court. It consists of 5 judges, headed by a head judge, 3 registrars. I beg your pardon, it consists of 5 judges headed by a head judge, But at the moment, we are only 2 judges. And I take this opportunity to introduce Honorable Justice Anthony Wabwire Musana, the judge of the Industrial Court. We are only 2 judges of the Industrial Court, serving a population of about 20 million working Ugandans, both in the formal and informal sector. However, the full composition of the court should be 5 judges, and we look forward to the appointment of the 3 judges. We also are supposed to have 3 registrars, but at the moment we only have 1 registrar, Honorable Sylvia. We refer to our members of the court as honorables. You'll excuse us because they are workers. Sylvia Nabagala Mbuga is the registrar of the Industrial Court. We expect to get a deputy registrar and assistant registrar appointed very soon. The court also is run by 15 panelists, panel members, and these are representatives, 5 representatives nominated by the Federation of Uganda Employers. If they could step forward, those that are from FUE. 5 are nominated by the Federation of Labor Unions, NOTU and COFTU. And 5 are appointed by the Minister of Gender as the independent members of the court. So the court sits as a quorum in panels with a judge, an independent member, a representative of employers, and a representative of employees. So at every sitting, there are 3 members of the panel and the judge. The panelists, as I mentioned, each panelist represents the constituents of the independent members, employers, and employees. The functions of the court are to arbitrate on labor disputes referred to it under the Act. We are therefore a court that exercises referral, both referral and appellate jurisdictions. The Industrial Court does not have original jurisdiction. It is a court of reference, with industrial disputes being referred to it by either the labor officer, who is the first forum of instance, the equivalent of the magistrate's court in other courts, and or references from other institutions, including the courts of judicature under any other law. The Employment Act gives original jurisdiction to labor officers who act as the court of first instance. Therefore, all labor complaints filed before the labor officers only come to the Industrial Court either as references or on appeal. And referrals to the Industrial Court may also be done by an individual party to a dispute where the labor officer has failed to dispose of the dispute within 8 weeks, or by a labor officer at the request of the party on the officer's own volition. I would like to take this opportunity to request the labor officers who have participated in this open day in the public tent to stand up for recognition. Thank you very much. So where a labor officer is unable to resolve a matter within 8 weeks, the matter should be referred to the Industrial Court. And appeals against labor officers' decisions are also filed in the Industrial Court under the Employment Act. The registrar has to submit a copy of every award of the court to the minister, and the enforcement of the award is done in the same way as the decisions in the civil before the High Court. The case categories that we handle include labor dispute claims. These are employment matters that are transferred from the High Court circuits to the Industrial Court. Then we have the labor dispute references. These are references from the labor officers. The labor dispute appeals. These are appeals filed against decisions of the labor officers. Miscellaneous applications. These are interlocutory applications filed arising from any matter before the court or execution proceedings. We also handle mediation proceedings, which are filed upon the request of parties or as may be directed by the court. The court, as part of its mandate, the Industrial Court circuits as often as is required. The court holds circuits in any region where there are cases to be handled. The court opened up sub-registries, which are the collection centers for all cases registered in the various districts. The litigants no longer have to travel to Kampala to have their cases registered. The court has so far opened 9 sub-registries in the following regions. Northern region in Lira and Gulu at the Lira and Gulu High Court circuits. Eastern region, Soroti, Mbale and Jinja High Court circuits. Western region, Fort Portal and Barara High Court circuits. And Central region, Masaka and Mubende. To be opened soon will be one in Arua, Masindi, Luero, and Mukono. Would like to take this opportunity to thank the principal judge for allowing us space at the High Court circuits to establish these sub-registries. And through this collaboration, we have been able to save litigants the trouble of having to come to Kampala to file their cases. We also have a robust court users committee, which has been working very closely with the court. And we thank you for the feedback that we continuously receive from you, and also for the contribution they have made towards the amendment of the court procedures, which have been referred to Honorable Minister for Gender for en route transmission to the Chief Justice in accordance with Order 40 of the Labor Dispute Arbitration and Settlement Act. For all rules and regulations have to be made in consultation with the Chief Justice. I now take this opportunity to introduce the other members of staff. We have the registry staff, those that man the registry. We have the legal officers who play 3 roles, because we have a staff structure of 66 staff, but only 6 positions are full, 22 are on temporary terms, and the legal officers play roles of clerk and research officers. There are 2 legal officers. There's 1 present, and the other administrative staff that manage our archives and record center. Thank you very much, my Lord. We look forward to having our structure completely filled, the staff, and that notwithstanding, at the moment we have a caseload of over 3,000 cases that are being handled between me and His Lordship, Honorable Justice Wawire. We continue to pledge our to pledge that we will continue serving, notwithstanding the few numbers that we are. Thank you very much, and God bless you all, for God and my country. My Lord, we also have a package. That is, we have a brief report about the Industrial Court. Our tent is tent number 11. You are invited to please come to the tent to receive the package, but we are going to come and hand over the package to you, my Lord. The others, please visit our tent number 11 and receive the goodies from the industrial court. Thank you.
Okay, tweyanziza nnyo tweyanzege ow'ekitiibwa eyo yebadde kooti ey'abakozi ng'abadde agyogerera y'ow'ekitiibwa omulamuzi Lilian Linda nga yagikulira era atunnyonnyodde kooti eno engeri gy'ekolamu emirimu gyayo. Kooti eno ya njawulo okuva ku kooti endala z'obadde owulira nti yo yeesigamiziddwa ku ssiga eddamuzi ate era ojja kugisangako ne mu minisitule y'ekikula ky'abantu n'abaana. Atugambye nti bo emirimu gye basinga okukolako gy'abakozi. Naye ate n'atukakasa nti bw'oba owaaba totandikira waabwe, otandikira ow'abakulu abakwasaganya ensonga ezo abatwanjulidde bonna ne tubalaba mu bitundu byaffe eby'enjawulo gye bali. Ayongedde maaso n'atugamba nti kooti eyo mu butuufu erina kuba y'abantu 5 naye waayogerera waliyo abalamuzi 2 bokka. Naye n'agamba wadde nga bali 2 abaweereza abakozi abasukka mu miliyoni 2 bakola omulimu gwa ttendo. N'agenda amaaso n'atunnyonnyola nti abawandiisi ba kooti eyo bandibadde 3 naye waayogerera ayinako omuwandiisi omu. N'asaba nti oba oli awo gye tugenda maaso ebifo byonna bagenda bijjuza. Agambye nti batuulanga pano y'abantu 15 naye n'atugamba nti bantu bano balondebwa batya. Agambye nti wabeerawo 5 abalondebwa ekitongole ky'abalawyers oba bapleader, n'agamba abalala ekitongole ekikulira abakozi 5 kye balonda, n'agamba ate 5 bo minisita wa ministry ya gender y'abalonda. N'agamba naye bwe baba batudde beetaagako bamembers 3 n'omulamuzi. N'ayongera n'atukakasa nti bw'oba olina omusango gwo totandikira mu kooti eyo. Bo bakola ku misango gye baba babaweereza okuva ew'abakozi abakulira abakozi bali be yagambye, oba ate egiweerezeddwa division za high court ez'enjawulo gye bali, oba ate oyo afunye ensala naye n'asigala nga yeemulugunya. Abo bokka be bakolako. Agamba nti senga ofunye ensala yo eteekebwa etya mu nkola, ogoberera enkola eya bulijjo, eyo yo tekyuka. N'amaliriza ng'agamba nti kya mukisa mulungi ennaku zino tokyabasanga Kampala bokka, batambula mu bitundu eby'enjawulo. Kati gwali eyo ng'oyagala bawuliriza omusango gwo ng'oli ggulu, weesuneko kubanga kooti zino zitambula nga bwe ziba zisazeewo, so oba oli awo enkya bagenda kujja gy'oli. N'atugamba balina essuubi nti bagenda kuggulawo offices endala mu districts nga Arua, Masindi, era n'agenda maaso nga yeebaza omukulu wa kooti, the Honorable Principal Judge, olw'okubakkiriza okubawa obubudamu ku kooti enkulu ez'enjawulo mu bitundu ebimu. Ayongedde maaso ne yeebaza nti baateekawo akakiiko akagoberera ensonga z'abo abakozesa kooti eno, kabayambye nnyo okusobola okumalawo emirerembu n'ensonga ne ziba nga zittaanyizibwa. Agenze maaso n'atunnyonnyola kooti eno erina kubeera n'abakozi 66 naye waayogerera tennajjula, naye ekyo tekibalobedde kugenda maaso nga baweereza bannayuganda. N'agamba nti wadde nga batono baweerezza bulungi. N'amaliriza nga yeebaza Ssaabalamuzi w'eggwanga lino nti weebale nnyo, weebalire ddala, era ne bongera okweyama nti baakuweereza omuntu wa bulijjo ng'omulamwa bwe guli ogw'omwaka guno okulaba nga bafuna obuweereza obutuufu. Akusaba gwali wano ng'oyagala okwongera okusoma ku kooti eno, genda mu tenti namba 11 ofune ebigyogerako, oba oli awo ojja bisoma nga n'olwaleero lumaze okuziba.
Thank you, and thank you so much. This has taken longer, but this brings us to the end of all the courts that were here that needed to tell the people what they do. We are now proceeding to hear from the public. We have received a number of comments, questions, complaints already written. We are continuing to make referrals on them, but we'll be giving a slot to about 5 people who will speak on the microphone, and the others that we have received, we are sending them to the different courts. So they will bring that list of those who are speaking on the microphone so that they can ask their questions in person, and then the rest continue to be referred. Somebody called Kasolo John Bosco and Chiwalabye George William. Please, I refer you to the tent at Court of Appeal. That is tent number 2. Your issues relate to delayed judgments there. You will be addressed and updated on when you will receive the same.
Mu bufunze omuwandiisi wa kkooti agamba nti tututa akaseera akaneneko naye kati tutuuse mu kiseera ekyokuwuliriza ebibuuzo okuva eri abagenyi baffe be twayise, era n'asaba nti abo abagenze ku lupapula olutuuse waali bagenda kuddamu ebibuuzo ku microphone. Naye ate n'abalala abawandiise n'abeebaza n'abagamba nti ebibuuzo byammwe bigenda kuddibwamu.
Okay, so we have Sentongo Godfrey, who should be ready, together with Chonkunda Annette, and Bashure Sharon, get ready, together with the Haji Ntege, Nureb, and Kasoma John Bosco. You ask your question, you be specific, and then we can address that as we continue to guide other people on where to go. Some are in the magistrates' courts, some are in the high court. We are going to continue. Let me have those people. Where are they? Sentongo, Godfrey Luere, Chonkunda Annette, Sabashire Sharon, Haji Tege, Nureb, and Kasoma John Bosco. Where are they? Okay. Deo, is that Mr. Sentongo? Haji Ntege. Please give him the microphone.
Amanya gange nze Haji Ntege Nuhu. Mviridde wa Kiso Kaliti. Owekitiibwa omulamuzi. Ekibuuzo kyange. Mukama wange ogenda nawoza emisango myaka 10 ne bampa order ey'okuggyako abantu. Mpulira ennaku nnene nnyo ne ŋŋenda ne bansaba bailiff ne mmutwala nga maze n'omusasulira. Mukama wange ne tugenda enaggulu ne tugikiriyalinga, ne tugenda ku CPS ne tugikiriyalinga, ne tugenda e Kawempe ne tugikiriyalinga. Ow'Ekawempe n'aŋŋamba genda DPC wa Wakiso akuwa ettaka, aggyeko abantu bali akuwa ettaka lyo. Bwe natuuka ewa DPC n'aŋŋamba tumala kugenda mu kakiiko ka RDC, simanyi obaaka sikategeera, nze sikategeera. Nagenda mu kkooti kufunayo bwenkanya. Obwenkanya mbufunye mbonyebonye emyaka 10, kati RDC antawaanya n'abantu be. RDC Mukama wange ngende muwaabirewa. Nsaba ontegeezeeyo nayo ngende mpaabeyo, bw'anansinga atwale ettaka. Bwana batansinze bampe ettaka lyange, lwaki bambonyaabonya? Akookubiri kaakano katono kanako kankanguye. Owekitiibwa omulamuzi ndi administrator. Mpozeza ku Trade Tower omusango gwange bulungi n'omulamuzi Kazaalwa omukyalo oyo. Omukyala mulungi bambi atuwozesezza bulungi buli ludda. N'ababbi abaatubba ettaka. Taata yafa 91. Kakati bano abakyusa ababbi balibba mu 2005, 2003. Bagamba nti taata mbe yabakolera transfer ne bakyusa ne bateeka mu mannya gaabwe. Administrator General yansindika ewa kamisona. Kamisona n'amugamba kyusa ebyapa ebyo abo babbi naye kijja kuntawanya n'abana ababbi. Bwe n'agamba bisazaamu nga bagamba nti nedda tugende mu kkooti. Kamisona n'agamba genda mu kkooti ofuneyo order ey'ababbi abo nsazeemu ebyapa ebyo. Omulamuzi bambi atawanye n'asoma fayiro n'aŋŋamba kati tugenda kusala musango, obujulizi bwonna mbuwulidde. amaze ebbanga kumpi myezi 7 yetegereza fayiro nnene ku nkomero omulamuzi Kazaala n'aŋŋamba sorry tewateekamu inventory omusango gwo ngugobye ate owe ne cost eri ababbi bali ne ŋŋamba omusamuzi abadde awozesa bulungi omusango kakati inventory nagikola nga administrator nenjiteka ku fayiro eri yatenga beki kubanga ndi mpoza so natekayo inventory nga ntegeeza omulamuzi nti sisobodde kugaba ttaka lino kubanga ndi mu kooti mpoza ya inventory gye nateekayo ate waliyo inventory ya administrator general kubanga ettaka ligabe baaligabadde wa administrator general wa Kabaka ligabe bulungi naye ababbi bali inventory baweeta ettaka nateekayo notice of appeal naye ssebo wekitiibwa omulamuzi ababbi abaatubba ettaka batwala ettaka kuba inventory ate inventory nagiteekayo lwakuba lawyer wange teyampa magezi kuŋŋamba nti neeriggyayo kopi ogireete ku fayiro eno gy'owolezaako owekitiibwa omulamuzi ebyo byebinzita byebinnuma nsaba onziremu ndaba ekyokukola ekikulu ennyo kiri RD muwabirewa ndiradde omuwabira ne DPC n'akakiiko ako
Haji Ntege, thank you. Let's hear the translation. Webale nnyo ssebo, even here.
Nze Haji Ntege nu mutaani wa Sheikh Ibrahim Nkanji ekaliiti ettaka liri Gombe wa Kiso.
Tweyanziza ssebo tweyanze ssebo ow'ekitiibwa abadde ku kazindaalo ye mwami Ntege Nuhu.
Your Worship, we need the English translation so that those of us who...
He says he got an order. He took the bailiff to court as requested. He cleared everything. However, when they reached RDC's office, he was told he is not ready to do that. His question is, where should he report the RDC who has refused to enforce the court order? The second question, him being an administrator, he has a case before Her Lordship, but later on his case was dismissed because no inventory was filed. He's asking, what should he do? Can an inventory, a mere inventory, lead to the dismissal of his case?
Thank you very much. Let us have the next question.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh, sorry. Thank you so much. My name is Shabuhura Shalon. I'm a law student in my final semester, and I basically have two concerns. And the first one is with the High Court. I understand the High Court of Uganda sits in circuits with the relevant regions in Uganda. And basically within Kampala, the Central Metropolitan, we have different divisions which have helped in the dispensation of justice. But what happens in other regions, like maybe Western Uganda, maybe Northern Uganda, which do not have those divisions, and they have on like one high court which is handling all the cases that are divided when we come to Central Uganda. I think it brings about injustice in that when justice is delayed, it's indeed justice denied. My other concern is with the criminal judicial system. We have matters, basically when we are dealing with like matters of defilement, there is some money which these people are required to pay. And when we run deep into villages, these people are not able to afford that amount of money. And in the end, they are denied justice. Yet this is a constitutional right. So I would like it to be addressed today. Thank you so much.
Ms. Sharon, before you go, which money are you talking about? Who is required to pay which money in these defilement matters? Perhaps you clarify.
Thank you so much. If maybe it is a defilement case, there is a medical fee of 20,000 which is required to be paid by the victim and maybe their family. And in most instances, it is going to sound maybe weird, but in some villages, these people cannot afford this amount of money. Much as it might sound as a small digit, But some people in Uganda today cannot collect that sum of money. And in the end, they are denied justice.
May I know at which point this money is being asked? Is it at police? Is it at the state? Is it at the court? Because you know the criminal justice is a chain. So make it clear to us, because we have many stakeholders here who can be able to directly respond.
Thank you so much. This money is requested at the police to pay the person who is going to examine the victimized
Okay,
person.
thank you very much. Police will respond.
Thank you.
And just to give you a response as you go about the high courts. The high courts operate by way of divisions in Kampala, the center here, and across the country we have the high court circuits. Currently we have 24 that are operational in different parts of the country. They have expanded to 38, and judiciary will continue expanding and taking justice as very close to the people. Thank you so much, Ms. Sharon.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry to take you back. I understand that we operate in circuits, but I was talking about the divisions. Much as we have a high court circuit in Mbarara, but it does not have the different circuits. Let's say the land division, like the...
It is
sorry,
not
the
specialized. In other words, your expectation is that you want even the courts, the circuits up country to have specific divisions within themselves. Okay, that is not what we have right now, but thank you so much for that comment, because those circuits handle all matters. So if it is a family dispute, it is there. It's a commercial dispute, it is there. It's a land dispute. All that the divisions handle here in a specialized manner, the circuits handle them generally. Thank you very much.
Thank you too.
Next, Sharon spoke English, so all of us heard her. Thank you very much, Ms. Sharon. Next.
Manya gange nze Ssentongo Godfrey batutwalako ettaka lya taata waffe. Kati bwe nagenda ne ntandika okubisoma okugenda ku administrator ne bampa obuyinza ne nfuuka administrator wa Sanasiyo Katumba. Kati abaatwala ebyapa byaffe beewa Walusimbi Zigalagi eyali meeya ku mulembe gwa Amin e Kampala. Kati bwe ŋŋenda okubagambako nti bannange ebintu byaffe mu bituwe nga bambuzaabuza, bwe naggulawo omusango ne ŋŋenda mu kkooti e Luweero, looya wange efayiro yagibikkako, na guno gwaka naggulawo mu mwezi gwa 7, na guno gwaka takola ki, tandagangako bitambula. Byebyo ebyange mbadde nsaba mbe nga omusango gwange gusobola okuwulizibwa mu kkooti.
Mwami Ssentongo, Ssentongo, it says he is an administrator of the land of estate of his father. Their land was taken. Indeed, he opened up a case in court. Unfortunately, he didn't state which court. However, since then, the lawyer has refused to show him his file. He doesn't know what to do. Question, what should he do?
Which court did he say? Where is Mr. Ssentongo? He has gone. So for Mr. Ssentongo, I want you to tell him that issues to do with the lawyers, we have
High Court.
Okay, so we have the law council that deals with all issues of lawyers. Please give him that information. Your Worship, first translate for Mr. Ssentongo that issues of lawyers are handled by the law council.
Owekitiibwa omuwandiisi wa kkooti agamba nti omusango gwo guli mu kkooti y'e Luweero enkulu, naye n'agamba tulina ekitongole ekikulira abapleader ye Uganda Law Council oba ate Uganda Law Society. Weebiri wano noonya ttenti zaabwe otwale ensonga zo mu ttenti eyo, bajja kuba bakubuulira ekiddako.
Next.
Your Lordship's protocol as laid above. Chokunda Anet is my name, a survivor of domestic violence, a patriot for social justice. One goes to the bench. What do we do in cases of domestic violence where the spouses are told not to return to their home as a bail condition? And in this case, when it's a woman, it is worse. She's barely in one underwear, barely without Vaseline, not even a bed sheet to cover herself. She perhaps leaves babies behind. And this is usually imported into court by the DPP, who does not object to the bail, but conditions the bail that the person should not return to the home. Most heartening, we lost a one Mzee Muhind recently in Ivanda, and his wife, who had been told not to return to her home, did not bury her husband. I saw her break down at court. Much as we sat and court lifted the bail, it was too late. She did not bury her husband. She doesn't even know her husband died. And guess what? This man deteriorated after the separation. Within 3 months, he had nonetheless showed tensions to reconcile with the wife, but the bail condition hung around the wife. We petitioned the chief magistrate. She turned a deaf ear until the man was dead. What do we do in such circumstances where there is conspiracy between the office of the DPP and the judiciary? 2, Your Lordship, when the country remembers and the world at large that on the 26th of December 2020, there was a woman who was tortured naked, put onto a open pickup, drove 17 miles naked. Her crime? She had petitioned the Administrator General against her brothers, dividing the estate without lawful mandate. The DPP, through the hierarchy, chose to treat it as a family issue and shelved the offense of intermeddling. So the family sat and disowned this lady. When there was a family function at a family farm, the lady was beaten. Most hurting, she can live with the pain. But the 10-year-old son who fought armed soldiers and was beaten on video, 10 years then, he's now 13. He's had the trouble of meeting the DPP 3 times. And the DPP says it's a family case. Sincerely, a child gone through such trauma, a child who knows the DPP is a liar. He's now 13. He's now of criminal responsibility. And then he thinks he should actually become a DPP and arrest the DPP. This is what a bad judicial system breeds. 13 years old. And all he's told, I am going to work on your case. And when the DPP is talking to the mother, but it's a family case. And it is not only that one. We are talking of the trauma children go through. And when they do not get justice at an early age, they end up being the criminals in society. They keep the anger. My Lord, the Chief Justice, what do we do to the DPP? In the event that our constitution has a lacuna, that she enjoys so much discretion, which she has turned and her staff have turned into impunity because they are untouchable, they know they will not do that. Whereas the judicial officers will go to the Judicial Service Commission, perhaps the president will put up a tribunal to handle judges. Where does the DPP go?
Thank
They
you,
have
Ms.
become
Sharon.
untouchable.
We have got your question.
Thank you so much.
Next.
Amanya gange sebo wekitiibwa omulamuzi sabalamuzi amanya gange nze Kasoma John Bosco ndi mutuuze w'e Nansana
mwaka gw'2006 nga bakola oluguudo lwa Northern Bypass. Saline Constructors ne Paramount Motorcrafts baleeta baluti ne bakuba amayinja ge baali bakozesa oluguudo olwo ne boonoona ebizimbe byange. Ne ntwala omusango ogwo mu Commercial Court 28. Owekitiibwa Geoffrey Kiryabwire n'asala omusango nga nsinze nga nina okusasulwa ebyo byonna ebyayonoonebwa. 2012 omusango gumaze okusalibwa, ntambudde n'okutuuka kaakati emyaka giringa 18. Nasaakayo omusango nga n'emyaka 4 kati mpeza 58 natera okufa. Ndisasulwa ddi bannange? Kooti tuzitambuddemu, twali mu Commercial Court. Owekitiibwa Kiryabwire omulamu n'asala bulungi omusango, naye n'okutuusa kaakati siweebwanga ssente era sisasulwanga. Nkole ntya owekitiibwa omulamuzi?
Thank you, Mr. Kasoma. I think if I got it right, you're one of those whose names I'd read earlier and referred you to the Court of Appeal together with Chawalavye, George William. They will ensure we don't repeat those who already have their questions here because we're already making referrals to some particular points. Who is the next who has not yet sent us a paper?
Owekitiibwa Ssaabalamuzi tukusanyukidde. Amannya Kikonyogo Richard, nvudde Mpigi. Owekitiibwa naakamala mu kkooti emyaka 2 n'omusango gw'ettaka. Nzize empangula bwe banzizaayo. Mu 2018 Yunula yayita ku ttaka lyaffe nga tukyawoza n'etuwa $5,000,000. Ne tugamba Yunula, lawyer n'agiwandikira n'agamba wakyaliwo omusango ogugenda mu maaso mu kkooti. Yunula n'etuddamu n'egamba ekimanyiiko terina gwegenda kuwa ssente. Wayitawo akabanga n'egamba ssente, n'etuwandikira ebbaluwa n'egamba ssente kezireete mu kkooti. Yali tennazireeta mu kkooti, omusango ne guggwa. Ne tugenda mu Yunula nga kkooti egambye ffe bannannyini ssente bali tebazirinaako kakwate. Yunula n'etugamba yo ssente yazigaba dda. Ne tukwata Yunula ne tugiteeka mu kkooti. Tuba twakagiteekamu ne yeeyongeza ettaka lyaffe. N'etuwa $122,000. Zo n'egamba katuziteeke mu kkooti, kkooti ejja zibawa kubanga yasala dda mmwe batuufu. Yunula n'eteeka ssente ezo mu kkooti. Omulamuzi Yunula n'esaba eve mu musango, omulamuzi n'agikkiriza. Omulamuzi n'atugamba ffe bannannyini ttaka ne bali abagamba nti babibanja bateekemu empapula. Baloya ne bateekamu empapula okulaga nti bali tebalina kakwate ku ttaka lyaffe, nga nabo bagamba oli gwe twawangula ye yabaguza. Naye neewuunyiza oluvannyuma lw'emyaka 5 omulamuzi yatugambye tuddemu tuwaabe buto. Guli omusango gwali gwa Yunula, ffe tuwaabe ogwaffe. Kati obulumi bwe nnina nze mmaze mu kkooti emyaka 2. Sikola, nsiba ntambula, bwe siba mu Yunula mba mu kkooti, bwe siba mu kkooti mba ku poliisi, bwe siba ku poliisi mba ku landizi. Ssente zange zisibiddwa. Bwe nawangula omusango kkooti yampa $145,000. Bali ne bateekamu apiiru. Kkooti n'egamba wadde bataddemu apiiru ssente zaffe bazituwe. Ne bagenda mu High Court, High Court n'egamba miliyoni zaffe 15 zituweebwe. Ne badda ate ne bakomawo mu High Court ne bakolagana n'omulamuzi ssente zaffe n'azisitopinga. Owekitiibwa nze nina obulumi, omusango gwange mu mwaka guwulirwamu omulundi gumu, ate ogwo omulundi gumu omulamuzi tabaawo ne babaako bye beekwasa. We nabuuza omuwala bamuyita Nadia n'ansubuga n'aŋŋamba gwe lwakuba tobawa balamuzi ssente. Nanjijako miliyoni zange 7. Miliyoni zange 7 we nazimuwa, amazima era tewali kye yankolerawo. Ne ŋŋenda ne muwawaabira ewa Diala. deputy registrar n'atuyita omuwala n'akkiriza nti ssente yazitwala naye saayambibwa yatugamba mudde ebweru muteese omuwala n'aŋŋamba nze ssente nazongeddeko n'engulamu emmotoka naye nze ndi musajja nina abaana 2 basoma abaana bonna bali waka omuwala yabba ssente zange saba kunyamba bampe ssente zange koti empe ssente zange sineetamiddwa saba buyambi.
Thank you, Mr. Chikonyogo. Inspector of Courts, you need to talk to Mr. Chikonyogo and unpack his complaint. Please don't leave him to go and leave what he's saying here. Inspectors, I expect somebody from there to receive Mr. Chikonyogo. You can translate for the benefit of those who didn't understand, please.
Okay, agamba nti amaze emyaka 2 mu kooti MPG. Naye mu
In English, he was speaking Luganda.
Okay, sorry. Okay, he says he's been in court for 20 good years, but in 2018, he won 540 million in a case against UNRA. Later on, UNRA refused to release the money to him on allegations that no, let the decision first come out. Before the money being deposited in court, the decision was delivered, but again, he wasn't given the money. Later on, the judge told him to file other papers. Unfortunately, he didn't state which papers.
Thank you. Sorry, let me cut you short since Mr. Chikonyogo has already gone straight to the proper referral point. Can we have the next?
Thank you so much, Your Worship. These questions were received and received. Mr. Sewalu Muhammad, ekibuuzo kyo tukifunye, genda ku tenti eriko Land Division. Mr. J. Henry Kunya, we've received your complaint and concern. Please go to the tent of Court of Appeal. Mr. Chikonyogo Richard, I think we have heard from you, but they had referred you to Court of Appeal as well. Then last, Nkalubo Nelson, together with Namukasa Florence, kindly also go to the Land Division.
Neyanziza nnyo Ssaabalamuzi wa Uganda okuba nti wasobodde okututegekera omukolo guno okutuusaako ebyo ebituluma eyo gye tuli. Amannya gange nze Apollo Kalibala Kaggwa, ndi senior citizen era nga ndi mulimi. Nina ettaka lyange ekikoma lya eka 320. Omulamuzi yasala omusango emukono nga custodian board egamba nti ettaka lyayo, so nga ettaka eryo si lyayo. Ettaka nalifuna, kitange yalifuna mu 1972 nga tulifuna okuva ku bamuyindi muzungu. Allocation letters zonna nzirina ne documenti zonna. Custodian board yafumba olukujjukujju nejja negamba nti ettaka lyayo, ne bawaaba omusango emukono. Omulamuzi batema n'asala omusango ex parte nga tatuuse ku lokasi n'adismissinga omusango. Bw'amala ogudismissinga ate n'ajja mu order ekikyamu. Kati mbuuza, omulamuzi bw'asala omusango n'agugoba atajja mu order. Ekibuuzo kyange ekyokubiri, omulamuzi ayinza okulaba ettaka eka 320 n'ajja nga tazze ku lokasi? Ekibuuzo ekyokusatu, sebo mbadde ku ttaka lino emyaka 54.
Quick question, did you appeal?
Kaakati omusango
Faizo, could you ask, because if somebody is talking about a matter which is on appeal or something, let us help them.
Omusango guno ekirungi ennyo bwe nagenda ewa looya wange yaŋŋamba nti nedda, omusango guno teguli appealable. Genda owandiikire principal judge. Neebaza principal judge nti yasobola okuwulira ensonga yange era nindiridde naye njagala okugobayo bakifeesi abali ku ttaka kuba kati tetuliiyo. Webale nnyo Saabalamuzi.
Thank you very much. Now I am calling out these names and members go to their different points of referrals. When I refer to you, please go to that point. Ndio Mugenyi Peter, Ohana Justin, Musinguzi Charles, Luswa Daniel Chiwanuka, Nafuluma Anthony, Kayondo, Kazala Patrick, and Asimwe Scholar. Can you go to where the magistrate's tent is? That is tent number 15. Go there and get your answers from there. I'm calling out the rest of these other comments. We are going in one side of the tent, and everybody who has already sent here your question, you're being referred to your right, to the right institution or court to address your matter so that other matters can continue. Now there is Katende. Katende, your matter is of the criminal division. You wanted an update. This matter was dismissed on the 8th of December 2021. Please follow there for details. Kasoma, I already told you, go to Court of Appeal. The following are going to be handled by the Inspectorate of Courts. So if you hear your name, please go to tent number 13 and find the inspectors there. Tempala Abbas, Serugo James, Namujulirwa Gertrude, somebody, you left a number, but perhaps the inspectors will reach you. You had the matter following a case in Kajansi. Please, that group, go to the inspectorate. Nyanzi Baker, please go to tent number 5 where the Administrator General is together with Family Division. Nyanzi Baker, you have 2 matters. Another one takes you to the Inspectorate of Courts, tent number 13. Semakula Godfrey, Inspectorate, tent number 13. Jamiro Jen, you're going to police. Your concern is about a file that is stuck at police. Police is here to respond. Lubowa Mukasa Patrick, you're going to the Law Society tent. And so there or there, I need only the last. If you're done, there was that Muzee, he has overstood since the other time. I don't know whether he's not been mentioned. If he has been mentioned, show him his tent, and we wrap up. The rest, please, we are referring you to those points where I have talked about.
Your Worship, we have had so many people here. Sorry for going outside the program. People have come from Nakasongola, Luwero, Mukono, Jinja, and as far as Ntungamo. This person came from Ntungamo and he's saying he read it from the WhatsApp. Let me close with him.
Ninza kugamba muri Nyankore mu Nsasire niyo muntu orukuruka Ntungamo neija aha kandi katubanze tusimera hanga okureba ngo yakora ekireki abaramuzi babataka koraga umurimo nkogo nishemerwa munonga kandi ngaraka nsima mukuru w'ihanga ahabwe imirimo yakozire mbweni nyenda kubagambira owitwariyo omuramo gwandeta nkaba ndiyo mukoti Ntungamo kundabire ndiyo mukoti Ntungamo fayire ndije kabere kunu Kampala nangwe yabere Kampala ketariya eketa tabarizi bworiya konkoria kenda ngwajinyibireho omuramuzi yakwate karamu yahandika kwa mushango gwa Nsinga omukashesheja fayiro eyabire tinde kakwate yeija ngwe nani nshaba Chief Justice ogwe abenwe yabireba atebekanisa baramuzibe mbweni kubagambira oburubwenguzi natekwa kwija imwe abandi abakwise numurebera hare oburubwenguzi bukwisiza kagwe ekintu eki ninyenda ngu mukikoreho gyera omuntu ari omu kizimbe teine mubaraha neegi n'emwe mbwenu omuramuzi nangwa ninsiima omuramuzi ogu Flavia omuramuzi nanka ogw'orumbarara omuramuzi ogw'orumbarara n'omurungi munonga kwonka basize kuremwa orubanja rwanje kundi kwemerera ati muze nguwe natina bakama be kunu Kampala abasigire bashara orubanja rw'enchure mbwenu nimbasa nta kutonga n'emyaka 20 omuntu teine cyapa akaija nagira ngo ene
Deo,
cyapa
what is the question? You
Mbwenu
could
ati
translate it.
bamukwasire ninyenda kubiboreka bashanga teine cyapa ekibuzo nikigira ngo omuramuzi ogu Flavia zeija aragira oriya ashara orubanja kandi kari atarishazire oriya rw'omunju yanje oriyo bateiremu nk'omuntu wabo ngu ni meya w'etawuni question tekabire newe ninyenda ngu nyetegereze ebipapura mbinaha judgment njine y'ekicupuri eyibashazire kandi kunaburize roya yangira ngu ngarike ntabaza omushango kunagutabaza guryo myaka hati 10 tibakugambaho enjori yagira umumeya meya ariyo munju teine kapapura na kamwe
Deo, what is the question? Can we wrap up, please?
Kare bye.
Muzee, I'm sorry that really time
The
is.
ge-
What
the
is he
gentleman,
saying?
Your worship, seems to be angered and he has mixed feelings with the different files. So the gentleman finally is saying he is requesting the principal judge to instruct the occupant of his house in Imbarara to be evicted and he takes charge of his house.
Okay, you tell him that before he goes, let him give us those details of what he's talking about so that we understand. Whoever is talking about a case, we need details. Okay. Deo, you are managing those questions. You have them there. Please continue with the referrals. I'm afraid I'm going to continue now on a referral basis strictly because we have 3 more speakers to speak. Closed. The problem is people are not asking questions. If the question could come clearly, but we cannot continue. One last one, this Muzei. Yes. Question strictly.
Neyanziza. Amanya gange bampita omulangira Lukanga Kalemera Sona. Ekibuzo kyange kiri Mulira Peter yani mubaloya. Kuba omusajja oyo atutusiza mu bizibu bingi atulumiza obulumi bungi buli lwotuuka nti Mulira yali mu bintu byo bakugoba bugobi ng'ate byonna bya kiyaye bya bubbi mufere muyaye atiisatiisa abalamuzi n'akozesa ne kkooti ensobi ekyo nkirinako obujulizi n'obukakafu. Njagala kumanya Mulira yani kuba mulinako obujulizi nti muyaye ate ng'ali mu kisaawe ky'abalamuzi gy'akolera ebikolobero. Bwe musinga ebintu byabwe ng'ebimpeebwe bwansinga ankole nga bw'aya amateeka bwe galagira okumulebula.
Thank you so much. Peter Mulira, a lawyer, make sure you go to the tent of law counsel. It handles and it has the mandate over all the pleaders, the lawyers, the advocates. So please route him to the right place, because this is why open day is important. Sometimes we think some people are in the judiciary and they are judicial officers, but there are other stakeholders that work with the judiciary. So Muzei, go to the right tent and they resolve this matter. Thank you so much. We shall be continuing from that point. My Lord, the Chief Justice, we are now bringing this particular session to the end. We'll continue handling the questions at tent level and beyond. And now we proceed to our last set of remarks, which are only 3. Now we shall be hearing from the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, the Honorable Mao, who will be coming to make his remarks. He will in turn invite the Honorable the Deputy Chief Justice, who after he has also made his remarks, will invite our Chief Guest, the Chief Justice, and handle this matter. As the Honorable Minister prepares to make his remarks, we have actually a point there. It is a bit hot here, Honorable. You could use that microphone. If that is okay.
It's still off. Okay. My Lord, the Chief Justice, and all the members of our courts of judicature in your various capacities, all the staff of the judiciary, distinguished guests, dear friends, let me first address myself to the people in the language spoken around here. Bamama, batata, baganda bange ne bannyinanze era n'abaana baffe abazze. Ku mukolo guno kanguyite omwoleso. Waliwo omuyimbi eyayimba oluyimba n'alutuuma Kampala mu kooti. Kati olwaleero kirabika kooti eri mu kooti. Era bwe kirabise. Naye temugwamu maanyi. Tuzze wano okukola bintu bibiri. Kigambibwa engabo enzira ogirabira ku biwundu. Essiga eddamuzi livudde wala. Era okutuuka wano we tuli n'okwongeza bajeti y'abalamuzi n'okwongeza namba y'abalamuzi. Abannayuganda abalamu olwaleero muli ba mukisa. Kubanga edda High Court yali Kampala wokka. Naye bwe twogerera kati buli district ejja kubeera ne High Court. Buli constituency ejja kubeera ne magistrate. Era naffe abali mu Ministry ya Justice n'ekitongole kya DPP tulina okufuba nnyo okulaba nga ba state attorney weebali mu buli kitundu ky'eggwanga. N'olwekyo kkiriza oba gaana tuteekwa okuyozaayoza Ssaabalamuzi n'essiga eddamuzi olw'olugendo lwe batambudde emyaka gino gyonna okutuuka na kaakati n'okukkiriza musobole okubaanika ku mirongooti gyennyini. Obuziina bwonna mubwanise. Simanyi oba ffe nga kabineeti ekyo tukisobola. Sikiwa. Teebereza nga pulezidenti w'eggwanga atuyise ffenna baminisita tujje wano buli omu abeeko ky'ayogera. Simanyi we bigwera. Singa Inspector General wa Police naye aleeta abantu be, ba DPC bonna nga bali wano, ba OC, n'agamba bannayuganda gwanga mujje, simanyi nawe bigwera. Olwo nno singa tuleeta bakama baffe abakutukulembera mu madiini, ba masheikh, ba archbishop ne ba bishop, ba father, bonna bajje wano tusobole okubaanika, simanyi nawe bigwera. N'olwekyo Chief Justice oli muzira nnyo okola ekintu kino, tekikoleka mutiitiizi. Naye katutandikire we tuli, bannayuganda bannange, buli kye mubadde mwagala okwogera mukyogedde. N'abalamuzi temubatidde, kubanga Omuganda agamba anaalemu embuzi okutuga agamba nti ntunuulidde. Eriiso libatunuulidde naye temutidde. Suubira olwaleero tutandise butandisi, kubanga obulwadde bwonna okubuwonya olina kusooka okubutuuma erinnya. Obulwadde obutalina linnya tosobola kubujanjaba. Mujjukira Mukenyenya nga yaakajja, buli omu alaba abantu bakogga, obulwadde tebulina linnya. Naye obulwadde obuli mu ssiga eddamuzi mubutuumye erinnya. Mwogedde ku nguzi, mwogedde ku balooya abalyake, mwogedde ku bapoliisi, ate n'aba RDC abeefudde abalamuzi bo bennyini. Kooti eragira, ate RCC ne yeefuula Supreme Court. Obulwadde mubutuumye erinnya, kubanga obulwadde obutalina linnya abantu babeera mu kulaajana, era nga bwe mbawulidde. Sijjukira nga Mukenya yaakajja, waliwo omukyala sayidi z'e Buddu, baali bamuyita Nanyonga. Yagamba abagagga abaali balina obulwadde obwo ti mu lusuku lwange ninamu eddagala, mujje muyoole ettaka mulinywe mujja kuwona. Abagagga abasinga baatwala ziroolezi magulu 10 ate baafa buwuka. Nze nzize wano okubagumya, temugwamu maanyi. Era eno ntandikwa. My Lord, this is not the occasion for a long speech from me. The purpose of this National Open Day has been achieved. We are trying to balance judicial independence with judicial accountability. I think that is the kind of balance. I hope my OB and friend, the President of the Law Society, now understands when I seek for administrative interventions from those who administer our courts. When I write requesting for administrative measures, I never write asking for judicial interventions. What I ask for is administrative. I know I have been under attack. The president has been under attack. But what do you do if the people are crying? Unlike you, my Lord, the Chief Justice, for us we are elected. We thank God that you are not elected, because if judges were elected, they would only sit on the bench on account of political skills. For us, we don't even need to be knowledgeable. We are where we are on account of our political acumen, provided you have senior 6 qualifications, whether it is for real or manufactured, provided you are not caught. Your independence must be balanced with your accountability. And today, you have demonstrated in broad daylight, my Lord, that you are not afraid of accountability. But accountability for what purpose? It is for change. We expect that things will change. These are a very small sample of the agony of Ugandans. In Japan, they have a word called kaizen. Kai means change. Zen means good. So we expect change for good in the judiciary. Today, you have also demonstrated that you are committed to a people-centered administration of justice. I have listened. I also have my own long list of lamentations. But today is not the occasion. I listened to what Dr. Sylvia Namubiru, my mother, the sister of my mother, Namiro, said. We will continue the conversation about legal aid and human rights. I want to appeal to you, my Lord, the Chief Justice, that at the next session of the Judiciary Council, please invite some of these stakeholders. As this session continued, I was getting worried because matters which are supposed to be discussed in the bedroom were now in the compound. And I'm sure there was a lot of tension in the tent because once an allegation has been made, whether it is true or false, it runs like wildfire. And we must protect our judicial officers against unfair criticism. And that is why an engagement at the level of the Judiciary Council will be very useful. I will also hope I will be invited to bring my lamentations also. President Law Society, these are the things we go through. You know, I sit at the gate of Parliament. Because I'm the Minister of Justice, everybody who has problems with the judiciary comes to me. I do my best to counsel them. They tell me about bailiffs. I've seen the bailiffs pretending to be very humble today. I know of cases where people who have put land titles as security are being arrested. Why should you arrest me if you have my land title with signed transfer forms? My land title is there to protect my body against going to prison. I wonder which court would come for my body when there's security. Police officers are supervising evictions at midnight. If you are doing the right thing, why would you carry out evictions at night? In fact, that was the very case I complained about, for which the president of the Law Society attacked me. I have to fight for the people of Uganda. We also have to ask lawyers to be disciplined. My Lord, when I went to law school and later to Law Development Center, I was told that a lawyer keeps two accounts books. The client's account, which I must use for purposes of the case, but I must account to the client. Then my account for my law firm. But now lawyers simply milk people. The moment you show your face in a law firm, first put 2 million on the table. You are not told what it is for. Now you have been told of a specific case of corruption. I think that should be investigated. The laws of Uganda also allows cabinet a window to step in disciplining the judiciary. But I think we have to be very reluctant to initiate investigations of judicial officers from the cabinet, even though the law may be there. Because somebody may have suffered in an election petition and then they come for a judge. So I wish to challenge the Judicial Service Commission. Having recruited judges, please continue to ensure that they perform to the expectation of the people of Uganda. There are cases that have come before us that have been shocking. You know, in the administration of estates, you are supposed to put an advert for at least 14 days. What do you do when the letters of administration are issued before the 14 days have expired? Is it a question of competence? So I appeal to the Judicial Service Commission to really ensure that, particularly our newly recruited judges, are mentored well. Most of you wonder where judges come from, because I hear you talking as if judges come from heaven. They come from you. They come from your society. Primarily, judges come from within the judicial service. And I think that's the way it should be. Of course, with improved salaries and retirement benefits, the judiciary has become attractive to many people, including those who had never considered going to the bench. People now want to be judicial officers. That is okay. But there is something called a judicial temperament. I think the Judicial Service Commission has got to really know why somebody wants to be a judicial officer in the first place. That's why we have problems in the church. Because if you want to be a Catholic priest, but at the same time you want to father children, then definitely it is the duty of the seminary to redirect you. So the Judicial Service Commission must be very firm to redirect some people who have ambitions to be judges and justices, but may not have that correct temperament. I don't know what formula you use, but I think it is important that you save Ugandans from those who may not be of that kind of mold. It is only in our politics where you can collect anybody. You can have fishermen, you can have all sorts of people. Judicial Service Commission, I urge you to militantly protect the judiciary from those who may be wanting to enter the judiciary with wrong motives. Of late, we have even found that people are forging certificates in order to go to the judiciary. Somebody brought to the Judicial Service Commission a postgraduate diploma in legal studies, which doesn't exist. What we have is a postgraduate diploma in legal practice. But this fellow went to Nassau Road University and manufactured a postgraduate diploma in legal studies. I'm very pleased that the Judicial Service Commission was able to tackle those people. So discipline should be demanded of the lawyers. We have done our best to ask for more money for the law council so that lawyers who don't comply with the professional ethics standards should be subjected to disciplinary proceedings. Unfortunately, the law council is very under-resourced. We believe very strongly that all the issues that have been raised here, refund of bail money, those are cases we keep receiving. Perhaps we shall have to propose some innovative approaches. In some countries, you have intermediaries who deal with bail money because they may know how to collect their money, as opposed to the ordinary villagers who have left 300,000 shillings, 500,000 shillings, and so on and so forth. So I'm personally satisfied with what we have witnessed today, and I want to pledge that the proposals that you have put, which are under my docket, I'll process them and take them forward. For instance, raising the jurisdiction of magistrates, particularly chief magistrates. I also want to assure those who are quarreling over land that finally the Justice Catherine Bamugemerere report is being unpacked by Cabinet so that we can carry out some very urgent reforms that will protect citizens against land grabbers. Some of us have even more radical proposals that in future we may have to set up as a country a stolen assets recovery tribunal so that all the thieves who have stolen assets from poor citizens, from the government, whether custodian board, whether forest land, whether wetland, only a stolen assets recovery tribunal can deal with that. You'll appear before the tribunal, give your evidence, and if the person is found to have stolen the asset, it will be recovered. What we are dealing with is a cancer. It can no longer be tackled with Vaseline. We have to take out the knife and cut it. Otherwise, as a government, we shall lose trust. Finally, my Lord, this is one of the most well-attended functions I've been to in these Kololo grounds. I urge you to take it as a vote of confidence in the judiciary. There may be bad eggs, but I want to say the judiciary stands tall among the institutions that are delivering. I know what I'm talking about because I'm in there. These justices and judges can't talk for themselves. They don't go to NBS Frontline to talk for themselves. They don't go to Bouquet Day to talk for themselves. They don't go to Capital Gang. They don't go to CBS, Kirizoba Ghana. They just have to suffer quietly and listen. It is our duty, at least myself, as the Minister of Justice, to speak for the judiciary where they are being unfairly attacked so that we tackle the bad eggs. We don't make generalized attacks. It's also the duty of the Uganda Law Society, whose president sits on the Judiciary Council, to filter the grievances so that these grievances are addressed at the highest possible level. I believe very strongly that today is a step in the right direction. We thank you, my Lord the Chief Justice, for hosting the first ever National Open Day for the Courts of Judicature. I would like to urge the media to present a balanced report of this occasion. I know bad news travels faster. Tomorrow I will see headlines that villagers grill the Chief Justice, things like that. I know how you people write. Okay. It is the Chief Justice who invited you. You are not the ones who invited him. I hope, my Lord the Chief Justice, when you come here, you will open up and tell people who want to invite you so that you go to them. Because today you are the one who initiated it. I don't know why these LCs don't call a meeting and say we have a big problem. Can you come and talk to us about our rights? So I throw the challenge also to you. We need vigilant people in our country. With those words, it's now my honor to invite you, my Lord, the Deputy Chief Justice, to address this historic gathering, which I hope has empowered our citizens like never before. My Lord, the Deputy Chief Justice.
My Lord, Justice, Honorable Minister, Principal Judge, my Lords, Your Worships, may I adopt the protocol as laid down by the Chief Registrar. I take this honor and privilege to make remarks on this National Open Court Day. I thank the Chief Justice for allowing this function to happen and the organizing committee for all the preparations made that have enabled this function to be as it is at this hour of the day. The theme of today's Judiciary National Open Day is a people-centered approach to justice. This is our guiding theme for the year, on which we have anchored most of our activities, including the annual Judges Conference that we held early in February. This theme is in tandem with the judiciary's vision, which is justice for all. Open days like this one will continue to happen. This is the first. The aim is engaging all stakeholders in the administration of justice, and specifically to achieve the following. A, highlighting the service offered by the judiciary so that people come to appreciate the service that the judiciary offers. B, emphasizing mechanisms being re-engineered by the institution for improved performance. C, receiving feedback from members of the public as the same shall guide areas of improvement. D, explaining to the public on the processes of our courts. E, enhancing public trust confidence and understanding of the judiciary. F, strengthening partnership with state and non-state actors in the delivery of justice. This event should promote opportunity for the public to learn and to understand what we do as the judiciary. The activities of this open day on our various stalls provide simplified methods on how to access the court processes. We have different materials that people have visited, and our officers have explained what we do and how to approach them, and we hope all this will further build trust in our courts. We are optimistic that once sensitized about processes and procedures, our court users will now find it easier to access the court system and overcome the impediments they may have been facing the day-to-day dealings with the public. A recent survey report by the Just Needs and Sensitization Satisfaction by the Hague Institute, HIL, indicates that there is an increased use of the court system by the population. In the 2020, it was only 4%. 2024, there is an indication that it has increased to 10%. This is confirmed by the statistics on how the filings are going in our court system. For example, during the year 2022, the new cases were 239,598. 2023, case registration increased to 274,792 cases, thereby recording an increase in the registration of cases, which indicates that the public is using our courts more. The same report indicates that the most serious categories of legal problems that the Ugandans face in the administration of justice relate to the following areas: 1, land; 2, family; 3, crime and domestic violence, among others. This is the feedback that the public is giving us. Our courts and other justice actors need to find ways of addressing these challenges so that the people's justice needs, those specific areas, are addressed. It is observed in the said survey report that the people of Uganda prefer to use informal ways and mechanisms in resolving disputes. A big part of the population still prefers to use customary forms of settling disputes, including reconciliation, restitution, and negotiations. This is something that we are interrogating in the judiciary. We intend to incorporate informal or alternative justice mechanisms into our formal court systems. We shall study and develop ways in which customary dispute resolution mechanisms work, and they should work with our courts. We shall step up public consultations and outreaches to attend to the court users' issues, and thereafter implement, considering the feedback on how they feel they should be served. This Judiciary Court Open Day will help us to plan appropriately and focus our energies to match the justice needs of the people that we serve. As an arm of government, the judiciary exercises judicial power in the name of the people, and it does so in conformity with the law, the values, norms, and aspirations of the people. It thus goes without saying that the good tenets of good governance and the rule of law, judicial accountability, must be regularly provided to the people of Uganda, from whom judicial authority is derived. It is on days like this that there is full participation of all stakeholders, including the litigants, legal practitioners, justice actors, and many others. As I conclude, I wish to thank you, Chief Justice, for convening this very useful engagement. As the, if I may say, for the Court of Appeal and Constitutional Court, we remain committed to serve our people. I invite you to visit our stall, which has been declared the best today. As just actors, I implore us to work together, dispensing justice to our people, and promote public trust in the judiciary of Uganda. Thank you all for listening to me, for God and my country. I now take this honor and pleasure to invite you, my Lord Chief Justice, to address the congregation. Thank you.
Aboogezi abavudde waggulu aboogezi abavudde waggulu kubaddeko minisita waffe ow'ensonga za ssemateeka ne constitution ne omumyuka wa ssaabalamuzi babeebazizza nnyo okujja wano leero ne bategeeza nti olunaku luno lulungi eri abakozesa ba kkooti kati katuwulirize okuva ewa ssaabalamuzi.
My Lord, the Deputy Chief Justice of Uganda, the Honorable Minister of Justice, Constitutional Affairs, Honorable Justice, Principal Judge, Justices and Judges of our courts of judicature, bishops, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Chairperson, Judicial Service Commission, heads of governmental departments, agencies, and statutory bodies, permanent secretaries here present, more specifically, permanent secretary and secretary to the judiciary, chief registrar, representative of UNODC, other development partners here present today, bishops, the registrars and magistrates, the President, Uganda Law Society, and distinguished members of the bar, judiciary administrators and support staff, media fraternity, and most importantly, the court users, justice seekers, who are our principals in the administration of justice. Warmly welcome each one of you and all of you this first National Court Open Day under the theme of a people-centered approach to justice. We are doing this, and the point has been made by various speakers, one, judiciary, by provision of the Constitution, is one of the three arms of government. Wrongly expressed by ignorant people many times as the third arm of government. The judiciary is not the third arm of government. One of the three, equal power, with parity of responsibility with the other two arms, namely the executive and the legislative. Two, we have a duty. We are not doing anyone a favor. We have a duty to account to the people of Uganda and people in Uganda who are either justice seekers or potential justice seekers, the people of Uganda who, by constitutional provision, are our principals. People whose delegates we are, the people in whose name and in whose interest and in fulfillment of their aspiration we are constituted as the judiciary, comprising several judicial officers. So we stand here, we've organized this function in recognition and in satisfaction of this responsibility. This is a constitutional mandate. And let me also point out that this is not first court open day. This is the first national court open day. I know, as a matter of fact, the Honorable Principal Judge worship the Chief Registrar and others have conducted numerous court open days all over the country for high courts and the magisterial courts. Difference is that this is the national one, not localized. The other ones are always localized. This is the national one, which brings people from all corners of the country. Someone spoke today coming from Tungamo. We were informed some people are coming from Nakasongola. People have come from all over the country and giving meaning to this being a national court open day. As you saw today, the various courts at the center, the ones that are not localized, made presentation, made accountability to the people of Uganda, small portion of which are here in attendance. If you are a delegate, it goes without saying that the principal has got the right to know how you've carried out the responsibility which the principal has bestowed on you. Especially when this has been done through such an important instrument as the Constitution is. And that's what we did today. And as principals, you are entirely free to know from us matters that concern you regarding the delegation registered us with. Many times, I know for fact, principals know what they want. And for the administration of justice, we know what the principals seek, we know what they desire, but we also know that many times they do not know how what they desire or what they seek can be attained. And there is always a conflict where the principal things, in this case justice seekers, think their delegates, the judicial officers or the judiciary, not appreciate what their problems are, or do not even know what they are seeking when they come before them. I want to give the assurance today that as judicial officers, we know what justice seekers want. Our point of dispute is many times, we are misunderstood because we do not do it the way they would want us to do. The best example came out today. The gentleman from Barara said he has approached the principal judge. He not here, he is Runyankole. Mine stops in Agandi, so I did not follow. To either order or direct the other judicial officers, give him judgment, something like this. Of course, he wants the matter decided. That we know. But he would never understand that the principal judge, the chief justice, the deputy chief justice, the chief registrar, or any person in this country can never direct judicial officers that give judgment in this person's favor. That's a no-go area. We do not have that power. Principal judge can intervene when there is a genuine and justifiable complaint on the way something is being done. They can intervene and seek to find out from a particular judicial officer that, look, what is happening? And if need be, will call that file. Look at it. And many times we find the complaint is not founded, it's not well founded. But once in a while, you find the complaint well founded. And you take action. Why are many of those complaints not well founded? It is because, as I've said before, our principals, justice seekers, do not at all or adequately appreciate what we need to do to achieve their aspiration. And this leads me to this point. From the many investigations, from the many complaints, part of which we had today, just the tip of the iceberg. What we need to do as the judiciary is to concentrate on two areas. Outreach. We need to carry out massive outreach activities with the justice system and not wait for court open doors. We need to go out on radio. We need to go out, hold more press conferences, on TVs, when we've gathered sufficient material which requires that the people should be educated on. Educated on the functioning of the judiciary and educated on where to go when they are not satisfied, when they feel aggrieved. Two, we've bolstered and we continue to even bolster further the inspectorate of the judiciary. There's no point somebody coming all the way from Tungamo to lodge a complaint here in Kampala. We will begin with regional inspectorates and expand it further to sub-regions. In addition to this, we'll ensure that chief magistrates who are in charge of districts, judges who are in charge of clusters of districts, carry out supervisory powers. This will be in addition to inspectorates. So that complaints are timely and expeditiously attended to, so that people are educated on what can be done and what cannot be done. So that by the time a complainant comes to the principal judge and it is found there was justification for coming to the principal judge, then you know something was wrong in chain. So we intend to do this so that there are clear avenues for our people to find solutions to their complaints. But I would like to appeal to the people of Uganda, I would like to appeal to justice seekers. The judiciary alone, as it is constituted, applying the rules which we have inherited, will not adequately sort out issues you bring before us. And it is for this reason that we are pursuing innovations. We are introducing innovations that will ensure that you can have the bulk of your disputes resolved on the ground, expeditiously, satisfactorily, and promoting harmony. This we are doing through the promotion of alternative dispute resolution. We've come up with the alternative justice system strategy. This is in keeping with constitutional provision. We're extending this all courts. We have trained a handful of mediators who should help in court-generated mediations. Why are we promoting alternative dispute resolution and in the context of court cases, mediation? My sister who spoke here spoke of land disputes being the genesis of a number of those criminal cases. We also know as a fact that land cases have gained notoriety for being those that take longest in court. 3, 4, 6, 7, at times painfully 10 years. Number of years going to 2 digits. This is an area which alternative dispute resolution can neatly and most effectively be applied. These land disputes that take place in the countryside, you people in the countryside, you know the answer, you know the correct evidence. In a countryside where elders seriously take up their responsibility to do right by all members of their community. A land dispute should not take 2 weeks to resolve. The one which would take 7 years in court would be resolved with proper mediation in a fortnight, in 1 month, even if it takes half a year, even if it were to take 1 year. Stark contrast 4, 5, 6, 7 years. So I will urge the people of this country, embrace alternative dispute resolution because that is the way forward. In any case, if only 10% of the 93% disputes in this country are resolved in court, and yet there is no chaos in this country. You don't find villagers killing one another with machetes and what have you. There's still some semblance of order. What does it tell us? It tells us that so much of the disputes in this country are being resolved informally, being resolved out of the court system. Now, we intend to tap into that and formalize it and blend it with court action so that when you come to court, sent back with the help of mediators, people of integrity, people who are known for being impartial, people who are known to promote peace, people who are known not to bend this or that way. We believe the wave can begin where people do not have to come to court. People will now go to mediators without having to come to court. The most powerful economy in the world, the United States of America, I think they laugh at us if we emphasize court action. In the United States of America, 98% of civil disputes are handled out of court. Only 2% go to court. And it is an economic powerhouse. Because they don't have cases taking 10 years, 3 years, and what have you. The cases are resolved, mediation, arbitration, conciliation, negotiations, they are resolved, and the parties bind themselves by those. It can be done here, and then you don't have people lining up here saying, my case, this or that, because the matter was not resolved here, the matter was resolved in the country. In those villages, in those small towns, within those communities. And this is an area, Mr. President, this is an area where I'm asking my brothers and sisters of the Uganda Law Society, take up very seriously. It does not conflict in any way with your responsibility as lawyers. It does not in any way reduce your earnings. If anything, you'll earn more, because the turnover will be amazing. You complete a matter in 2 weeks, you're onto something else. Instead of coming to court for 1 year, matter and nothing is seen. So I urge members of the Ugandan Law Society, members of the legal bar, please embrace and promote alternative dispute. We've started, last year we had 500, the High Court completed 549 mediated cases, Chief Magistrates Courts 171, Magistrates Grade 1 Courts 167 causes, In total, 943 cases was resolved through alternative resolution mechanism. This is just the beginning. This is nothing but just the beginning. We can build on it. We can take it seriously. We can make it a robust part of our justice delivery system. Plea bargaining. This has taken root. Tens of thousands of Ugandans benefited from plea bargaining. The lessons learned, mistakes that have been made, but owing to that, we are now a better performer in the plea bargain process. So we urge, for my sister who was saying the DPP is untouchable, who are judicial officers. One is now the Deputy Chief Justice. Another one is a Supreme Court judge. Another one is still the DPP. They have all been, and the present one is so touchable. So I don't know. And if I understand you are actually a lawyer, for me, I'm surprised that a lawyer can say the DPP cannot be approached. Write and keep a record. Go to the office. Let them refuse you to see the DPP. I think it is, at times we fail to do what we need to do. At times we fail to do what we need to do. So please, all these offices are public office, the one of the Chief Justice, the one of all the other people I've named, including the DPP, including the Minister of Justice. These are public offices. There is no way any one of us can be untouchable. The only time I am untouchable is when I'm handling a decision to make, a judicial decision to make. That one, make no mistake. You cannot even merely suggest to me that I should make a decision the way you want. It will not happen. And that is the portion for every judicial. I cannot ask a magistrate grade 1 to make a decision this or that. If that is being untouchable, what being untouchable means, yes. To that extent, I am untouchable. To that extent, all judicial officers must be untouchable. Anything else, but even when I make a decision, you criticize me, you criticize the decision. Because we hold these places, we hold these offices, we occupy these places in the people's name. So please feel free to criticize. The only problem I've seen, and I've spoken about this, many people with ulterior motive do not understand that what they are doing is not criticism but insults. Tear my judgment to pieces with an argument, with a well-reasoned opinion. Even me, I learn from it. But you can't abuse me. Some of us, you abuse me, I'll respond. Some of us are angels, you abuse them, they smile. So please feel free to criticize. Feel free to question. But let it be constructive. Let the engagement be for the purpose of furthering understanding or seeking redress. But not to bring extraneous matters that have nothing to do with the decision made. On that, let us agree. On that, please understand me clearly. We cannot compromise. But that's what an appeal is. Your ground of appeal, you will say, I erred, I misdirected myself, I failed to understand the law. That is criticism. I cannot be angry. As a matter of fact, The appellate court will always say, with due respect, and then after that, they will show you that they are not respecting you. With respect, judge ought not have done this. So please, let's use such an occasion like this. Let us use any opportunity to engage constructively with the judiciary, constructively with the judicial officers, all the way from the Supreme Court, Magistrate Grade 1. Because we are carrying out your function, it's not ours. We are delegates. We are beholden to you what we do. There are disputes, claims. Below 10 million. And the provision is you don't have to go through all these complications, those technicalities. You make your claim, the judicial officers will sit, and in no time a decision is made. That is to enable you access justice. And we have introduced various aspects of ICT. We have ECMIS, which we are rolling out cautiously. The good thing that we do not want to make the mistake. Good thing, but it's also a new thing. And we're also going to the countryside where the facilities are not like in town. So we are being very conscious, deliberately cautious, that we want to see every step we've made, mistakes made, what we've done which we ought not to have done, what we have not done which we ought to have done, so that when eventually we go full blast, we minimize damage. In order to ensure that the people of and in this country have access to justice, come out with a policy which we have put in place and we are now implementing, to have the courts of law everywhere in this country, literally everywhere in this country. The structure of the judiciary beginning from grade 1, Supreme Court. For grade 1, we have decreed that there must be grade 1 magistrate, at least one, in every county constituency. There could be more depending on the challenges there, but at least one. And then there's going to be a chief magistrate in every district. Now we have about 7 or something. A district like Kampala actually have them in divisions, not in the not one chief magistrate. We have them in the divisions. Then we have 38 high court circuits gazetted, meaning a high court will take charge of cluster of districts. We're doing this so that you do not have to come all the way from Jinja to Kampala to the High Court as it used to be many years ago. You do not have to come all the way from Bale to Kampala. By the new circuit gazetted, those who used to come all the way from Bale, as an example, all the way from Bale, you see, or to get served by a high court in Kampala, now have these options. There is Mbale itself, there is Tororo, there is Palisa, there is Iganga, there is Bugiri, there is Jinja, there is Mukono, there is Lugazi, then Kampala itself. All these are opportunities. All these are meant to, and then you can pick any place in Uganda and I'll give you the same scenario. People who used to be served by one high court are now being served, the people of Mbale, the people all the way from Kapchorwa, even mentioned Soroti, used to come all the way to Kampala. Now being served by over 10 high court circuits. There's no reason why they should come to Kampala. A good number of them are now functioning. Moroto, Soroti, Tororo, Iganga, Mukono. These are now functioning. Funds permitting and recruitments permitting, we will have judges. And our intention is to have a minimum of 2 judges in every circuit, minimum of 2 judges. That will contribute to your filing your case and not waiting for 7 years. That will contribute to your ability to take witnesses. In some of them, you'll be able to walk just footing to court, footing to high court, or get some bicycles in the village and ride court with your witnesses. That's the only way justice can be done. That's when there is parity between the rich and the poor. Don't have a situation where only the rich can travel 80 kilometers to Jinja, says the High Court. Then, I have said, listen, people of Uganda, I've said, littering the countryside with all those courts of law, it's just providing the hardware. This is just the hardware, the shell you can see from outside. They can be very beautiful buildings. You look at them and say, my home was near here and I see it. But if the judicial officers who man these courts of law, these structures, are not up to the task, integrity, appreciation of the law, commitment, love for duty, then you have a beautiful building, you have a beautiful hardware with no software to speak about. And that's the purpose of inspectorate. That's the purpose of a strong disciplinary committee of the judiciary. And that's the purpose of the principal judge, the chief registrar, asking a judicial officer to explain himself or herself. That's the purpose of the principal judge demanding that you send the file because there is a complaint. Not say you are deciding in a manner which does not please me or does not please so that the software of the judiciary is effective. It is only then when you blend the hardware and the software that you can truly enjoy access. That is what we are pursuing. Then for the upper court, the Court of Appeal, by God's grace, should sooner than later operate in Gulu and Barara as regional courts of appeal, with the intention to have a Court of Appeal in Fort Portal, which was my first station, Mubende, Masaka, Jinja, Mbale, Gulu, and then Arua. There are 8 of them. If we can achieve this, should be humanly possible to have your case from the trial in the High Court, completion in the Court of Appeal within 18 months. It is possible. Possible. I mean, there is nothing miraculous about it. Then, if we can achieve appellate courts functioning in all these 8 Court of Appeal circuits, 2 things will happen. There will be sufficient judicial officers to tackle the mountain of cases that are at Court of Appeal, High Court, and so on. I have always had this quarrel. Whenever people raise, and Mr. President, Uganda Law Society, I can understand the peasants, I can understand the other justice seekers complaining about delaying this, delaying that. But I think our lawyers should be complaining more about the quality of our judgments. Judgments that conclude a matter of law once and for all. Judgments that you will have difficulty appealing against. Judgments that you will only find reason to appeal on one ground, on some point of law, not on evaluation of evidence. Why do we have these cases? High Court is being accused of not having evaluated evidence. The Court of Appeal is being accused of not having exercised this right to evaluate afresh evidence before. Part of the reason is this. Our judicial officers are inundated with files from the table up to the ceiling. And for you, you want numbers, you want statistics. Yes, matters should be resolved expeditiously. But if that means judicial officers should become, or the courts of law manned by judicial officers should become courts of statistics, I will not be part of it, and I want to go on. We are manning courts of justice, not courts of statistics. Judicial officer must have sufficient time without the other pressure of when will I reduce volume of files. We must draw a balance. Somewhere. And of course, if we have our 150 judges provided for, if we have our 35 courts of appeal we're providing for, of course I don't agree with Parliament, who could not even give 15 Supreme Court judges. But they acted within their powers. I respect it, don't agree with them. If we can do that, all these appeals, people are appealing all the time. You read somebody's judgment which they have spent time on. They have researched, their researchers have researched, but they have also researched. Authority supplied by the researcher, they have gone through. Then when a similar matter comes up again, good lawyer will tell their client, no, matter has been resolved. Now try it, as they say. Let's not go there. That only comes, that is part of reducing case backlog, by the way. Case backlog can be reduced by ensuring that people do not bring the same issue always when it is conclusively determined. Then then we are in the process of working out an enhancement of the jurisdiction of magisterial courts. What cases, both monetary and substantive, what cases should be tried by the High Court? Defilement, rape, armed robbery, are these and others, are these things which Chief Magistrate, who has attained the position of Chief Magistrate on merit, who has a track record behind, not handle? So and then, what is this miracle about? About land valued at 50 million, Chief Magistrate can handle that. It's a case of fraud on title, fraud or whatever mode of fraud. But if the land is worth 500 million, and the case is fraud, and it is the same principle of law at play, then the Chief Magistrate cannot handle. We are debating such things. Would the Chief Magistrate be intimidated by 500 million? So we are debating this so that we remove the burden. High courts take it, because now we are going to have Chief Magistrates every district. And because our budget was increased and continues to trickle by way of increments, we are recruiting sufficient non-judicial officers. For this, we thank Judicial Service Commission, which has acted promptly and made it possible for us to be speaking about this today. But I want the people of Uganda also to know this. My fellow brothers and sisters who seek justice, I hear you always crying for constituencies, what is the other thing, municipalities, you're crying for all sorts of things. But I've never heard you say, you know what, we want courts of law here. I've never heard. So the people who look for money around to give to everybody in this country do not know justice is a pressure on you. It is only the Chief Justice, the Deputy Chief Justice, Principal Judge, the PS, Judiciary, and Chief Registrar who is making noise in State House. But you people, you do not say, look, we've learned the money you give the judiciary is not sufficient. Because this money is for you, not for the Chief Justice. So if you want these judicial services, you must also make those demands of the people who look for the money, who are in possession of the basket where the money is. Otherwise, we are continuing, ask for more, demand the judiciary's proper entitlement so that we can serve you better. Today, you're being told, when you criticize us, please be disciplined. Well, just say what you want to say. Big deal. Criticize me, I will take it in good state. I will explain to you with humility, as long as you do not insult. Complaint against me, won't tell you you are wrong. Come to me, about a judicial officer. But do not think when you come to me and you've complained against the principal judge, then I will call the principal judge and cane him. That can never happen. When you bring a complaint, understand the nature of the complaint. At times, I don't even inform the principal judge that you've complained because I can see that the complaint is wrong. I will explain to you, and maybe one day I mention to him in passing. Same for other judicial officers. We receive so many complaints. If we were to call them on each one of them, we would not do anything else. But come with your complaints, we will handle them. I've already told you, we are going to make it easier for you because then you don't have to come to Kampala, find them at the regional points. And then many times you have complaints against your lawyers and you come to the judiciary. I have no control over these lawyers. The gentleman who talked here in Luganda, not the minister, one who qualified saying his knowledge of Luganda was not that good, the one you should complain to, he will know where to direct you. In spite of the challenges we have encountered, I would like to assure the people of Uganda that the judiciary is committed to administer justice for all as per our vision and constitutional mandate. If we exhaust all the interventions I've listed here and above, I'm quite sure we shall afford our people meaningful and timely justice services as dictated by our Constitution. We are committed to address all your justice concerns. As you have seen, the administrators of the various courts are here at your service, as well as the Inspectorate of Courts. As you all know, the judiciary is a key player in providing an enabling environment to foster economic growth, promote wealth and job creation, investment and competitiveness in the region. Therefore, call upon each one of you, all of you, support and cooperate with us journey for our own good and the good of our country. I wish to appreciate all of you for your endearing support to the judiciary. I particularly applaud the executive and parliament on one hand, and the Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Finance, and Ministry of Internal Affairs, among others, for giving us exceptional support in our mandate. I thank the judiciary staff for their focused dedication and industry in ensuring that the judiciary shines. I pay special tribute to our development partners and friends who have contributed to our success one way or the other. I pay particular special tribute to the UNODC for co-funding this historic engagement we are witnessing today. We heartily thank each one of you. Kindness to the people of Uganda. I applaud Honorable Principal Judge and your organizing committee for working tooth and nail to ensure that this interaction happens as it has done. Finally, I appreciate all of you in your respective capacities for sacrificing your time, resources, and the whole of today to participate in this National Court Open Day. May God bless each one and all of you for God and my country.
thank you very much. Police band, thank you. That is an appreciation for our chief guest, the Honorable the Chief Justice. Thank you, and thank you, and thank you so much. Your Worship Faizo, I give you 2 minutes. Please sum up the highlights, and then we will be closing very shortly.
Owekitiibwa Ssaabalamuzi ategeezezza nti olunaku luno gubadde mukisa munene nnyo eri essiga eddamuzi okulaba nti lidda mu bantu. Agambye nti kkooti zigezezzaako okuggulawo amatabi amapya, amatabi 38 aga kkooti enkulu, buli emu asuubira nti ejja kuba n'abalamuzi 2. N'ategeeza nti kkooti ejulirwamu eri mu nteekateeka y'okuggulawo amatabi 2, erimu lijja kutuula eggulu, eddala lijja kutuula embalala. Ategeezezza nti okulokola ku budde n'emisango egikandaaliridde mu kkooti waliwo enteekateeka empya judiciary ezegenda okutuukiriza, okugeza okuteesa n'okulaba nti ensonga tuzimalira ebweru wa kkooti, okulaba nti babangula abalamuzi okuyambako abantu okutuula n'okulaba nti ensonga bazimalira ebweru wa kkooti, naddala ensonga z'ettaka n'ez'ebyobusika. Ategeezezza nti abalamuzi basaanye okwesigama ku mateeka n'obwerufu nga bakola emirimu gyabwe. Abo batatuukiriza ekyo kimukubye ennaku, naye n'agamba nti bakangavvulwa nga tuyita mu bukiiko obuteekeddwawo okulaba nti empeereza y'omuntu wa bulijjo esoosowazibwa. Abeebazizza nnyo okujja mu lukuŋŋaana luno olwaleero, era ne yeeyama nti eno ntandikwa. Tugenda kufuba okulaba nti tukola bino yonna eyo gye mubeera tubatuukeko, n'olunaku luno lujja kuteekebwanga ku kalenda y'essiga eddamuzi nga tubayita ekkololo, nga Mukama ye mubeezi waffe okulaba nti tuwuliziganya. Mwebale nnyo, mwebalire ddala okujja. Asaba Katonda abazzeeyo bulungi.
Thank you so much, Your Worship Faizo, for those translations. My Lord Chief Justice, we thank you so much for those remarks. We thank the Honorable the Deputy Chief Justice for his remarks, and we equally thank the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. Special thanks to UNODC and all our service providers for today. Thank you for coming and for enduring with us a long but very fruitful day, everybody. The public, we can't thank you enough. Thank you for coming. Without you, this day would not have been successful. So the members of the public, we thank you so much. Our exhibitors, what would we do without you? You've added color and you've made this event extremely successful. All of you in the tents, thank you, and thank you so much. Don't go without going to Uganda prisons. They have such special things on offer. Don't miss the URA bus. Do not miss the JSC, the DPP, the police, the legal aid providers, and all the courts. My Lord Chief Justice, we have a team that we call members of the Workers' Union. These are the registrars, the senior administrators, and the staff who have been on the ground day and night working. Special thanks to them. I thank the Fourth Estate who have been with us. And lastly, before we arise to have the anthems, I want to thank Miss Rachel Tuyasibe, our sign language interpreter. Let us clap for her, because while each one found time to sit, she has not sat since this event started. Rachel, thank you, and thank you so much. A response from police, which I should give before we go, is that their surgeons, the police surgeons and doctors, do not charge the 20,000. Those who do according to them are the private practitioners, the private doctors. But in case we still have some queries around that, police is still available. My Lord Chief Justice, this brings us to the end. We are going to arise and have the anthems, and thereafter have group photographs for which the PRO will take us through. Let us all arise. All of us, let's stand up in the tents and wherever we are and we have the anthems. Thank you very much, Uganda Prisons Band. As we end, let us give a big hand clap to God, because He has allowed us to have a good day without rain, and we've enjoyed ourselves. PRO, tell us the photographs, and we continue with the tents of exhibition.
Let us give the Chief Registrar another hand clap, because he has also done a very wonderful job. My worship, the Chief Registrar, thank you very much for steering the program. And my Lord, the Chief Justice, allow me to report to you that yesterday evening, the Chief Registrar led a team of prayer warriors, and the prayer was dedicated to ensuring that today we have a beautiful weather, and that is it. My Lord, we shall have a few photo moments, and I would like, my Lord, to request you with the following dignitaries to go and take your seats. We shall have just 7 moments, and I request the photographers to be fast enough to accommodate our people. I request the Honorable the Chief Justice, the Honorable the Deputy Chief Justice, the Honorable Minister, the Honorable the Principal Judge, the Honorable the DPP, the Chairperson Judicial Service Commission, the Head of Office UNODC, President Uganda Law Society, the Solicitor General representing the Attorney General, and the Chief Registrar to take their seats. And our first photo moment will involve the Justices of the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeal together. My Lords, when the High Table takes their seats, my Lords, the Justices of the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeal, we shall be taking the first picture or a photo with the High Table. Protocol, please lead the officers and lead the Honorable the Chief Justice for the photo moment. Honorable invited VIPs and guests, we have a dinner at Hotel Africana. Please don't go without partaking of it. It has been paid for, and it is paid for in honor of your coming today. So we shall have that meal. Please don't leave it at Hotel Africana. Let us have the first photo moment. The Honorable the Chief Justice, Honorable the Deputy Chief Justice, the Honorable Minister, the Honorable Principal Judge, the DPP, the Chairperson Judicial Service Commission, the Head of Office UNODC, Uganda Law Society President, the Solicitor General representing the Attorney General, and the Chief Registrar will take the seats. And we have the first photo moment of the Justices of the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeal together. My lords, the Justices, let us have that first photo moment. As the Justices of the Supreme Court and Court of Appeal prepare to take the first photo moment, the judges of the High Court will be next. So my lords, the judges of the High Court, get ready. After the Justices, we shall have the moment with the judges of the High Court. So first, Justices of the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeal together. Our dear members of the public, the stalls are still open. Please approach the stalls and you still will be served. The next session is the judges of the High Court. Okay. As heads of institutions present, please also join the picture. The third moment is the heads of institutions, including Executive Director, Foundation for Human Rights Initiative, okay. After the High Court judges, I request the heads of institutions, service institutions, and other institutions present. We shall take the next photo moment. We shall also have political leaders if they are still around. We shall also have the judicial officers and registrars. And also we shall have the members of the public. So members of the public, we shall also have a photo moment with you. So whoever would wish to have that picture moment, please. Okay? So the photos I'm told are done. Members of the public, please continue visiting the stalls. If there is anything still that you wish to be advised, please, the stalls are still open. Our exhibitors are still willing and ready to get your last minute concern, and they are going to be able to listen to you. Let us have Police Cultural Top to give us sounds. The Pearl.